Chapter 370. Don't hurt her. Seeing the beautiful female corpse being shot down, Chen Nan's roar came from the golden light. In a flash, Chen Nan left the battlefield of the 13 blood corpses and appeared above the invincible ancient corpse. The celestial demon diagram spun and slashed down. The blade light fell on the neck of the invincible ancient corpse, but it stopped after 2 centimeters. The invincible ancient corpse slightly twisted its neck and glanced at Chen Nan disdainfully. Then, it ignored him and continued to fly toward the beautiful female corpse in the deep pit. Don't touch her. Sensing the invincible ancient corpse's intention, the Tai Chi celestial demon diagram in Chen Nan's body spun crazily. At the same time, the surrounding golden light poured into the broad blade and slashed down continuously. The first slash accurately landed on the invincible ancient corpse's forehead. The second slash ruthlessly landed on the corpse's abdomen. The third slash directly hit the invincible ancient corpse's chest. The fourth slash landed on the invincible ancient corpse's head. The fifth slash, the sixth slash, came one after another. In just a few seconds, the invincible ancient corpse was covered by the blade light. However, not long after the blade light landed on the invincible ancient corpse, it was eroded by the corpse energy around it. At this moment, the invincible ancient corpse had arrived beside the deep pit. Its right hand grabbed one end of the pitch-black chain and pulled it hard. Clang! With a crisp sound, a beautiful figure flew out of the deep pit. Put her down! Chen Nan screamed in pain, his voice full of unwillingness. He hated that he was not strong enough. With a flash of golden light, Chen Nan appeared in front of the beautiful female corpse and turned back into his human form, protecting her behind him. Just an ant. The invincible ancient corpse glanced at Chen Nan with a mocking face. Its huge fist wrapped in corpse energy raised. Is this young man here for the female corpse king of the chasing corpse sect? What is his relationship with the corpse king? Is the corpse king his lover? Impossible. According to the information I got, the chasing corpse sect got this female corpse 1,000 years ago. If that's the case, this young man shouldn't be related to the female corpse. But look at him now, he seems to have gone crazy. He even exposed himself to protect her. Who knows what the reason is? Anyway, he won't be able to live. It's a pity that he has such great talent. Chen Nan ignored the discussions of the crowd. 10,000 years ago, this girl used her life to block the demon's attack for him. 10,000 years later, when they met again, even if the other party was just a refined corpse, he would not allow anyone to harm him, even if it meant risking his life. Amidst the soul-stirring rumbling sounds, the invincible ancient corpse's fist swung down, bringing with it a monstrous might. With a single punch, the void collapsed, and slender pitch-black cracks extended far into the distance. However, just when everyone thought that Chen Nan would be turned into minced meat under the invincible ancient corpse's terrifying fist, a ripple appeared in the void in front of the latter. In the next moment, a plain-looking figure appeared. He raised his hand and easily blocked the punch. Under this palm that did not contain the slightest fluctuation of yuan qi, the invincible ancient corpse's incomparably terrifying punch could not advance even an inch. The invincible ancient corpse's attack was blocked. Who is that person? Where did he come from? He was able to block a punch from the invincible ancient corpse. What kind of cultivation base does he have? Could it be that they are in cahoots? Are they all from some ancient holy land? Think about it, the invincible ancient corpse has the body of a fiend god. Even a 6th-order Mahayana expert would be turned into minced meat under his punch. That person can block it so easily. He must be an immortal who has broken through the void. That's right, immortals can all rejuvenate. Perhaps he has already lived for thousands of years. The spectators around the high platform stared blankly at the scene above the gully. Each and every one of them stood there motionless in astonishment, staring blankly at Chu Bei, who had blocked the invincible ancient corpse's fist. In front of the invincible ancient corpse's huge body, Chu Bei seemed very small, but it was this seemingly thin and weak figure that forcibly blocked the invincible ancient corpse's unimaginably terrifying punch. Compared to those cultivators who saw Chu Bei for the first time, Chu Ao, Chu Yu, Yi Feng, and the others' expressions were much more relieved. It was as if they had expected the other party's appearance from the beginning. As for being able to block the invincible ancient corpse's punch unscathed, it was also within their expectations. He is the old senior you mentioned to me before? Xiong Tian, the successor of the evil path, glanced at Chu Bei's back, then turned his head to look at Meng Kuo and the other young experts of the major academies. Meng Kuo nodded. That's him. A mysterious person that even the nameless fiend god has to treat with respect. No one knows his origin, and his cultivation base is unfathomable. Master. Looking at the figure that appeared in front of him, Chen Nan could not help but call out softly. I'll leave the chasing corpse sect to you. As for these corpses, leave them to me. Chu Bei turned his head and looked at Chen Nan indifferently. As his calm voice fell, the right palm that blocked the invincible ancient corpse's fist shook slightly. Suddenly, a divine light shot into the sky, and a heart-palpitating energy fluctuation spread out. Under this force, the invincible ancient corpse's huge body first stumbled 2 steps back, then flew out and crashed into the mountain in the distance, causing rocks to roll down. The crowd of spectators stared blankly at the invincible ancient corpse that had sunk into the mountain. They could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. When they looked at Chu Bei again, their gazes were filled with even more respect and fear. Almost at the same time, Chen Nan turned into a golden light and swam around the people of the chasing corpse sect, starting a bloody massacre. Every time he passed by a person, there would be an additional corpse that was full of bloody holes behind him. Human, you deserve to die. A roar filled with monstrous killing intent floated in the air, echoing above the entire manor for a long time. Rumble. The mountain in the distance shook violently, and thick black fog constantly emerged from the crater that the invincible ancient corpse had created. When the black fog dissipated, the invincible ancient corpse seemed to have evolved. Its body was covered with a layer of thick armor. The armor was completely black, and only its eyes shone with a little red light. Immediately after, the invincible ancient corpse's body emitted a series of friction sounds. At the same time, a violent and terrifying aura swept out. In the face of this violent fluctuation that was like a natural disaster, the expressions of all the cultivators, including the elders of the various holy lands, changed. Roar. A loud roar that seemed to have come from ancient times resounded in the sky. The terrifying sound waves wandered in the manor, and countless building tiles shattered and flew in all directions. At this moment, the invincible ancient corpse was like a primordial beast that had just woken up from a deep sleep. The roar was filled with heart-palpitating cruelty and brutality, as if it was filled with endless destruction and killing. The source of the roar seemed to represent the most terrifying disaster in the world. Chu Bei glanced expressionlessly at the invincible ancient corpse whose aura had multiplied. His face was as calm as an ancient well, and he was still calm and composed. Die. Amidst the roar that was filled with monstrous killing intent, the invincible ancient corpse reappeared in front of everyone. To be more precise, it suddenly appeared above Chu Bei's head. At the same time, the huge pitch-black palm that was surrounded by the aura of death fiercely slapped toward Chu Bei's head. You've been in the lower realm for too long. Do you really think you're invincible? The disdainful voice of Cold in the Forest came out of Chu Bei's mouth. As his indifferent voice fell, Chu Bei pinched his fingers into the shape of a sword and waved his hand. In an instant, the sword light on his fingertip enlarged rapidly. The dazzling golden light was like a row of suns. A holy aura instantly filled the entire place, forming a huge contrast with the aura of death formed by the invincible ancient corpse. Swoosh! The sword light shot out. It smashed the giant pitch-black palm that carried the terrifying aura of death with an unstoppable force. Then, it continued to move forward and cut the invincible ancient corpse from the head to the soles of its feet, cutting it in half from the middle like cutting tofu. The moment the two halves of the corpse fell, Chu Bei casually waved a few more sword lights. Bang! 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 Countless pieces of corpse flesh fell on the high platform. The sound of the collision shook the minds of everyone present. From the moment the invincible ancient corpse disappeared in anger and appeared above Chu Bei to the moment Chu Bei pinched his fingers into the shape of a sword and waved the sword light to cut down the invincible ancient corpse, this seemingly long process actually happened in the blink of an eye. Looking at the pieces of ancient corpse flesh falling from the sky, the spectators couldn't help but gulp. They looked at each other and their eyes were filled with indescribable astonishment. A moment ago, the invincible ancient corpse had a monstrous aura that shook the entire place. In just a few seconds, it had fallen into a miserable state. The invincible ancient corpse and the mysterious person were not at the same level at all. To be more precise, this was a completely one-sided battle. While everyone was still immersed in the shock brought by the annihilation of the invincible ancient corpse, Chu Bei's gaze swept across the 13 blood corpses and slapped out. In the roar, the huge palm print swept across the 13 blood corpses. When it dissipated, the 13 blood corpses were nowhere to be found. First the invincible ancient corpse, then the 13 blood corpses. It was completely effortless. I'm afraid his cultivation is above our expectations. In the manner, after a short moment of silence, an earth-shattering clamor echoed in the air. Hundreds and thousands of spectators looked at Chu Bei with incomparable admiration. They wanted to go up and curry favor with him, but they were afraid of him. Looking back at Chen Nan, he had already wiped out the entire chasing corpse sect. Corpses that were still warm were strewn all over the place in every corner of the manor. As expected of the existence above the immortal martial realm, but why hasn't he been taken away by the heaven realm after reaching that realm? Witnessing the scene of the battle, Chu Ao took a deep breath and sighed with some confusion. He had already reached rank 6, and it was precisely because he had reached rank 6 that he knew that his cultivation journey was not yet complete. According to the records of the royal family, the immortal martial realm, which was rank 7, really existed. Judging from the aura released by the invincible ancient corpse, its strength should be at the immortal martial realm, or even the Mahayana realm. However, even with such strength, it was still like an ant in front of the mysterious person. It was no different from them. There was always someone who was better than you. At this moment, Chu Ao deeply understood that he still had a long way to go on the path of cultivation. Master is so awesome. Little Chenxi floated to Chu Bei's side with a smile on her fair little face. With me around, nothing will happen to your brother. Chu Bei patted Chenxi's little head dotingly. From now on, you will be my backer. The baby dragon came to Chu Bei with her eyes wide open, her face full of admiration. Master, thank you. A flash of light appeared in front of Chu Bei. Chen Nan revealed himself, his eyes full of gratitude. After thanking him, Chen Nan's gaze returned to the female corpse. Looking at that familiar peerless beauty, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. God, why are you so cruel? Yusin is dead, why can't you let her sleep peacefully? Why did she have to be tortured by these beasts after she died? Why did all of this happen? God, give me back my Yusin, give me back my Yusin. Gradually, Chen Nan's eyes turned red, his hair danced wildly, and he howled sorrowfully. The oath of love from 10,000 years ago still lingered in his ears, the smile of the past still appeared before his eyes, and the telepathy of the past had yet to dissipate. However, 10,000 years later, when they met again, they were separated by life and death. If it were not for the pair of blood-red eyes, her otherworldly appearance, her beautiful face that was like a delicate flower, was still as delicate and beautiful as it was 10,000 years ago. However, the death aura that was constantly released by the other party told him that this was no longer the Yusin from 10,000 years ago. The other party's spiritual consciousness had long been extinguished, and the body in front of him was just a corpse king refined by the chasing corpse sect. Chen Nan's body trembled, and he kept approaching the female corpse. His blood-red eyes were filled with tears. 10 years of life and death. Without thinking, it would be unforgettable. A lonely grave thousands of miles away, with no place to talk. Even if we met, we would not know each other, dust-covered face, hair like frost. At night, I would dream of returning to my hometown, a small window. Dressing up. Looking at each other without words, there were only tears. Years of broken intestines, a bright moon night, a short pine ridge. Tears soaked his clothes, and Chen Nan's face became paler. He stared fixedly at his former lover, and his heart was suffering as if 10,000 ants were gnawing at his heart. His former lover stood in front of him, but they were separated by life and death. So close yet worlds apart, so close yet worlds apart. Life and death, meeting without knowing each other, there were only tears. Master, didn't you tell me that Yusin is still alive? But why did the Yusin in front of me turn into a corpse king? Why? Suddenly, Chen Nan, who had already walked to Yusin's side, turned around and grabbed Chu Bei with both hands as if he had gone mad. His voice was sorrowful. Looking at the disheartened Chen Nan, Chu Bei shook his head and said, "The corpse king you saw is indeed Yusin, but what I said before, Yusin is still alive, and that's not wrong either." Master, what do you mean? Hearing Chu Bei's words, Chen Nan's body shook, and his eyes regained some clarity. Chu Bei took a step forward and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. His expression seemed to have sunk into his memories. 10,000 years ago, although she died at the hands of the Devil King, your father Chen Zhon defied the heavens and changed her fate, bringing her back to life. But when she left the valley, she heard the bad news that you were dead. When she was disheartened, she followed your father Chen Zhon into the heaven realm. Not long after, your father Chen Zhon left without saying goodbye. Coincidentally, at this time, she obtained the record of unruffled sage. In order to survive, she was forced to practice the record of unruffled sage and became the famous merciless fairy in the heaven realm. Little Chen, she was the incarnation she left behind in the 100 Flowers Valley. As for the spiritual corpse in front of you, it was her real body that fell off when she practiced the record of unruffled sage. Chapter 371. The living Yu Xin is in the heaven realm? Chen Nan gripped Chu Bei's hand excitedly. How can I go to the heaven realm? For now, you should deal with this spiritual corpse Yu Xin first. Chu Bei shook his head and did not give an answer. Do you know me? I feel a familiar aura from you. They told me to kill you, but I refused. This resistance came from my instinct. There was a voice in my subconscious that told me not to kill you. At this moment, Corpse King Yu Xin took the initiative to take a few steps closer to Chen Nan. Her beautiful blood-red eyes were fixed on Chen Nan. Her slightly doubtful voice was like the sound of heaven and earth, making people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. Hearing Corpse King Yu Xin's words, Chen Nan was stunned. It was as if he had lost his soul. After a long time, Chen Nan looked at Corpse King Yu Xin with excitement. You've already developed your own consciousness? Yes, I could think about it yesterday. Corpse King Yu Xin nodded. The cold red light in her eyes gradually disappeared, revealing a pair of bright black eyes. Her large, watery eyes were filled with intelligence as she quietly looked at Chen Nan. However, there was a puzzled look on her flawless face. Senior, is she the same as the invincible ancient corpse from before? How should we deal with her in this state? Chen Nan asked Chu Bei for advice. Remove the death aura in her body and let her live like a normal person like little Chenxi. Chu Bei's voice was calm. In the end, no matter if it's Chenxi, Corpse King Yu Xin, or the heaven realm fairy Wu Qing, their consciousness will have to merge. You still haven't answered our question. Do we know each other? The heavenly voice sounded again. At this moment, Corpse King Yu Xin was like a little girl who did not know anything about the world. She was a little confused, a little playful, and a little naive. I'm Chen Nan, you're Yu Xin. 10,000 years ago, we met and became friends. You're the love of my life. Chen Nan reached out and stroked Corpse King Yu Xin's hair. Chen Nan, Yu Xin, such familiar names. But why can't I remember? Corpse King Yu Xin didn't resist Chen Nan's hand. Her fairy-like face was filled with confusion. Big sister, I seem to be able to sense your thoughts. Little Dawn floated in front of Zombie King Yu Xin and blinked her big eyes. Sister, I want a hug. Yes, I can feel your thoughts too. Zombie King Yu Xin looked at Little Dawn curiously. The moment she hugged Little Dawn, both of their bodies emitted a faint rainbow glow. Master, the two of them were originally transformed from the same person. Right now, it's just that their bodies are resonating with each other. Before Chen Nan could finish, Chu Bei waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to be nervous. Then how can we get rid of the death aura in her body? Chen Nan asked. Leave the rest to me. After saying that, Chu Bei gently carried little Chenxi back. Chenxi, be good. Go play with little Long Long first. Master, You can't hurt Big Sister. She's different from those ancient corpses. Big Sister is very nice. Little Chensi was afraid that Chu Bei would hurt Zombie King Yushin, so she reminded him repeatedly before flying away. Activate the Tai Chi God Demon diagram. Chu Bei looked back at Chen Nan. All right. Chen Nan didn't ask further and did as he was told. After a while, a light flashed on Chen Nan's chest. 2 light balls rushed out of his body and started to spin around each other. They quickly formed a Tai Chi God Demon diagram and hung above his head. At the same time, Chu Bei pointed at Zombie King Yushin's forehead and a divine glow seeped into her body. Suddenly, a dense death aura spread out from Zombie King Yushin's body. The death aura in Zombie King Yushin's body was extremely dense. In just a few seconds, the entire manor was filled with demonic clouds and yin qi. It was as creepy as hell. Fortunately, just as the death aura was about to spread, the Tai Chi God Demon diagram released a strong suction force and started to absorb it. Chu Bei kept forcing the death aura out of Zombie King Yushin's body while Chen Nan kept absorbing the death aura with the Tai Chi God Demon diagram. It was a continuous process. Is he okay? Zombie King Yushin pursed her lips and pointed at Chen Nan with her slender arm. She looked worried. Don't worry. Your death aura is nothing compared to the death aura in the cemetery of gods and devils. Chu Bei smiled. As time passed, Zombie King Yushin's face gradually became rosy. Although she was still not angry, she could no longer feel the disgusting and chilling death aura. This was a very mysterious state. It was neither a living person nor a dead person. 15 minutes later, Chu Bei withdrew the energy that had invaded Zombie King Yushin's body. The death aura in her body had been completely cleared. As for Chen Nan, he sat cross-legged and entered a mysterious state. The Tai Chi God Demon diagram was purifying the death aura crazily and the pill of light was rotating rhythmically. Boom! Along with a low muffled sound, Chen Nan opened his eyes. At the same time, his aura increased by another level. He's really a monster blessed by the heavens. He broke through again. Not far away, Chu Ao, Yi Feng, and the others noticed Chen Nan's soaring aura and were jealous. Chen Nan's cultivation had reached rank 5 Mahayana stage. He would reach rank 6 with one more step. Master, how is she? As soon as Chen Nan opened his eyes, he couldn't wait to ask about Zombie King Yushin's condition. Chu Bei smiled and said, You can see her as a little Chensi who has grown up. Am I called Yushin from now on? I like this name. Zombie King Yushin murmured softly. Master, since you've accepted Chensi, why don't you accept her too? Chen Nan hesitated for a moment before looking at Chu Bei with a pleading look in his eyes. That's what I was thinking. Chu Bei smiled knowingly. 1 minute later. Host signed a contract with Zombie King Yushin. Progress of rank 14 commodity authority activation is 60%. Mission 6. Host received the Great Dragon Saber and signed a contract with Catherine. After the mission is completed, Host will be rewarded with the right to use a rank 16 commodity. The system's voice sounded. Looking at the new red dot marked on the map, Chu Bei had a new goal. Senior, it's getting late. Why don't you continue to stay at my God Wind Academy tonight? At this time, Yi Feng came forward and respectfully invited Chu Bei. Chu Ao and the others followed closely behind. Thank you. Chu Bei nodded and thanked him. He then looked at Chen Nan and said, Have a good talk with her today. We'll continue on our journey tomorrow. Yes, thank you, Master. Chen Nan clasped his fist and bowed deeply. This team is getting stronger and stronger. Chu Bei glanced around and couldn't help but sigh. When he left the graveyard of gods and devils, it was only him and Chen Nan. But now, there was little Chensi, Dragon Baby, and Zombie King Yushin in the team. From now on, there will be no more chasing corpse sect. Yes, this time it's really destroyed. Unfortunately, in the end, I still don't understand why that young man knows the Zombie King. And that young man's master, where did he come from? I really envy the God Wind Academy and the royal family of Chu country. They can actually make friends with such a powerful existence. Sigh, if I can get his guidance, I'm willing to give up 10 years of my life. A group of cultivators looked at the backs of Chu Bei, Yi Feng, and the others leaving with envy and jealousy in their eyes. There was no lack of vice principals of the other 3 academies among them. Godwind Academy, deep inside the academy. The green bamboos swayed, as if they were carved out of jade, fresh and beautiful. More than a dozen small courtyards dotted the bamboo forest. Near Chen Nan's courtyard, there was green grass and fresh flowers, refreshing the heart. It was like a paradise. In the pavilion, Zombie King Yushin and Chensi, one big and one small, were unusually intimate. Their crisp laughter was unceasing. The more I look, the more they look alike. Dragon Baby lay on Chen Nan's shoulder, its eyes switching back and forth between Yushin and Chensi. It smacked its lips from time to time. Master, will people who cultivate the art of unruffled emotions really become incomparably heartless? Chen Nan asked Chu Bei with a serious expression. Meeting Chen Nan's gaze, Chu Bei smiled. Although the current Yushin is known as the merciless fairy in the heaven realm, there is still a remnant of her spiritual consciousness from 10,000 years ago. If you can awaken this spiritual consciousness, you can reunite. Master, how do I go to the heaven realm? Chen Nan asked. When the time is right, I'll bring you there. Chu Bei gave Chen Nan a look that told him not to be anxious. The next day, at dawn, Chu Bei bade farewell to Yifeng and the others and set off with Chen Nan, Yushin, and the others. The destination of his trip was a place called the Eternal Forest. Brother, something below seems to be calling me. It's the same feeling as before. When they were flying in the sky, little Chensi suddenly pulled Chen Nan's arm, pouted her little mouth, and pointed below. The same feeling as before. Hearing little Chensi's words, Chen Nan's body trembled slightly, and he quickly said, "Is it at the Chasing Corpse sect's manor? The feeling of Sister Yushin calling you?" "Yes." Little Chensi pursed her lips and nodded. "I also feel the calling from below." At this moment, the Zombie King Yushin also spoke up. After knowing that the Zombie King Yushin also felt the same, Chen Nan's face was full of shock, and he immediately looked at Chu Bei. "Master, why is that? Isn't Yushin in the heaven realm? How can the 2 of them feel the calling from below?" Chu Bei stood in the void, and the corner of his mouth held a faint smile, pointed below, and said, "I forgot to tell you, Yushin doesn't only have one incarnation, Chensi. I brought you here because of her." "Another incarnation?" Chen Nan was stunned, and he was even more shocked. Back then, she was being hunted down and was severely injured. In order to seek help from the Goddess of Life, she went to the elf tribe. After that, the Goddess of Life used the power of the Tree of Life to heal her severely injured body. In the Tree of Life, she left a seed, which is another incarnation, Chu Bei said calmly. Yushin was being hunted down? Who? Chen Nan clenched his fists, and his face instantly turned gloomy, and a majestic murderous aura seeped out of his body. The Du family forced her to marry a martial god, but she refused and resisted with all her might, so she was hunted down, Chu Bei replied calmly. Those ungrateful bastards, they deserve to die. The murderous intent in Chen Nan's eyes intensified. After finding Yushin, the first thing to do is to slaughter their family. Chapter 372. Master, let's go down quickly. I can feel that she's scared, very scared. Little Dawn shook Chu Bei's arm with a pitiful look. Chu Bei patted Dawn's little head, then turned into a golden light and dived down with the group. Below them was an endless forest. Although the sun was high up in the sky, the forest still gave off a gloomy feeling. Looking down from above, there seemed to be layers of demonic shadows lingering in the forest. The more they looked, the more they couldn't see anything clearly. The closer they got, the more they could feel the bone-piercing chill in the forest. Falling into the forest, Chen Nan, Dawn, and the others' vision gradually became blurry, as if they had walked into a huge shadow. It was as if they weren't in a continuous forest, but an extremely empty and silent land of death. Senior, where is this? It feels so scary. The baby dragon looked around and shrank its neck as it approached Chu Bei. A lost world, also known as the Eternal Forest. Chu Bei recalled various rumors about the Eternal Forest. A lost world? Is it an existence similar to the land of death? Chen Nan asked. Boom. Without waiting for Chu Bei to reply to Chen Nan, a thunderous sound suddenly came from underground, and then the earth started to shake. The gloomy and silent atmosphere was instantly broken. Yusin, you have to be careful. I feel that something is wrong. However, before Chen Nan could finish his reminder, the seemingly ordinary wildflowers that grew around the forest started to grow rapidly as if they had been injected with hormones. The flower stalks that were originally only 20 to 30 centimeters tall grew to more than 2 meters tall in the blink of an eye. Under the crazy dancing of these flower stalks, Chen Nan, Yusin, Little Dawn, and the others were quickly drowned. Awoo! These monsters are so scary. The baby dragon was the first to howl. The flower vines that wrapped around its body were like tentacles, tightly binding its dragon body. These flower vines were like sponges absorbing water, crazily devouring the dragon energy in its body. The baby dragon started to panic. It tried to break free, but even with its tier 6 strength, it couldn't break the vines. On the other hand, Little Dawn and Corpse King Yushin were also wrapped by the vines, but they did not look like they were in pain. It was as if nothing had happened. Master, Little Longlong, and the others look very uncomfortable. Can you help them? Little Dawn looked at Chu Bei with wide eyes. This is called the red spider lily. Flowers bloom for 1,000 years, leaves fall for 1,000 years. When the flower blooms, you can't see the leaves. When there are leaves, you can't see the flower. The flower and the leaf don't see each other. As Chu Bei's calm voice rang out, endless divine light spread out like raging flames with him as the center. The red spider lilies that wrapped around the baby dragon, Chen Nan, and the others quickly turned into ashes. I was almost turned into a zombie dragon. The dragon baby that was freed from its shackles kept stepping on the ashes under its feet, madly venting its anger. Master, in the legends, isn't the red spider lily a flower that blooms on Atron's path? I heard that there are a lot of red spider lilies on Atron's path. From afar, it looks like a carpet of blood. The dead are guided to hell by the red spider lilies. After saying that, Chen Nan looked at Chu Bei in astonishment. Could it be that this eternal forest is the underworld? But why don't I see Akron? In response to Chen Nan's words, Chu Bei raised his hand. The rows of trees in the direction he pointed at quickly disappeared, replaced by an endless body of water. The color of the water was very strange. It was blood red, and the waterspouts that appeared from time to time were like ferocious beasts that wanted to devour people. It made one's heart palpitate. What kind of place is this? Akron and the red spider lilies have appeared. If we continue to walk forward, will we really enter hell? Isn't that a place where the dead go? Why would a living dragon like us go there? The dragon baby cried out, then looked at Chu Bei with sincerity. Senior, in my opinion, we shouldn't stay here for long. Why don't you take us away from here? She's there. She's the one who's calling me. Suddenly, Corpse King Yushin, who had been silent all this time, opened her mouth. Her clear voice was as pleasant as an oriole's. Looking in the direction that Corpse King Yushin pointed at, 100 meters away, a woman was sitting on a piece of bluestone floating on the blood water. Her hands were supporting her chin as she stared at the blood water in a daze. Although it was only a silhouette, it had perfectly displayed the woman's perfect figure. Her beautiful curves were fanciful. Her clothes were whiter than snow, causing her to have a faint otherworldly temperament. The arm supporting her chin was snow-white and translucent. Half of it was exposed outside of her clothes, causing one's imagination to run wild. Her long green hair was draped over her shoulders. Set off by her white dress, her silhouette was charming. Master, is she Yushin's clone? With just a glance, Chen Nan's expression changed abruptly. He turned into a flash of light and changed his angle in an instant. The woman's beauty was peerless. She had a breathtaking fairy-like appearance that was not tainted by the mortal world. She was like the reincarnation of a fairy from the 9th heaven, causing one to not have the slightest intention of profaning her. It's really her. Seeing the woman's appearance clearly, Chen Nan's body trembled. A thunderclap exploded in his mind. Elder sister, she looks exactly like you. Unknowingly, Little Dawn had already pulled Corpse King Yushin to Chen Nan's side. Corpse King Yushin did not speak. She only quietly looked at the woman in the blood water. Hurry up and leave. Don't come over. It's dangerous here. Suddenly, a trace of clarity appeared in the woman's dazed eyes. However, just as she finished speaking, her eyes became empty again. Master, what's wrong with her? Just as Chen Nan flew toward the woman, the blood water below suddenly churned. Splash, the blood water churned. With a strange rumbling sound, a huge whirlpool appeared in the blood water behind the woman. A huge ancient palace slowly emerged from the whirlpool. Someone actually came to my place. How unexpected. The door of the ancient palace opened. Heavy footsteps could be heard from within. A tall figure walked out slowly. His entire body was shining with golden light, emitting a blazing divine light. Yeah, what kind of monster is this? Baby Dragon shouted in a childish voice. Its eyes were filled with shock and its little face was full of vigilance. This was because this tall figure with flesh and blood was not complete. It was missing an important part, its head. This was an angel with 3 pairs of wings. Unlike the 2 pairs of wings of the chasing corpse sex angels, his wings were neither white nor black. Instead, they shone with a golden divine light, giving people a sense of holiness. Chen Nan glanced at the calm Chu Bei not far away and frowned at the headless angel. His intuition told him that this angel was far stronger than the blood corpses refined by the chasing corpse sect. It was even stronger than the invincible ancient corpse. It was not something he could deal with. Central region of the Tianyuan continent, cemetery of the gods and devils. Outside the cemetery, tall snow maple trees were neatly arranged. The green leaves were lush. Under the gentle breeze, white petals drifted in the air like snowflakes. The fragrance of the flowers filled the air. It was intoxicating. Have they already reached there? In front of the straw hut, a skinny old man with white hair and a beard stood at the door. He held a walking stick in both hands and trembled as he looked to the west. Just as he finished muttering, the thousands of tombstones in the cemetery suddenly shook violently. Some of the tombstones were filled with divine aura. Holy light shone on every inch of the cemetery. One could see various gods transformed from the immortal and powerful divine sense of the ancient gods and demons. One could even see the angels of the west dancing and hear fairy Dongfang singing. There were also tombstones that surged with dark demonic aura. One could see the illusions of the legendary fierce gods and demons wreaking havoc in the cemetery. One could also hear the long, mournful howls of the ancient evil spirits that made one's scalp go numb. Everyone, stop. At this rate, that day is not far away. The old man's face was engraved with weather-beaten wrinkles. His skinny figure was frightening to look at. His words seemed to be directed at all the tombstones in the cemetery. Not long after, the various visions on the tombstones disappeared and returned to the usual dead silence. But who could he be? I can't guess. The old man shook his head and sighed. Finally, he walked back to the straw hut with his walking stick. In the eternal forest. Above the pool of blood, Chen Nan stared at the headless angel and asked tentatively, "Did you create this lost world?" "This world has nothing to do with me." The headless angel waved his hand. A muffled voice came from his stomach. "But this Akron is under my control." "Then do you know who this world belongs to?" Chen Nan asked slowly. "Who knows? In any case, I can't leave this place." The headless angel's words were somewhat helpless. Then, he pointed at the girl and said, "Do you know her?" "She is my lover." Chen Nan nodded. "I wonder what happened to her. Why does she give me the feeling that she has lost her soul?" The headless angel did not directly answer Chen Nan's question. Instead, he asked a question of his own. "Before that, weren't you curious about my identity? Please tell me." Chen Nan cupped his fists. "I was once a master god of the heavenly realm. I was in charge of a region." The headless angel's voice was filled with desolation and sorrow. "However, the world is nothing but a game of chess. No matter how strong we are, even if we are masters, we are nothing more than chess pieces for the game's master. The funny thing is, I don't know if I should feel honored or sad to be chosen as a chess piece after standing out from the masses. A mere immortal martial Mahayana stage. You haven't even entered the Divine King stage. Are you worthy of being a chess piece?" Suddenly, Chu Bei's mocking laughter exploded above the pool of blood like thunder. Buzz buzz, a familiar sound suddenly rang out in Chen Nan's mind. His body trembled violently. His originally absent-minded expression became clear. Master, was I absent-minded just now? Chen Nan's expression was solemn. When he was talking to the headless angel, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. He felt that he could not control his body. It was as if his mind was being controlled by someone. Chapter 373. How dare this D*MN Birdman play dirty? Your grandpa long despises despicable methods like yours the most. Despicable. No wonder he got his head chopped off. Serves him right. Chen Nan was not the only one who was affected. The dragon baby was also affected. Fortunately, it also walked out of its daze when Chu Bei called out to it. Hurry up and leave, all of you. Not only does he have a high cultivation level, but he can also control people's mind. Don't fall for him. Leave this place immediately. The lady in the bloody water also woke up. Her voice was filled with anxiety. Don't worry. It's fine now. Chen Nan turned into a flash of light and caught the lady behind Chu Bei. He's not human. You're no match for him. The lady seemed to have seen how terrifying the headless angel was. She still urged Chu Bei, Chen Nan, and the others to leave. How can you not be controlled by my mind? The headless angel looked at Chu Bei. His voice was filled with shock. Jiao Lizi, a minor god in the heavenly realm. Your cultivation level is only at the great ascension stage, but you know a kind of mind-bewitching technique. Even a divine king's soul can be stolen by you if he's not on guard. The pitiful thing is, you tried to steal the Western god of war's immortal treasure, but he cut off your head and threw it into this small world. Chu Bei crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at the headless angel mockingly. Am I wrong? You. How do you know all this? Who are you? Hearing Chu Bei's words, the headless angel instinctively took a step back. There was a hint of fear in his voice. Who I am has no meaning to you, Chu Bei said calmly. He waved his hand. The divine light in his body surged and formed a huge armor. The armor was hundreds of feet tall. Chu Bei stood in the center of the light armor. He took a step and appeared in the sky above the ancient palace. As soon as he said that, the armored giant made of divine light threw a punch. Black Gang Chi surged toward the headless angel from his fist. It was like a surging wave, and its momentum was terrifying. Everywhere it passed, the void was shattered into pieces, and rumbling sounds could be heard. Indistinctly, purple lightning appeared on the divine light armor, and crackled incessantly. Damn it! The headless angel could not help but curse. Although he could not feel the fluctuation of primordial chi from his opponent's attack, he could sense another terrifying energy. This energy was definitely not something he could resist. He wanted to return to the ancient palace, but at this moment, his body seemed to be restrained by an invisible force. Or it could be said that no matter where he hid, his opponent's attack would be firmly locked onto him and would always land on his body ruthlessly. There was no way to avoid it. In the end, the headless angel chose to meet the attack head-on. She gathered all the power in her right hand and raised it to strike. The dazzling palm slammed into the fist of light that was surging toward her like a raging wave. Rumble. With an earth-shattering boom, the headless angel's giant palm was instantly shattered by the fist radiance. The fist aura continued to move forward, heading straight for the headless angel. As it moved forward, the aura became even more ferocious. The rainbow behind it was like a raging river. Bang! The fist, which contained a terrifying amount of energy, landed squarely on the headless angel's body. Immediately, there was a shrill scream. The headless angel's body turned into specks of light and disappeared into the void. Master, he's not dead yet. His soul has left his body, Chen Nan hurriedly cried out. However, before his voice could spread through the air, the armor in the middle of the battlefield shook violently. A majestic aura, like that of an emperor, froze the escaping soul. In the next moment, the headless angel's soul dissipated with a bang amidst a terrified scream. Rumble. At the same time that the headless angel disappeared, the ancient palace that was floating on the bloodwater suddenly collapsed and slowly sank into the sea. Are you a god from the heaven realm? The young girl's eyes widened as she looked at Chu Bei in shock. Her beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. If he was not a god from the heaven realm, how could he have defeated such a terrifying fellow? Furthermore, he had crushed him. Chen Nan, on the other hand, stared at the young girl in shock. Through his investigation, he discovered that her cultivation had reached the 6th level. When Chu Bei heard the young girl's question, he shook his head. Actually, in your so-called human world, there are many existences that can deal with it. It's just that you haven't come into contact with them. Sir, thank you for saving us. My name is Catherine, the holy maiden of the fairy tribe. 3 years ago, after I accidentally came here, I was controlled by the headless angel. The young girl stepped forward and bowed to Chu Bei. Then, she pursed her lips and looked up at Chu Bei. She said, "Can you take me out of here? Before I take you out, take a look at her." Chu Bei pointed at Corpse King Yushin with a faint smile on his face. Hearing this, Catherine looked at the Corpse King Yushin. Her expression froze when she saw her. Why does she look like me? Catherine suddenly took a step back and looked at Chu Bei cautiously. Her voice was trembling. "Don't you feel the faint connection between you and her?" Chu Bei said calmly with his hands behind his back. Hearing Chu Bei's words, Catherine calmed herself down and looked at Corpse King Yushin again. Her brows gradually relaxed. "It's you guys. You guys were talking to me just now?" She vaguely remembered that when she was in a delirious state, she felt 2 familiar auras. She tried to ask for help and actually got a response. They look exactly the same. I'm so confused. Dragon Baby's gaze switched back and forth between Corpse King Yushin and Catherine. If it wasn't for the fact that they were wearing different clothes, she wouldn't be able to tell them apart. If one day, and I'm saying if, you find out that you're going to fuse with someone else, will you be willing? Chen Nan, who had been standing at the side since the beginning, suddenly asked Catherine with a serious expression. "Of course I'm not willing." Without any hesitation, Catherine shook her head in denial. "I know," Chen Nan said softly. "That's true. After all, she has her own personality. Who would be willing to do that? Don't think too far ahead. This is their own path. Let them decide for themselves. Maybe when the time is right, everything will be solved." Chu Bei seemed to know what Chen Nan was thinking. He patted his shoulder and said sincerely, "Master, can you bring me out?" Catherine looked at Chu Bei again with a pleading look in her eyes. "Do you want to know about your background? Why does someone look like you?" Chu Bei changed the topic. Catherine was stunned for a moment and nodded hard. "Be my disciple and receive my inheritance. You'll know the answer to all these questions." Chu Bei went straight to the point. "Be your disciple?" Catherine hesitated. After thinking for a moment, she looked at Corpse King Yushin and Little Dawn and nodded. After successfully signing Catherine, Chu Bei looked at the red dot on the system map. It was the location of the dragon sword. Rumble. Just as Chu Bei was about to move, a deafening roar came from the opposite side of the lake. "Master, that's..." Chen Nan looked at the opposite side of the lake in a daze. There was a horrifying scene that made one's hair stand on end. A mountain of bones that was hundreds of feet tall rose from the ground. Clouds and mist surrounded the mountain of bones. The eerie white bones were terrifying, and the faint cold light was chilling. There was a huge palace on the mountain of bones. It was hundreds of feet tall. The palace was built with an unknown material. It was pitch black and shiny. The main entrance of the palace was a demon's giant mouth. It was terrifying. At a closer look, the entire palace seemed to be built with the head of a ferocious demon. It gave off an eerie and terrifying feeling. "Let's go and take a look. We'll know soon enough." Chu Bei clasped his hands behind his back, but just as their group arrived in front of the Whitebone Mountain, the earth trembled, and 2 ancient giants ran over from the east. "Master, they're huge." Little Dawn looked at the ancient giants with her eyes shining. However, without saying anything, the ancient giants simultaneously threw punches at Chu Bei and the others. Bam! Before Chu Bei could do anything, Chen Nan had already attacked. A golden fist print sent the 2 ancient giants flying. "Master, is this their territory?" Chen Nan pointed in the direction where the ancient giants flew and asked. No. Chu Bei shook his head. They've been guarding this place for generations. They don't allow outsiders to enter. What are they guarding? Chen Nan glanced at the palace on the Mountain of Bones and asked. Vaguely, the open palace was pitch black. There was no light at all. Wisps of cold air were emitted. There was also a faint strange howl. Do you see those bones? This is the 9 nether bone formation. It uses 64 vitality condensation stones and 365 soul amassing stones as formation flags to absorb the power of heaven and earth. The 64 vitality condensation stones are distributed in 8 directions on the Mountain of Bones. The 365 soul amassing stones are hidden in the demonic palace. Chu Bei pointed at the Mountain of Bones and said calmly, Go to the center of the Mountain of Bones and use your talent to activate the Tai Chi Godfiend diagram. Hearing Chu Bei's words, Chen Nan walked to the center of the Mountain of Bones and activated the Tai Chi Godfiend diagram. 2 light balls flew out from his body and circled around his head and legs. The light balls spun faster and faster. Finally, they formed 2 light belts around Chen Nan's body. The light belts intertwined and formed a Tai Chi shape. The 2 light balls became the yin-yang eyes of the Tai Chi diagram. The moment the Tai Chi diagram was formed, the spiritual energy above the majestic demonic palace surged. The moonlight and the essence of heaven and earth rushed towards the Tai Chi diagram. Master, this feels so good. Chen Nan, who was in the Tai Chi diagram, couldn't help but exclaim. Now that he was filled with spiritual energy, he felt that he would break through soon. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The Mountain of Bones and the demonic palace started to shake. Vaguely, there were roars coming from the underground of the demonic palace. At this moment, the warm jade in Chu Bei's arms flew out and trembled non-stop. Don't worry, there will be energy for you in a while. Under Chu Bei's comfort, the warm jade that was nourishing Dugu Xiaoxian gradually calmed down. In the center of the Mountain of Bones, the 2 light balls spun faster and faster. The Tai Chi diagram had even materialized. It was like a bottomless pit that absorbed the energy of the 9 nether bone formation. Boom! Following a dull sound, Chen Nan's aura suddenly surged. He broke through from the Mahayana stage to the 6th stage. When Chen Nan's aura stabilized, the brilliance of the 64 essence condensation stones dimmed completely. Finally, they exploded into powder and dissipated in the air. It was also at this moment that a deafening roar came from underground. The deafening roar caused the Mountain of Bones to collapse. Master, it seems like something is coming out from there. Chen Nan stretched his body and walked quickly to Chu Bei's side. He seemed to have sensed something. Chapter 374. Boom. Just as Chu Bei was about to answer Chen Nan's question, the ground cracked, and a huge dragon rushed out from the ground and soared into the sky. It was a purple gold dragon that was hundreds of feet long. Purple light flashed all over its body as it circled in the sky, its roar shaking the heavens. Almost at the same time, the sky above the valley changed, and thunder and lightning intertwined. This was the phenomenon of a divine dragon being born. Obviously, this divine dragon's strength was several levels higher than the baby dragon's. Awoo, I'm finally able to see the light of day again. Awoo. Awoo, the sky is so big, I can fly freely again. The purple gold dragon swung its tail excitedly. Its huge dragon body floated in the sky, greedily absorbing the essence of heaven and earth and the sun and moon while laughing wildly in human language. Little things, are you the ones who destroyed the 9 nether white bone formation? The purple gold dragon lowered its head and stared at Chu Bei and the rest with its huge dragon eyes. So it's you, ruffian dragon. Chu Bei's gaze swept across the purple gold dragon. He was stunned for a moment, then a thought-provoking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chen Nan pointed at the purple gold dragon and asked, Master, have you seen it before? Chu Bei smiled knowingly. Did you see the golden armor on its body? That's the black tortoise armor. After hearing Chu Bei's words, Chen Nan realized that the purple gold dragon didn't have any scales other than its head, tail, and 4 claws. You guys destroyed the 9 nether white bone formation. Don't tell me you guys are after my black tortoise armor. The purple gold dragon looked as if it had heard the funniest joke in history. I'm a 5-clawed purple gold dragon, the emperor of the dragon race. No one has ever dared to snatch something from me. After saying that, the purple gold dragon proudly raised its claws and waved them in front of Chubei and the rest. Upon closer inspection, there were indeed 5 claws. I've just broken through, so I'll use you to practice. Chen Nan took a step forward. His left hand turned into a bow, and his right hand turned into a golden arrow. The bowstring was pulled, and the void shook. The golden light was as dazzling as the sun. Swoosh! The arrow pierced through the void and instantly appeared in front of the purple gold divine dragon's head. What the hell is this? The purple gold divine dragon's words were filled with disdain. He raised his dragon claw and slapped the arrow accurately. Clang! With a crisp sound, the golden arrow was shattered. Chen Nan's face was filled with disbelief as he watched his strongest arrow being easily shattered by his opponent. Was this purple gold divine dragon so powerful? Little fellow, that arrow of yours isn't even enough to tickle this Lord Dragon. If it weren't for the fact that I'm in a good mood today, I would have eaten all of you in one gulp. The purple gold divine dragon howled in delight. Master, why don't you do it? This ugly dragon really deserved to be taught a lesson. Hurry up and let it know that there's always someone better out there. Chen Nan cupped his fists at Chubei. The more he looked at this arrogant 5-clawed dragon, the more he disliked it. It had completely overturned his impression of the Eastern dragon god. What? Ask him for help. I can beat up 10 people like him. The purple gold divine dragon waved his dragon claw at Chubei. His words and actions were filled with provocation. You really match my impression of that dragon. You really deserve to be taught a lesson. Chubei smiled. He didn't make a move himself. Instead, he tossed the warm jade in his hand out. The energy in his body is all yours. Just leave him alive. Master, who are you talking to? Chen Nan was puzzled. Then, he glanced at the warm jade and asked tentatively, this little thing can subdue a stinky dragon? This little thing can't, but the person living in it can. Chubei crossed his arms in front of his chest. There was a dangerous smile on his face. What the hell is this? The purple gold divine dragon caught the warm jade with his claw. Although he acted arrogantly before, he was very careful now. Unable to figure out what was going on, he tried to send a weak strand of dragon essence into the warm jade. Waha! I didn't expect you to give me an immortal treasure. This thing can actually gather the essence of heaven and earth for me quickly. In this way, it won't be long before I can recover the dragon essence that I lost. Waha! After discovering the preciousness of the warm jade, the purple gold divine dragon suddenly laughed wildly. His laughter resounded through heaven and earth, filled with excitement. Little guy, for the sake of this immortal treasure of yours, I won't ravage you. Hurry up and get lost. The purple gold divine dragon glanced at Chubei proudly. However, just as he finished his mocking words, something strange happened. Immediately after, the purple gold divine dragon's unbridled laughter came to an abrupt halt. Instead, it was replaced by a look of horror. There was a trace of fear in his eyes as he looked at the warm jade. Damn it! What did you do? How can my dragon essence be lost? The purple gold divine dragon roared angrily. At this moment, the dragon essence in his body actually rushed toward the warm jade uncontrollably. The immortal treasure that was gathering the essence of heaven and earth for him a second ago had become a vampire that seized his dragon essence in the next second. The purple gold divine dragon tried to get rid of the warm jade, but to his horror, he found that the warm jade seemed to have grown on his claw. He couldn't get rid of it. Kid, hurry up and take this thing back. Feeling that the dragon essence in his body was getting less and less, the purple gold divine dragon was completely flustered. He roared hysterically at Chubei. You still can't see the situation clearly even at this point. Chubei's lips curled into a playful smile. Continue, don't stop. The warm jade seemed to understand Chubei's words. It trembled slightly, and a dazzling light bloomed from within. The light spread and instantly enveloped the purple-gold divine dragon's body. In an instant, the warm jade's devouring ability doubled. It greedily absorbed the dragon essence in the purple-gold divine dragon's body like a whale swallowing a cow. Awoo! Damn it! Let go of me. Bastard, hurry up and take this broken thing back. If you don't take it back, I'm going to use my ultimate move. I'll kill you until not even your bones are left. Ancient Almighty, Xiaolong knows his wrongs. Please forgive me. The purple-gold divine dragon kept wailing. It evolved from its initial arrogance to begging in a low voice in the end. Even so, the warm jade that was emitting divine light was still unmoved. It continued to devour the dragon essence ferociously. As time passed, the purple-gold divine dragon's body continued to shrink. 900 feet, 800 feet, 500 feet, 300 feet, spare its life. Chu Bei's calm voice drifted in the air. The warm jade reluctantly flew back into Chu Bei's arms. At this moment, the purple-gold divine dragon had shrunk to about half a meter long. If it were not for its dragon claws and dragon horns, it would be no different from an ordinary small snake. Master, it seems to have lost its combat ability. Can I torture it without restraint now? Chen Nan looked at Chu Bei and asked. Just leave it with one last breath. Chu Bei nodded in response. Hearing Chu Bei's words, the purple-gold divine dragon shivered. Its originally listless appearance became even more ashen, as if there was nothing left to live for. This person, is he a demon from hell? Master, I promise to leave it with one last breath. Chen Nan responded excitedly. Then, he rubbed his palms and walked toward the purple-gold divine dragon with a playful expression. His laughter was sinister. Stinky dragon, I'll let you fart, show off, be arrogant, and be arrogant. Chen Nan grabbed the purple-gold divine dragon's head. As he laughed wildly, he squeezed and pulled, treating the purple-gold divine dragon like noodles. To think that I was so high-spirited back then. Now that my dragon essence has dissipated and I've fallen into your hands, I'm actually being humiliated like this. The purple-gold divine dragon looked up to the sky and sighed. Kid, what do you want for you to let me go? Take off the black tortoise armor. Chen Nan replied. Impossible. Even if I die, I won't give you the black tortoise armor. The purple-gold divine dragon was unafraid of death. Yo, still pretending. I'll step ruthlessly, I'll step arrogantly, I'll step arrogantly. Chen Nan pressed the purple-gold divine dragon to the ground and ruthlessly stepped on it again and again. Half an hour later, Chen Nan put on a golden soft armor. When he looked at the purple-gold divine dragon again, it was already trampled beyond recognition. Little Chen Shi and baby dragon couldn't bear to look and covered their eyes. It was really too horrible to look at. Master, what kind of treasure did you use to deal with this stinky dragon just now? Chen Nan looked at Chu Bei with shining eyes. There was a hint of greed in his eyes. Hearing Chen Nan's question, the purple-gold divine dragon twitched its body. Enduring the pain, it also cast its gaze on Chu Bei. It was even more curious about the origin of this thing that could suck away all of its dragon essence. Although this warm jade is just an ordinary immortal treasure, there's a heavily injured primordial godfiend living inside. Its dragon essence was used as nourishment by this primordial godfiend. At this point, Chu Bei took out the warm jade and looked at Chen Nan. Speaking of which, this primordial godfiend has a special relationship with you. Dugu Xiaoxian was Dugu Baitian's youngest daughter, and Chen Nan was Dugu Baitian in his previous life. Therefore, from another perspective, Chen Nan could be considered Dugu Xiaoshuan's older brother. You're saying it's related? Chen Nan stared at Chu Bei with wide eyes, waiting for him to continue. You'll know when the time is right. Chu Bei still didn't go overboard. Chen Nan pursed his lips and stopped asking. Master, how do we deal with this stinky dragon? Take it with you. You'll develop feelings for it over time, Chu Bei said calmly with his hands behind his back. What? As soon as Chu Bei finished speaking, the dragon and human exclaimed at the same time. Master, it's a useless dragon now. It'll be a burden to take it with us. It'll be helpful to you in the future. As soon as Chen Nan finished speaking, Chu Bei opened his mouth to continue. Not to mention its late-stage battle prowess, just 100 times, 100 times, would give Chen Nan 3 children. All right, I'll listen to Master. In the end, Chen Nan nodded helplessly. As for the purple gold divine dragon's resistance, it was much easier to deal with. Chu Bei directly threw out 2 options. One was to die, and the other was to follow Chen Nan. The purple gold divine dragon didn't hesitate and chose the latter. Then, like a small snake, it coiled around the baby dragon. Let's go and get the great dragon saber. After subduing the purple gold divine dragon, Chu Bei patted Chen Nan's shoulder and flew toward the west. Chen Nan followed closely behind. Chapter 375. Master, you said the great dragon saber is here. High up in the sky, Chen Nan looked at Chu Bei in astonishment. Like the Hu Yi bow, the great dragon saber was also a legendary immortal treasure. Even 10,000 years ago, it was still famous. Chu Bei nodded in response and continued to fly according to the location marked on the map. Soon, they arrived in the sky above an ancient city. Master, this seems to be an abandoned ghost town. Chen Nan looked down and scanned the city. It was abnormally quiet, with no one entering or leaving. From the mottled ancient city walls, it could be seen that the ancient city below had been through countless years. Even the inner walls of the diamond rock, which was said to never decay, had been weathered by the passage of time, showing the vicissitudes of life. Looking at the architectural style of the city, it was also incomparably ancient. It was impossible to tell how many years ago they were. Be careful, I can feel the pressure from the bloodline. My ancestor might be living in this city. The purple gold divine dragon seemed to have sensed something and howled. It seems to be the aura of the dragon emperor. The baby dragon nodded in agreement with the purple gold divine dragon. The aura you feel comes from the great dragon saber. As soon as his calm voice fell, Chu Bei took the lead and flew toward the square in the ancient city. Chen Nan, Catherine, and the rest followed closely behind. Master, what is this place? It seems like there was a fierce battle. Arriving at the square, Chen Nan frowned and his face became more serious. Looking around, there were eerie skeletons piled up in disorder. Some of them were even emitting a dim light and emitting a terrifying aura. Obviously, these skeletons were incomparably powerful deities when they were alive. Chu Bei did not answer Chen Nan's question. Instead, he pointed at a pile of ruins not far away. Chen Nan was stunned at first. Then, as if he understood Chu Bei's meaning, he immediately went forward and rummaged through the pile of ruins. Clang! Accompanied by the sound of metal clanging, Chen Nan lifted a huge rock. Below it was a rusty rotten saber. Master, is this rotten saber the great dragon saber? It doesn't look like it. Chen Nan glanced at the rotten saber and pursed his lips. What kind of joke is this? If these are all great dragon sabers, then even a casual spit from me would be a divine artifact. The purple gold dragon god extended its claw and pointed at the broken saber at Chen Nan's feet. It laughed heartily. Master, I didn't expect you to miscalculate. The surface of the rotten knife under Chen Nan's feet was covered in rust, and it was as densely packed as a fishing net. There were also countless small holes on the handle of the knife, and the front and back of the knife were transparent. Chu Bei looked at Chen Nan playfully and said with a smile, "You brought it to me." Chen Nan nodded slightly, then reached out his hand to grab the hilt, attempting to pick it up. However, the moment Chen Nan grasped the hilt of his sword, he knew that he was wrong. Even with his Tier 6 strength, he was unable to shake the latter in the slightest. The latter was as immovable as a black iron boulder. It's just a broken saber. Can't you pick it up? The purple gold divine dragon looked at Chen Nan in confusion. After saying that, it flew to the side of the broken saber and used all its strength to swing its mini dragon body and hit the saber hilt. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The moment the purple gold divine dragon hit the saber hilt, the originally rusty blade suddenly exploded with a dazzling light. In the next moment, a huge dragon roar exploded like wild thunder. The roar seemed to contain a kind of anger. In an instant, the purple gold divine dragon and Chen Nan, who were closest to the saber, were sent flying by an invisible force. Then, under everyone's gaze, the rusty saber flew into the sky and transformed into a dragon body. 1,000-meter-long azure dragon hovered in the sky above the square. Its huge head was facing the purple-gold divine dragon. It opened its mouth and roared continuously, filled with supreme majesty. "Old ancestor, I." "Oh, no, little dragon's behavior just now was not intended to offend you. I only wanted to help you loosen up your muscles and bones. Everything was done out of kindness." Seeing this scene, the purple-gold divine dragon hurriedly prostrated on the ground, pretending to be pitiful. Under the tyrannical pressure of the azure dragon, it slowly moved its body closer to Chubei. Right now, only this mysterious expert could save its dragon life. It never imagined that the once awe-inspiring great dragon saber would become like this. "Oh, my ancestor, Lord Dragon Emperor, little dragon is really lucky to be able to see you once." Looking at the 1,000-foot-long divine dragon above, the baby dragon widened its eyes and immediately bowed devoutly in the air. In the sky above the square, the dragon's roar continued. The purple-gold divine dragon moved its body and came behind Chubei. Its body trembled like a loach as it looked at the azure dragon above its head in horror. "The dragon saber has a spirit. You too looked down on it before, so it naturally won't let you pick it up." Chubei glanced at Chen Nan and then held the purple-gold divine dragon in his hand. "Especially you actually took the initiative to attack it. This is a public humiliation. Master, I know I was wrong. Please help me beg the old ancestor for mercy." The purple-gold divine dragon looked at Chubei with a face full of fear. The azure dragon above it exerted an instinctive pressure on it. It was fear that came from the bottom of its heart. Chubei threw the purple-gold divine dragon back to the ground and then looked up at the azure dragon above. His face revealed a look of pity. "You're seriously injured." The azure dragon's 1,000-foot-long dragon body was covered in blood. Countless wounds were torn open, and it was a ghastly sight. Dense bloody holes pierced through its body, causing the front and back to be transparent. It was a horrible sight to behold. "Oh my God, Dragon Emperor, who did this? How could they injure you to this extent?" The baby dragon moved to Chubei's side with a face full of anger. The azure dragon seemed to have heard the baby dragon's words. Its huge body, which was like a chain of mountains, kept rolling. The rumbling sound shattered the void, and dense cracks spread out from the void. The dragon's roar was mixed with pain, as if it was venting the pain in its heart. "As the Eastern Divine Dragon, you've done your best. The final battle is coming. With your current recovery speed, I'm afraid you won't be able to make it in time." Chubei put his hands behind his back and looked at the azure dragon calmly, pretending to be an expert. Hearing Chubei's words, the azure dragon's eyes suddenly focused. Its huge bloodshot eyes locked onto Chubei. Then, it opened its mouth wide, and the dragon's roar became louder and louder, filled with a strong sense of unwillingness. "Your origin is too badly injured. It's difficult for you to recover by yourself. If you follow me and let me heal you, you can still make it in time for the final battle." Chubei looked at the 1,000-foot-long azure dragon calmly. As he spoke, he waved his sleeve, and a ball of dragon vitality that he obtained from the All Heavens Merchant City flowed along the azure dragon. As the dragon vitality was transferred to the countless wounds, the azure dragon's body gradually calmed down, and the pain on its face gradually reduced. Thank you." A hint of gratitude appeared in the 1,000-foot-long azure dragon's eyes. Its huge head turned toward Chubei. After spitting out 2 syllables with difficulty, a dragon's roar reverberated throughout the ancient city. Then, the azure dragon's 1,000-foot-long dragon body turned into a ray of light and swept into Chubei's body. "Host has signed a contract with the first-grade proxy Catherine and received the Great Dragon Saber. Mission completed. Progress of activating the Level 14 Commodity Authority is 70%. Host is rewarded with the right to use a Level 16 commodity once. Mission 7. Host enters the Heavenly Realm and signs a contract with the first-grade proxy Merciless Fairy. When the Great Dragon Saber entered Chubei's body, the system's voice sounded. With the completion of the mission, Chu Bei now had the right to use a level 16 commodity twice. Master, what about the great dragon saber? Chen Nan asked tentatively. It has chosen to follow me, Chu Bei replied calmly. You really scared me to death. Hearing Chu Bei's words, the purple gold divine dragon returned to its previous ruffian appearance and lay on the baby dragon's body carelessly. The East. I want to go there. At that moment, a piece of warm jade flew out from Chu Bei's arms. A woman's intermittent voice was heard. That's not a safe place. Looking at the direction Dugu Xiaoxian was pointing at and combining it with the system map, he already knew where Dugu Xiaoxian wanted to go. It was also because he knew that he was hesitating. Once he went there, the entire human world and even the heavenly realm would be in an immeasurable uproar. Bring me there, Dugu Xiaoxuan's intermittent voice was heard again. Her words were filled with pleading. After thinking for a moment, Chu Bei sighed faintly. Since he had the right to use a level 16 commodity, he would satisfy her request. After making the decision, Chu Bei immediately moved. He held the warm jade and brought Chen Nan and the others to the east. As they continued to go deeper, the scenery in this dead world gradually became lively and the greenery became thicker. The only thing that did not change was that they still could not see any ferocious beasts. After flashing towards the east for nearly 1,000 kilometers, Chu Bei stopped. The area below was already like a fairyland. Jade flowers bloomed, fragrant grass covered the ground, and clear springs gurgled. It was a delightful scenery. Master, those are snow maple trees. Smelling the familiar refreshing fragrance, Chen Nan looked over. When he found the source of the fragrance, his expression froze and his eyes focused. He saw countless tall snow maple trees with lush branches and green leaves standing in the mountains. Countless snow-white petals decorated the branches and leaves, like snowflakes blooming. To Chen Nan, the snow maple tree was a plant that left a deep impression on him. This was because he had only seen it in the graveyard of the gods and devils. Master, didn't they say that the snow maple trees were formed by the spiritual energy of the gods and devils that had passed away? Why are there so many of them here? Chen Nan was confused. You'll know when we get down. As his calm voice fell, Chu Bei led the group behind him and flew over the tall snow maple trees. How? How is this possible? After a long while, Chen Nan looked at the scene in front of him in shock. His eyes were filled with disbelief. There were rows and rows of tall tombstones. The layout was almost exactly the same as the graveyard of the gods and devils that he had revived in. Holy light shrouded the tombstones. 8-winged angels were dancing on them. There were also chief gods holding golden holy swords wandering around. Clearly, these were all illusions formed by the powerful divine consciousness of the deceased gods and devils. Master, why? Why is there also a graveyard of the gods and devils here? Chen Nan's gaze was fixed on Chu Bei. Chapter 376. Could it be that this place was once the battlefield of the gods? Chen Nan voiced out his guess. He really wanted to know what happened between these gods and demons. What kind of era was the War of the Heavens era? Oh my God! I feel the auras of many of my kind here. The baby dragon carefully ran to Chu Bei's side. In such a place, it realized that only by sticking close to this mysterious expert would it feel more at ease. The purple gold dragon was also dumbfounded. Looking at the tomb of the gods and demons, its pupils dilated rapidly. So many powerful existences. Even at my peak, I was no match for them. Even such powerful existences would die, and a large number of them would die. Oh my God, what happened in this damned place? Catherine was also incomparably shocked. I heard from the elves in the clan that there is a tomb of the gods and demons in the middle of the continent. There are eastern immortals and western gods and demons buried there. I didn't expect there to be such a tomb of the gods and demons in the eternal forest. I just don't know which of the two tombs of the gods and demons is bigger. You will know some things about the War of the Heavens era in the future. Chu Bei continued to perfunctorily talk to Chen Nan. Just as he finished speaking, Wen Yu, who was staying with Dugu Xiaoxian, took the lead and flew in a direction. Seeing this, Chu Bei and the rest quickly followed and arrived at the deepest part of the tomb of the gods and demons. This was a thatched hut similar to the one in the tomb of the gods and demons in the center of the Tianxian continent. Pushing open the door, the furnishings inside were very simple. There was only a bed, a table, a chair, and a stone platform. There was nothing else. Master, now it seems that the tombkeeper is not simple. Chen Nan thought of the hunchbacked old man and could not help but sigh. What do you think? Chu Bei smiled non-committally. He was more than just not simple. The other party was formed by the life and death plate and had the strength of a peak heaven stage. He was one of the most powerful beings in this world. At the same time, he was also the master who imprisoned the great god Dugu Baiqian's wife, Shenxian. Look, that demon stopped there. The purple gold dragon was clearly still holding a grudge against Wen Yu for devouring his dragon essence and calling him a demon. At this moment, Wen Yu was hovering on a stone platform in the house, emitting a faint purple fluorescence. The stone platform was strangely shaped, very much like the general appointing platform. On one side of it, there were 2 lines of carvings. Upon closer inspection, they were 2 shocking sentences. Billions of living beings as soldiers, millions of gods and devils as generals. Master, this should be an immortal treasure. Chen Nan pointed at the general appointing platform and couldn't help but ask Chu Bei. When he saw the 2 imposing lines, his heart inexplicably surged with a desire to fight. Chu Bei shook his head. To be precise, this should be a precious treasure of the heavens and the earth, and it was far more formidable than an immortal treasure. The general appointing platform was refined by the Devil Master. As for the Demon Lord, even in the upcoming final battle, he would still be one of the 4 strongest experts. Under the gazes of Chen Nan, Catherine, and the others, Chu Bei slowly stepped forward and placed his right hand flat on the stone platform. In the next moment, the stone platform trembled violently, and before anyone could react, it rapidly expanded. Rumble. With a loud bang, the thatched cottage was crushed by the stone platform. In just a few seconds, the stone platform expanded to a radius of 1,000 feet, carrying Chu Bei and the others into the sky. At the same time, a majestic and unfathomable power erupted, vast and mighty in this small world. Chu Bei and the others stood on the general appointing platform and scanned the millions of tombstones below. Rumble. The general appointing platform swayed, bringing with it a shocking rumble. Surging demonic aura surged out and poured down towards the cemetery below. This terrifying power was like the heavens pressing down on the earth. This small world began to tremble as if it would be destroyed at any moment. Under the shroud of the demonic aura, the cemetery of gods and devils below began to shake violently. The tombs began to slowly crack as pairs of hands reached out from the ground. What the hell is this? It's too scary. The baby dragon shrank its neck. Amidst the rumbling, the general appointing platform moved. Just as it was about to land in the cemetery, the entire cemetery of gods and devils erupted. Loud roars came from the ancient cemetery. The terrifying roars of gods and devils seemed to connect heaven and earth, reaching the 3 realms and 6 paths. Roar. The terrifying roars were like evil spirits from hell that were about to rush out of their cages. The ground rumbled and trembled continuously. The souls of the dead gods and devils that had yet to dissipate seemed like they were about to rush out. The entire cemetery of gods and devils was in an uproar. At the same time, whether it was the heaven realm or the human realm, a huge commotion happened in many holy lands and sects. In the central region of the Tianyuan continent. In the cemetery of gods and devils, the dead gods and devils that had originally calmed down emerged from the ground once again. They floated above the snow maple tree and let out mournful howls as illusions wreaked havoc. The gods are dead, the demons are destroyed, the sky is shattered, the earth is collapsing. The gravekeeper old man walked out of the thatched cottage leisurely with his walking stick. He looked to the west and muttered to himself, "The general appointing platform has also appeared because of you. What else do you want to do?" Upon closer inspection, there was a reflection in the gravekeeper old man's eyes. The reflection showed the scene of Chu Bei and the others standing on the general appointing platform. In the eastern part of the Tianyuan continent, in the Tantai ancient sacred land. In the forbidden area, a black-clothed man flew out in a panic and barged into the main hall of the sacred land. His voice trembled as he said, "Sacred Lord, something bad has happened. The sealed demons are rebelling, and a phenomenon has appeared in the sealed land. Please go out and take a look." Hearing this, the man's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly stood up from his seat and soared into the air. He took the lead and flew out of the hall. The others in the hall followed closely behind. At this moment, the disciples and elders of the Tantai ancient sacred land put down what they were doing and looked at the sky above the forbidden area. In the sky above the forbidden area, demonic chi surged into the sky. At this moment, a vivid scene was playing out. In the scene, a group of people stood on a huge stone platform. Strange phenomena appeared around the stone platform. Below were thousands of collapsed tombstones. Ghostly shadows wreaked havoc, and terrifying illusions filled the air. What is that place? What happened? It looks like the cemetery of gods and devils in the center of the continent. Could it be there? The cemetery of gods and devils isn't far from here, and we have people monitoring it at all times. If it's really there, the brothers outside should have already sent out the news. Who are they? And that huge stone platform, is that an immortal artifact? It can actually fly on its own. Shouldn't we be more concerned about the illusions appearing in those tombstones? There's even a 12-winged angel. What a terrifying existence. What I don't understand is why this scene is projected in the sky above the forbidden area. I wonder if the other sacred lands have such a phenomenon. In the Tantai ancient sacred land, a group of disciples gathered in twos and threes to discuss the scene above the forbidden area. What did Old Six say? The sacred land sect master looked back at the black-clothed man behind him. Although the cemetery of gods and devils also emitted mournful howls, I didn't see this stone platform. It shouldn't be the same place, the black-clothed man said respectfully. Could it be that there are really two cemetery of gods and devils? The sacred land sect master frowned. It's them. But at this moment, a woman in snow-white clothes next to the sacred land sect master exclaimed, "Kuer, do you know them?" The sacred land sect master hurriedly asked, "Master, do you see the man standing at the front? He's the mysterious person I mentioned to you before who casually killed the invincible ancient corpses. As for the black-clothed youth behind him, he's the one who obtained the inheritance of the nameless fiend god." Meng Kuer bit her lip and pointed at Chu Bei. What is this person trying to do? After listening to Meng Kuer, the sacred land sect master frowned. I'm afraid that the continent that has been peaceful for many years will once again become chaotic because of her. At the same time, in the God Wind Academy, Chu Ao looked at the scene that suddenly appeared in the sky in disbelief, and the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch. What is Senior doing? I feel that something big is going to happen soon. Chu Yu's eyes were filled with confusion. Where are they? It seems to be very similar to the cemetery of gods and devils. Those fiend gods who have been dead for thousands of years have emerged from the ground. Are they coming back from the dead? Yi Feng took a deep breath. For thousands of years, our academy's Wang Chuan mirror has never acted strangely, but today, such a scene was reflected, and the person shown in the image was that mysterious senior of unknown origin. But begging him to appear is a blessing for us, not a curse. West of Tianyuan continent, Church of Light. The 18 levels of hell below the temple trembled violently, and demonic howls shook the sky. The clergymen, like the people of the Tantai sacred land, looked up in horror at the sky above the temple. Pope, the 18 levels of hell are rioting, and those sealed fiend gods in history are about to rush out. This is not something we can stop. Those powerful fiend gods should not have stayed in our human world. If they really rush out, the people of the heaven realm will take action. The old man who was called the Pope did not have much panic on his face. After speaking, he frowned and looked at Chu Bei and the others in the image, sighing, "Now, the eternal forest is no longer peaceful, and chaos is not far away." Not only the Tantai sacred land and Western sect, but many ancient forces on the continent also inexplicably showed the same scene. If Chu Bei knew all this, he would definitely shout that he was being broadcasted live in this world. Heaven Realm, West. In the Temple of the Goddess of Wisdom, 6 figures sat in 2 rows in an orderly manner. At this moment, the 6 people's gazes were cast on the scene in front of them. Their actions all revealed the aura of a superior. What do you think about this? The goddess of wisdom, Grace, frowned and turned to look at the other 5 gods beside her. The information from below says that this cemetery is not the one we know. In my opinion, it should be in the 3rd world, the goddess of life said calmly. It's a pity that we can't see their cultivation just by looking at the image. The god of thunder narrowed his eyes, the thunder hammer in his hand crackling non-stop. However, the stone platform under their feet seems to be a treasure with the power to destroy the world. They should be Eastern cultivators. What I don't understand is what exactly they did to cause such chaos among those fiend gods who have been dead for tens of thousands of years. Fortunately, the corpses of these ancient fiend gods were buried in the 3rd world. Otherwise, even the heaven realm would not be at peace. One person's expression was solemn, and his words were filled with relief. I wonder if the people in the East know about this. Another person said. At this moment, not only the Western heaven realm, but also the Eastern heaven realm. In front of every celestial cave abode, cultivators gathered in 2s and 3s, discussing the image that suddenly appeared. All of their gazes were locked onto Chu Bei in the image, and they discussed animatedly with different expressions. Chapter 377. The Eternal Forest. Just as the various forces of the heaven realm and the human realm were paying attention to the scene, in the sky above the 2nd graveyard of gods and demons, Chen Nan, Catherine, and the others were extremely shocked. Oh my god, I didn't expect this lousy stone to be so capable. The baby dragon grabbed Chu Bei's arm tightly with both hands as it blinked its large eyes. If it wasn't for the pain from slapping itself, it would have thought that it was having a nightmare. On the other hand, the ruffian-like purple-gold divine dragon had a solemn expression on its face. It was rare for it to be serious. It lay quietly on the baby dragon's back, solemnly sizing up the tombs of gods and demons below. Master, I feel that there's an invisible force restraining them, preventing them from escaping their respective tombs. Chen Nan sensed some clues and probed Chu Bei. In the tombs below, thousands of sharp claws were dancing. Some were badly mutilated, and some were covered in white bones. They were like layers of waves, but no matter how they struggled or howled, they were unable to completely leave the tombstones. Just as Chen Nan finished speaking, before Chu Bei could answer, the general appointing stone beneath his feet shook. In the next moment, 2 lines on one side of the general appointing stone were projected into the sky, emitting endless blood light. Almost at the same time, a majestic voice that seemed to come from the primordial era resounded in this world. Billions of living beings as soldiers, millions of gods and demons as generals. As the majestic voice sounded, a strange scene happened below. Plop, plop. Millions of gods and demons emerged from the tombs below and knelt down towards the general appointing platform in unison. They were mumbling something, and all of them were extremely pious. Although they had been dead for tens of thousands of years, there was still a lingering fighting spirit on their bodies. Amidst this majestic voice that seemed to come from the ancient times, the fighting spirit became even stronger. Who were these gods and demons fighting tens of thousands of years ago? Who killed them? Catherine's face was a little pale. She glanced at the general appointing platform beneath her feet. What exactly is it? To be able to make so many gods and demons submit and kneel down. In the end, Catherine's gaze landed on Chu Bei's figure in front of her. In her opinion, perhaps only this mysterious person knew the cause and effect of this. Master, where is the heaven you speak of? How strong is he? Could it be that these gods and devils all died while fighting the heavens? Also, what is the origin of the stone platform under our feet? Chen Nan glanced at the gods and devils kneeling before him. He could no longer maintain his calm. His originally calm state of mind was instantly shaken. Chu Bei pointed at the distant sky, and his expression became serious. The heavenly Tao has always been there. It's just that your cultivation isn't high enough, and you think that the sky is just the sky. After coming to the divine tomb plane, Chu Bei had some guesses in his heart. Including the Demon Lord, the Ghost Lord, and the others, the heavens should be limited to the divine tomb plane. Beyond that, there was an even vaster region that could accommodate all the planes in the universe. However, in comparison, the plane where the divine tomb was situated was more powerful than the Doluor and Doluor planes, but weaker than the shrouding sky and journey to the West Plains. Now that he had personally witnessed the commotion caused by the Devil Lord's general appointing platform, Chu Bei's heart was still in turmoil. As expected of one of the real plotters behind the scenes. In the distant sky, the two blood-red words became brighter and brighter. In the end, they intersected and enlarged infinitely, projecting themselves above the entire small world. No matter where one was, as long as one looked up, they would be able to see these blood-red words. Billions of living beings as soldiers, millions of gods and devils as generals. The majestic voice still drifted between heaven and earth. At the same time, everyone in the heaven realm and the human world who saw this scene and heard this majestic voice felt a huge sense of sorrow. At this moment, it seemed that everyone was affected by this emotion, and their hearts were inexplicably filled with despair. I remember now. My name is Dugu Xiaoxian. I want to fight alongside you. At this moment, the warm jade in front of Chu Bei suddenly released a gorgeous light, and a clear female voice sounded from it. Then, it trembled slightly, and under several gazes, a woman's figure floated out. The woman was dressed in a purple robe. She was elegant and had an aura of lightness about her. The one who sucked my dragon essence dry wasn't that demon, but you. But looking at you, you can be considered a beauty. The appearance of the woman caused the purple gold divine dragon to roar. Do you want to die? Dugu Xiaoxian coldly glanced at the purple gold divine dragon, and a superior aura seeped out from her body, and an unparalleled pressure enveloped the purple gold divine dragon. Meeting Dugu Xiaoxuan's cold gaze, the purple gold divine dragon shrunk its neck and hurriedly hid behind Chu Bei. It didn't dare to let out a fart, and its cowardly look looked like it had met its love. Brother, so there's a big sister hidden in Master's jade. No wonder Master kept talking to the jade. Little Chen she stayed in Chen Nan's arms, blinking her big eyes and curiously sizing up Dugu Xiaoxian. Dugu Xiaoxian looked at little Chen Shi and nodded with a smile. When her gaze shifted to Chen Nan, her expression first froze, and then her body suddenly trembled. Dugu Xiaoxian seemed to be in a daze. After a long while, she softly murmured, "Brother, in this life, he's called Chen Nan, not your brother." Chu Bei placed his hands behind his back and smiled at Dugu Xiaoxian calmly. "I don't know who you are, but thank you for bringing me here. If it weren't for that loach's dragon essence and the general appointing platform's aura, I'm afraid my memories would only awaken after another 1,000 years." Dugu Xiaoxian nodded slightly at Chu Bei. She intentionally sent a powerful divine sense towards Chu Bei, but this divine sense did not return. In the next moment, a solemn expression appeared on Dugu Xiaoxuan's face. Her probing was actually useless. That person whom she couldn't see through directly ignored her attack, especially when the other party looked at her with an expression that was extremely similar to how her father used to look at her. It was a kind of teasing and indifferent attitude, treating what she was doing as a child playing around. "Did you just call me brother?" Chen Nan came back to his senses and recalled Dugu Xiaoxuan's previous call. He looked straight at her, his eyes filled with deep confusion. "You can pretend that you didn't hear it. With your current strength, there are some things that the less you know, the better." Dugu Xiaoxian glanced at Chen Nan and pointed at Chu Bei. "Senior, I've already told you enough." Although Dugu Xiaoxian didn't test Chu Bei's strength, she was very sure that this person was either the reincarnation of a primordial god with his past memories or an ancient god who had survived the War of the Heavens era. "Hee, strength again," Chen Nan mocked with an ugly expression. "What kind of cultivation base do I have to reach to know the secrets from 10,000 years ago?" Chu Bei and Dugu Xiaoxian didn't reply. To Chen Nan, there was still a long, long way to go. The Church of Light. Rumble. The temple in the center of the church suddenly shook. Demonic aura surged from the ground, and a murderous aura soared into the sky. Not good. The Pope and the clergy hurriedly flew out of the hall. When they saw the demonic aura that enveloped half the sky, their expressions changed. "Pope, What's going on? Seal it first. The Pope shouted. Without any hesitation, the clergy immediately unleashed their radiant saint force and worked together to seal the divine hall. In an instant, countless rays of dazzling light shone from all directions, enveloping the divine temple below. However, the 7 most powerful people in the church, including the Pope, couldn't stop the temple from shaking. They couldn't dispel the murderous aura that soared into the sky from the ground. One of the clergy kept moving his hands, his palms crisscrossing. He was puzzled. Pope, what's going on with such a powerful and terrifying murderous aura? Could it be that some ancient demon sealed in the 18th layer of hell is about to break out? Faced with the terrifying demonic aura surging from the ground, even with his peak rank 6 strength, he felt powerless and couldn't help but tremble in fear. The Pope shook his head and said in a serious tone, "This murderous aura doesn't come from an ancient demon. If it's not a sealed demon, then?" Hearing the Pope's words, the clergy looked at him and asked anxiously, "Demon suppression stone." The Pope sighed and began to recount the secrets passed down from the previous popes to the next one. The people of the continent know that there are 18 layers of hell under the headquarters of the Church of Light, but they don't know that the 18 layers of hell are a strange multi-layered space created by an ancient great power. It's also a place to imprison the most vicious people in the world. The 18 layers of hell actually appeared before the Church of Light. 10,000 years ago, the Temple of Light was set up here to guard the 18 layers of hell. The terrifying fiend gods imprisoned in the 18 levels of hell are far stronger than we can ever hope to match up to. Fortunately, when the church was just established, a 3-meter-tall demon stone flew from the sky and landed on the 18 layers of hell. When that demon stone landed, the riot in the 18 layers of hell quieted down. It seemed to have suppressed the demons imprisoned in hell. For this reason, the Temple of Light used this stone as the foundation to build the present Temple of Light. The clergy was surprised. "Your Holiness, you mean that the riot was caused by the demon suppression stone?" Without waiting for the Pope to speak, the hall exploded. An unparalleled terrifying energy sent the Pope and the other 6 clergy elders flying. In the next moment, the hall collapsed completely, and a section of a huge black rock appeared. This huge stone seemed to be able to absorb light. After it appeared, the originally bright sky instantly dimmed. Looking at it carefully, this black stone was like a bottomless pit. Just looking at it made one feel like they had lost their soul. It was as if it could devour one's mind. "It's out." The Pope stared at the black stone, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Kaboom! Another loud sound, and the earth trembled. Then, the demon suppression stone rose from the ground and turned into a long rainbow, completely disappearing from the sight of the Pope and the clergy. "Your Holiness, quickly look at that image." In the blink of an eye, one of the clergy pointed to the sky and cried out. The Pope looked up, and when he saw the image clearly, his expression froze. The demon suppression stone that had disappeared a second ago was now inserted in the center of the graveyard of gods and demons, like a huge tombstone. "Master, what is this? Where did it come from?" On the general appointing platform, Chen Nan pointed at the black stone that had suddenly been inserted in the center of the graveyard of gods and demons. He looked at Chu Bei with a puzzled gaze. This was a stone tablet that was 30 feet tall. It was black and lifeless, and there were traces of blood on it. It looked exceptionally evil. The general appointing platform has appeared, and the mausoleum is in chaos. "You're here too." Chu Bei narrowed his eyes and let out a long breath. The black demon suppression stone stood in the middle of thousands of tombstones. It looked much taller than the other tombstones, even more like a tombstone. Bright red blood stained its surface, making it look very evil, like a king of tombstones. After its arrival, the deafening clamor of the graveyard of gods and demons instantly fell silent. It stood in the middle of the tombstones. Although it did not move, the aura of death it exuded far surpassed that of all the tombstones in the graveyard of gods and demons combined. Buzz! Buzz! The demon suppression stone trembled slightly and let out a series of rumbles. The souls and corpses of the gods and demons that were kneeling before the general appointing platform actually slowly returned to their tombs. "Oh my God, another amazing thing has come. Looking at the gods and demons that retreated below, the dragon baby moved its throat and could not help but cry out. Chen Nan, Catherine, and the others also looked shocked. All of them sized up the demon suppression stone again, their faces full of astonishment. Although there was no surprise in Dugu Xiaoshuan's expression, her eyes were already red, and there was a strong sense of longing. Chu Bei was the only one whose expression hadn't changed since the beginning. In a few breaths' time, the thousands of gods and demons' corpses all returned to their tombs. The cracked ground slowly closed, and the shattered tombstones also reconnected under an unknown force. At first glance, it was as if nothing had happened in the graveyard of gods and demons. There was only a tombstone in the middle with a blood demon stone. Although everything had returned to normal, this unusual silence made one's heart palpitate. The demon suppression stone was originally an item of heaven, but because it was stained with the blood of the ancient taboo god, Dugu Batian, it was refined in the end. Master, they seem to be enemies. Chen Nan glanced at the demon suppression stone below and then looked at the general appointing platform beneath his feet, his brows tightly knitted together. The general appointing platform and the demon suppression stone interweaved with various lights, and undercurrents surged. Boom! Suddenly, the general appointing platform erupted with a dazzling divine light. Immediately after, its 1,000-feet-long body quickly shrank to the size of the demon suppression stone. Then, it smashed down towards the demon suppression stone below, finally hovering 10 meters above it and continuously circling. At this moment, the demon suppression stone was no longer silent. The bright red blood stains on its body became even more dazzling and gorgeous, emitting waves of evil light. This continued until blood flowed down and dyed the stone tablet red. The general appointing platform spun faster and faster. In the end, it directly transformed into a huge black shadow that coiled above the demon suppression stone. A dull and oppressive aura filled the entire graveyard of gods and demons. Looking at the demon suppression stone again, the evil blood flowing out of it had already dripped to the ground, as if it had turned into a blood tablet. Chapter 378. Roar. Suddenly, a roar that seemed to come from the primordial times sounded from the general appointing platform. In the next moment, the general appointing platform suddenly smashed towards the demon suppressing stone with supreme divine might. Almost at the same time, the demon suppressing stone rose from the ground and faced the attack. Rumble. Amidst the shocking collision, a wave of blood soared into the sky. Blood flowed out from the demon suppressing stone, turning into a wave of blood that blotted out the sky and blocked the impact of the general appointing platform. Billions of living beings as soldiers, millions of godfiends as generals. The general appointing platform floated above the blood wave, and a vigorous voice sounded from within. The 12 intersecting blood-red words in the distant sky emitted endless bloodlight and once again smashed towards the demon-suppressing stone below. Splash! The monstrous blood wave was instantly dispersed, revealing the demon-suppressing stone below. However, at this moment, an extremely abnormal change also occurred to the demon-suppressing stone. 4 ghastly blood-red words were projected from the 4 sides of the blood-red tablet. Exterminate, kill, seal. On the demon-suppressing stone, the 4 blood-red words were projected into the sky from 4 directions. Then, they charged towards the 12 blood-red words on the general appointing platform. Clang, clang, clang. The blood-red words intertwined and collided, bringing about a series of deafening clangs that were like the sound of death. Master, are these 2 supreme treasures fighting? Chen Nan was dumbfounded when he saw the scene on the battlefield below. The battle between the general appointing platform and the demon suppressing stone didn't seem like a battle between 2 inanimate objects, but more like a battle between 2 people. Could it be that there's a controller behind each of these 2 inanimate objects? The general appointing platform can make millions of godfiends kneel, and the demon suppressing stone can suppress millions of godfiends and make them return to the divine tomb. How terrifying are the strength of these 2 controllers? Catherine muttered to herself. When she thought of this, her heart pounded violently. Then, she couldn't help but look at Chu Bei, as if she was guessing if her master's cultivation base could compete with those 2 controllers. How can this be? Why are you killing each other? You're clearly on the same side. Dugu Xiaoshuan's expression was blank as she looked at the demon suppressing stone and the general appointing platform that were fighting below. She kept muttering, and the space between her brows was filled with deep confusion. She couldn't understand why two people who clearly knew each other would want to kill each other. Its target is the demon suppression stone, not the bloodstains on it. Just as Dugu Xiaoxian was puzzled, Chu Bei crossed his arms in front of his chest and said indifferently. Hearing Chu Bei's words, Dugu Xiaoxian frowned. What's the difference? The blood belongs to your father, but the demon-suppressing stone belongs to Qing Tian, Chu Bei replied. But this devil-suppressing stone has already been refined by Lord Father. Dugu Xiaoxian clenched her fists. No matter what, I have to stop them from continuing to fight. As her cold voice fell, Dugu Xiaoxian instantly appeared behind the devil-suppressing stone. She clenched her right hand, and purple light wrapped around the stone like vines. The conversation between Chu Bei and Dugu Xiaoxian naturally confused Chen Nan, Catherine, and the rest. The fact that Dugu Xiaoxian was able to join the battle between the two supreme treasures shocked them even more. They never would have thought that this woman's strength had already reached such a terrifying level. No matter which supreme treasure it was, they were all existences that could make thousands of godfiends submit. Who are you? It was also at this moment that a cold snort suddenly sounded in this world. The sudden shout caused the souls of Chen Nan and the rest to tremble. Immediately after, a hazy purple mist appeared in the east of the graveyard of godfiends, less than 1,000 feet away from them. In the purple mist, two green lights suddenly appeared. They were so evil and terrifying as they coldly stared at them. Chen Nan looked vigilant. His intuition told him that it was a pair of eyes. Regardless of whether it was a human, demon, or beast, they were definitely the eyes of a creature with terrifying strength. This was the third living creature they had encountered after entering the Eternal Forest, apart from Catherine and the Headless Angel. Chu Bei, who had a god's view, smiled knowingly when he saw the two green lights in the purple mist. As the commotion caused by the demon suppression stone and the general appointing platform was too great, the master of this world had also appeared. Of course, this master was just a chess piece. Damn! Which great god is this? The purple-gold divine dragon stared at the hazy purple mist and shrank its neck. Just as the purple mist appeared, the general appointing platform suddenly broke away from the battle with the demon suppression stone and instantly appeared under the purple mist. At the same time, the owner of the pair of soul-stirring eyes in the purple mist stood on the general appointing platform. The two green lights made one shudder. The moment the mysterious person appeared, the demon suppression stone trembled slightly. The 4 words exterminate, kill, seal above it also returned to the bloodstains. I thought you would always have more. Dugu Xiaoxian stood beside the demon suppression stone and glanced at the hazy purple mist. It was as if she had long sensed the existence of the mysterious person in the purple mist. Her leisurely voice was like a thunderclap that drifted between heaven and earth. Master, is he the owner of the general appointing platform? Is he the owner of this eternal forest? Did the millions of godfiends kneel to him? Chen Nan looked at Chu Bei and asked a few questions in a row. In his opinion, this mysterious person was definitely a super big shot. He should be one of the so-called strategists. No, he's just a chess piece in the game. Chu Bei glanced at Chen Nan, shook his head, and replied indifferently. The so-called mysterious person in the hazy purple mist could be considered a pitiful person. He had always thought that he was the strongest person in the world, the mastermind behind the scenes. Little did he know that he was just a chess piece on someone else's chessboard. Where did this demon stone come from? In the purple mist, the owner of the two green lights merely snorted coldly, causing the void to tremble and cracks to spread. I should be the one asking you this. Why is the general appointing platform under your control? As Cold in the Forest's shout fell, Dugu Xiaoxian waved her right hand, and a faint purple light was released from her palm, instantly enveloping this world. At the same time, Chu Bei, Chen Nan, and the others were enveloped by a faint purple ball of light, protecting them in all directions. Chen Nan sized up his surroundings, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. He could no longer see the graveyard of gods and devils below. There was only endless purple light, that woman, and the demon-suppressing stone beside her. Other than that, there was only the mysterious person not far away and the general appointing platform under his feet. That's exactly what I wanted. I was afraid that the following battle would destroy my small world. To ensure that nothing goes wrong, I'll reinforce it. A burst of laughter came from the purple mist. Following that, an arm stretched out. With a wave, a layer of strange black light was mixed in the endless purple light. What does the demon-suppressing stone have to do with you? What's his relationship with the general appointing platform? Why did the general appointing platform attack the demon-suppressing stone? Why? Since he couldn't get any answers from Chu Bei, Chen Nan could only turn his attention to Dugu Xiaoxian. He really couldn't wait to solve all the mysteries. This feeling was like he had clearly grasped onto something, but it was useless. It wasn't the key point. For the current you, ignorance is bliss. Dugu Xiaoxian glanced at Chen Nan and could not help but sigh. Although her voice was a little cold, it was as beautiful as the sound of nature. Some people don't understand. They chased after it their entire lives, but in the end, they couldn't help but fall silent in the graveyard of gods and devils. Some things can't end once they start. Those who are qualified to play the game are actually playing with their own lives. They can't quit halfway until the game ends. Dugu Xiaoxuan's words confused Chen Nan. Life is like a game of chess. The world is just a big game, and all living beings are chess pieces on the board. Unfortunately, I left midway, but I'm still one of the most powerful players. I'm back. Towards the end, Dugu Xiaoxuan's voice became louder and louder. In the end, it was like divine thunder from the 9 heavens, surging through this world. I'm back. It was also at this moment that this loud and impassioned voice echoed through all the factions that had a projection, whether it was the human world or the heaven realm. In the graveyard of gods and devils in the central part of the Tianyuan continent, the gravekeeper sat by the straw hut and looked towards the west. A smile appeared on his lips. This child is really carved out of the same mold as Shenxian. In the Tantai ancient sacred ground in the eastern part of the Tianyuan continent, the elders and disciples couldn't help but cover their ears with both hands. But even so, the voice from the projection still shocked them. In the Church of Light in the western part of the Tianyuan continent, the Pope and the clergymen stared at Dugu Xiaoxian in the projection. Your Holiness, are there any records about this woman's deeds in the ancient records? She seems to know the demon suppression stone. Your Holiness, do you know what the general appointing platform is? It's the same as the demon suppression stone, a treasure of heaven and earth. Then why did the general appointing platform attack the demon suppression stone? Your Holiness, who exactly are they? Are they gods and devils that survived 10,000 years ago? The clergymen spoke one after another. All of you, shut up. If you ask me, who am I supposed to ask? The Pope shouted. What the hell did he know about these questions? Heaven realm, west. In the goddess of wisdom's temple, the 6 core gods looked at each other. Can you feel the aura flowing on her body? What kind of cultivation base does she have to be able to let her aura penetrate the void and even we can feel it? Her aura makes my heart palpitate. What level of power is she at? Could she be a divine emperor? 100 years ago, by chance, I came into contact with a low-level divine emperor from the east. Although his strength was above mine, I dared to fight him. She, on the other hand, makes me afraid. From what you mean, she's at least a mid-level or even a Mahayana divine emperor. The ancient god disappeared overnight. Vaguely, I feel that there's another realm above the divine emperor realm. Maybe she has already touched or even stepped into that realm. In the temple, the 6 core gods had different expressions. While they were guessing, they continued to pay attention to the situation in the eternal forest. Who are you? Why don't I have a chess piece like you in my chess game? In the eternal forest, demonic aura surged. The general appointing platform hovered less than 1,000 feet away from Dugu Xiaoxian with a hazy purple fog. 2 dazzling green lights were filled with coldness. Your chess game. Haha, who do you think you are? Dugu Xiaoxian sneered. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disdain. Who do I think I am? These simple words caused the mysterious person hidden in the purple fog on the general appointing platform to be stunned. Gradually, the two green lights surged with killing intent. The faintly revealed figure shook violently a few times. It was obvious that it was completely enraged. That's interesting. Chu Bei glanced at Dugu Xiaoxian. Her straightforwardness made him laugh out loud. Chen Nan, the purple gold divine dragon, the baby dragon, and the others could not hide their laughter. Little Dawn's childish voice was vaguely mixed in their laughter. Why don't you ask him if he places you in his eyes? At this moment, Dugu Xiaoxian suddenly pointed her finger at Chu Bei. Chu Bei was stunned when he heard Dugu Xiaoxuan's words. He just wanted to watch the show, but the other party suddenly changed the topic to him. Sensing the cold gaze from the purple fog, Chu Bei coughed softly and shrugged. I don't care who you are or the origin of that stone. Since you've come to my inner world, you can only die. The mysterious person's voice was cold and filled with monstrous killing intent. No matter who dared to look down on him, the ruler of the world, they had to die. Chaotic yin and yang, return to chaos, primordial demon sealing curse. Primordial demon sealing seal. Before the mysterious person could make a move, Dugu Xiaoxian had already spoken. As soon as she shouted, countless curse and seal words inexplicably surged out of the void in this imprisoned world. They rumbled and suppressed the hazy purple fog. Kai kai kai. Countless golden characters sank into the purple mist, instantly dispersing the surging purple mist. At this moment, the appearance of the mysterious person in the purple fog was completely revealed to everyone. His long hair was as red as blood, so red that it was shocking. The wrinkles on his old face were wrinkled and piled up like dried orange peels. In his deep eye sockets, a pair of green eyes were exceptionally cold. They were even scarier than the eyes of a wild beast that glowed green in the darkness. His skinny body was as thin and tall as a bamboo pole. His skin did not have the slightest luster as it wrapped around his skeleton-like body. He could really be called a bag of bones, with only an additional layer of skin compared to a skeleton. It made him look like a living ghost from hell. You do have the right to be arrogant. No wonder you dare to say that you're one of the strongest game players in the world. The skinny old man looked at Dugu Xiaoxian coldly. So you've also stepped into this realm. Chapter 379. Master, what realm are they talking about? Chen Nan first looked at the mysterious man and Dugu Xiaoxian, then his gaze landed on Chu Bei as he asked curiously. In the human world, a Type 6 expert is known as a peerless expert. When one breaks through to the Type 7 realm, they will be brought to another world, which is the heavenly realm. The Type 7 realm is also known as the immortal martial realm. Most of the fairies and angels are at this realm. The Corpse King of the Chasing Corpse sect is at the peak of the Type 7 realm. After breaking through the immortal martial realm is the God King realm. At this realm, one can already establish a sect in the heavenly realm. Those who accept the faith of the people and call themselves gods are at this realm. Above that is the God Emperor realm, which is also the strongest in the heavenly realm. Experts at this realm can stay in seclusion for thousands of years. It's rare even in the heavenly realm. Chu Bei's calm voice sounded in Chen Nan's ears. Hearing Chu Bei's words, Chen Nan was overjoyed, and he quickly pointed at the mysterious man and Dugu Xiaoxian. Then, are they at the God Emperor realm? No. Chu Bei shook his head with a smile. There's an even higher realm above the God Emperor realm, called the heavenly realm. The heavenly realm is further divided into elementary, middle, great ascension, and peak. Every small realm is an insurmountable gap, and even after thousands of years of seclusion, it is hard to break through. The two of them are at the heavenly realm. Heavenly realm? Chen Nan was shocked, staring straight at Chu Bei. Master, didn't you say that the highest cultivation in the heavenly realm is at the God Emperor realm? Then why is there a heavenly realm above the God Emperor realm? Long Bao, Zijin Divine Dragon, Kathleen and the rest also perked up their ears, waiting for Chu Bei's next words. Their eyes were filled with shock and anticipation. Master was only talking about the current heavenly realm. A few years ago, with the cooperation of those behind the scenes, the heavenly realm was created. All the heaven realm experts were sealed in the third realm. In this era, if you want to meet a heaven realm expert again, I'm afraid you can only meet one in these extremely dangerous lost small worlds. Chu Bei straightened his clothes and said calmly, without any ripples in his voice. Sealed in the third realm? Why did they have to be sealed? What was the cultivation level of the person who was able to seal them? Peak of the heaven realm? Or was there an even higher realm above the heaven realm? Master, what realm are you in? Chen Nan looked at Chu Bei with a pleading expression. He clasped his hands together and sincerely sought an answer. He. Chu Bei gave Chen Nan a look. He didn't say anything else and stopped when it came to it. The corners of Chen Nan's mouth twitched as he cursed in his heart. He could only look at Dugu Xiaoxian and the mysterious man again. It's a pity that you've only just entered this realm. After determining Dugu Xiaoxuan's realm, the skinny old man's face became a little more serious, but he didn't seem to be facing a great enemy. Let me experience your immemorial demon sealing curse and chaos demon sealing seal. As his cold voice fell, the skinny old man's eyes shot out two intertwined green lights formed by runes. His cold gaze was like a sharp sword as it swam among the countless curse and seal characters. Clang, clang, clang. The collision between the green light and the seal wasn't very fancy, but it brought about a series of deafening and crisp sounds. The power contained in both of them was extremely restrained. It was as if they were watching a battle between two rank 3 cultivators. The difference was that once the energy spread out from the collision, even if the energy was negligible like a thread, it could cause the void to tremble and a large number of spatial cracks to spread. In the continuous collision, the number of seals decreased until they completely disappeared. As for the two dazzling green lights, they gradually became especially dim. They hovered in front of the mysterious man as if they would dissipate at any time. Master, who will win? After glancing at the battlefield, Chen Nan's gaze fell on Chu Bei. You're called Chen Nan now, right? I'll borrow your body and the Tai Chi God Demon diagram. Before Chen Nan could wait for Chu Bei to answer his question, Dugu Xiaoxuan's voice had already rung in his ears. In the next moment, Dugu Xiaoxian turned into a purple light and entered Chen Nan's body. Demonis, what the hell are you doing? Chen Nan exclaimed. The moment Dugu Xiaoxian entered his body, he suddenly realized that he had lost control of his body. The only thing that was still under his control was his mouth. Master, save me. I'm being controlled by her. Chen Nan hurriedly shouted at Chu Bei, his voice filled with fear. Don't be nervous. She's just borrowing your body. She won't hurt you. Chu Bei smiled at Chen Nan. The reason why Dugu Xiaoxian borrowed Chen Nan's body was naturally because she sensed the skinny old man's cultivation. With her current cultivation level, it would be difficult for her to win. She could only rely on the Tai Chi God Demon diagram. Under Dugu Xiaoxuan's control, Chen Nan instantly appeared in front of the skinny old man. The two of them were less than a meter apart. F***CKU. Chen Nan could not help but curse when he met the skinny old man's gaze at such a close distance. The skinny old man's gaze was like that of a wild beast. He stared at Chen Nan with disdain, as if he was sizing up an ant. However, it was under such a gaze that Chen Nan almost collapsed. His mind was on the verge of breaking down. It had to be said that in terms of cultivation level, Chen Nan and the mysterious man were like heaven and earth. Just the other party's disdainful gaze almost caused him to lose his mind and die. At that moment, Chen Nan truly experienced the terror of a heaven-state powerhouse. It was so perverse that no words could describe it. It was unfathomable and incomprehensible. There seems to be something incredible in this stinking bug's body. If I nurture him into a chess piece, he might be of some use. The skinny old man's gaze was fixed on Chen Nan's chest. His words were emotionless. Stinking bug. Stinking bug my ass. Didn't you just reach heaven state and are slightly more powerful than me in terms of cultivation level? Could it be that you were born a powerhouse? Aren't you a human now? Chen Nan gritted his teeth and endured the mysterious man's vast spiritual pressure. He immediately retaliated. Human? The skinny old man snorted coldly. He was expressionless. Don't compare such a filthy and weak race to me. I've long since surpassed the realm of humans. Right now, I'm high and mighty in this world. I'm the ruler who looks down on a weak bug like you. In front of me, you're not even a speck of dust. When he said this, the skinny old man did not have any human emotions. He stared at Chen Nan coldly as if he was looking down on an animal. F***CKU. When he heard the skinny old man's words, Chen Nan was about to go crazy. The other party's deep-rooted contempt for him made him extremely displeased. If it were not for the fact that he was not strong enough, he really wanted to slap this arrogant scum who thought he was the ruler of the world to death. You're not the only Heaven State powerhouse. There's always someone better out there. Since you look down on humans so much, why do you keep your human appearance? Why don't you turn into a pig or dog? Chen Nan licked his lips and added, There's always someone better out there. Do you know which ant it is? What right does he have to be compared to me? The skinny old man glanced in Chubei's direction. His face was full of disdain. He continued, As for using a human appearance, it's just a stinking bag of skin. Even if I turn my body into a pig or dog, I'm still the ruler of this world. I'm a high and mighty existence. That's true. You don't think of yourself as a human anymore. You're now a mad dog. I shouldn't be angry at your contempt for a mad dog. If a person is bitten by a dog, should he bite back? Chen Nan struggled to say these words. In truth, he did not want to give up on mocking the skinny old man. However, his mind could not take it anymore. Under the other party's majestic pressure, he was about to break down. The absolute difference in strength was a fact that could not be changed. Hey, little Chen Nan, thank you for successfully buying time for me. At this moment, Dugu Xiaoshuan's laughter came from Chen Nan's body. Then, her body released a faint light. Under the cover of this light, Chen Nan only felt his consciousness become incomparably clear, and the pressure that the mysterious person was exerting on him also disappeared in an instant. 9 Transformation Seal. Dugu Xiaoxian flew out of Chen Nan's body. At the same time, she pushed out a Tai Chi diagram. In the Tai Chi diagram, 2 balls of light spun quickly, releasing a hazy light. Bang! There was a loud sound. Dugu Xiaoxian held the Tai Chi godly demon diagram and pressed it against the skinny old man's chest. The primordial demon sealing curse and demon sealing seal can't do anything to me. You want to use a diagram to seal me? What a joke! The skinny old man laughed coldly. However, as soon as his mocking voice fell, his expression changed. He exclaimed, What did you do to me? The skinny old man's face darkened. He realized that he could not move his body. After calming down, the mysterious man looked conflicted. He seemed to be hesitating, but at the same time, he seemed to be waiting to see what would happen. Demonic woman, he can't move? Chen Nan realized that he had regained control of his body. He was excited. When he saw that the skinny old man was suppressed by Dugu Xiaoshuan's Tai Chi godly demon diagram, his smile widened. He revealed a sinister look. Kick the dog 500 times. After confirming that the skinny old man could not move, Chen Nan laughed proudly. There was a sinister and ruthless look in his eyes. In the next moment, Chen Nan jumped into the air and kicked the skinny old man continuously. Bang! 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 In a breath's time, Chen Nan had kicked the skinny old man 500 times. You're a stinking bug. You deserve to die. When I get rid of this stupid diagram, I'll make you wish you were dead. The skinny old man's wrinkled face turned the color of pig liver. It was not because of the pain. It could even be said that the person who felt the pain was Chen Nan. The skinny old man's skin was so thick that it made Chen Nan's legs feel like they were about to break. The skinny old man's face was dark because he was angry. He was humiliated. He claimed to be the ruler of heaven and earth. However, he was kicked by the stinking bug in his eyes. This made him extremely angry. His green eyes shone with a sinister light. The longer you live, the thicker your skin becomes. Chen Nan's right hand turned into a sword radiance. He slashed a few times. However, the sword radiance was shattered by the recoil as soon as it hit the skinny old man. An ant will always be an ant. You want to hurt me? What a joke. The skinny old man sneered. His words were filled with disdain. I hate seeing that look in your eyes, Chen Nan shouted. Then, he raised his hand and slapped the skinny old man. The sound was crisp and clear. Chapter 380. On the battlefield, the skinny old man, who had been looking down on Chen Nan, was stunned by the sudden slap. After being stunned for a while, the skinny old man finally reacted and roared angrily, "Kid, how dare you slap me? How dare you slap my face? How dare you humiliate me, a ruler? I'll kill you. I'll grind your bones to dust." His roar was filled with murderous intent. Slap. Chen Nan slapped the mysterious man's face again with a backhand. Ha ha ha. Dugu Xiaoxian, Chu Bei, Ruffian Dragon, Catherine, and the others who were watching from the side could not help but laugh. They laughed heartlessly. Dugu Xiaoxian stared at Chen Nan in satisfaction and spoke in a clear and melodious voice. Even though you can't hurt him at your level of cultivation, humiliating him like this is far more satisfying than killing him. Oh my god, this kid is too crazy. The purple gold divine dragon and the baby dragons watched with their mouths agape, as if they could not believe what they had just seen. In the Tianxian continent cemetery of gods and devils, the old man who was guarding the cemetery with a walking stick could not help but smile. This kid really doesn't play by the rules. Stinking bug, how dare you humiliate me like this? I'll send you into the cycle of reincarnation and torture you for 100 lifetimes. The skinny old man's eyes were bloodshot and he was furious. He glared fiercely at Chen Nan with his green eyes. He had lived for tens of thousands of years and had never been humiliated like this. However, although his murderous intent filled the sky, he did not make a move. He only glared at Chen Nan angrily. Can't you see the situation before you? You can't even move now, and you still dare to look at me like this. Even if you're some bullsh** T heaven realm elite, I'll still shatter your pride. Chen Nan was enraged when he met the skinny old man's disdainful gaze. He slapped his mouth continuously with both hands, and the crisp slapping sounds were endless. Good kid, you're awesome. The purple gold divine dragon clapped his claws and cheered. He was also disgusted by the skinny old man's arrogance. It had also been trampled on by Chen Nan before, but now that it was a spectator, it was delighted to see the skinny old man being humiliated. On the other hand, Dugu Xiaoxian, who was also on the battlefield, gradually withdrew the smile on her face. She seemed to have sensed something, and a serious expression appeared between her brows. Look at you, you keep saying that you're the high and mighty ruler, but why is your skin even harder than black iron? You're making my hand hurt. Chen Nan's tone was weird. His hands were twitching faster and faster. His words were filled with ridicule. Within a few breaths of time, the skinny old man had been slapped hundreds of times. His originally pig-liver-colored face had turned purplish-black from anger. I can't take it anymore. I want you to die now. The skinny old man seemed to have used all his strength to shout these words, and his killing intent became even colder. At this moment, Chen Nan felt an inexplicable sense of danger. It was as if the Grim Reaper had placed a scythe at his throat. Chen Nan's heart tightened. Without any hesitation, he hurriedly turned into a streak of golden light and flew away from the skinny old man towards Chu Bei. Rumble. The moment Chen Nan fled, a majestic and terrifying energy fluctuation swept out with the skinny old man as the center. The surging energy was like a river and an ocean, causing the surrounding purple light to explode and scatter in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the divine mausoleum below was clearly revealed. Under this terrifying energy fluctuation, several mountains in the distance collapsed with a loud bang. Rocks shot out, and smoke and dust billowed. Large patches of forest collapsed to the ground, and leaves fell. Several surging rivers surged out of the riverbanks and changed their course. The eruption of the skinny old man after breaking free from the Taiji Godfiend diagram could be said to have caused the world to lose its color. It was as if this small world was about to collapse. You actually know how to make a blood sacrifice to the general appointing platform. Dugu Xiaoxian looked at the skinny old man and the blood-stained general appointing platform under his feet in astonishment. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Although sacrificing one's blood essence to the general appointing platform could forcefully break free from the restraints of the Taiji Godfiend diagram, one's origin would also be severely injured. Normally, no one would take such an extreme path to reach the heaven realm. This was because once one's origin was injured, it would be extremely difficult to advance to the next level in the future. With the skinny old man's strength, Dugu Xiaoxian had never thought of using the Taiji Godfiend diagram to kill him. She only wanted to use the time the Taiji Godfiend diagram restrained the skinny old man so that she could accumulate power and activate the ancient seal formation to seal the skinny old man for 100 years. After all, the Taiji Godfiend diagram could only seal the skinny old man for a few minutes. However, even if it was just a few minutes, the skinny old man could not wait any longer. He even wanted to break free from the Taiji Godfiend diagram immediately, even if his origin was severely injured. Because of this, the skinny old man's hatred for Chen Nan could be seen. "Master, I seem to have miscalculated. This old man is stronger than I thought." Chen Nan felt a lingering fear as he sensed the skinny old man's increasingly terrifying aura. Previously, when the other party was trapped by the Taiji Godfiend diagram, he thought that the other party had no more tricks up his sleeve. "All of you must die. Especially you. I want to keep you alive and torture you slowly." The skinny old man was like a ferocious tiger. After glaring at Chen Nan coldly, he took the initiative to raise his fist and attack Dugu Xiaoxian behind him. Dugu Xiaoxian frowned and clenched her fist without hesitation to meet the attack. Boom! The collision between heaven and earth caused the world to be in turmoil. All the mountains were collapsing and the ground below was cracking continuously. "Fortunately, you're smart and ran fast." Chu Bei, who was watching the battle, glanced at Chen Nan and smiled. "My sixth sense is accurate." Chen Nan shrugged his shoulders in relief. If he had hesitated for a moment, even if he did not die, he would have been seriously injured. Just as the skinny old man's blood sacrifice general worship platform exploded with terrifying energy, the major forces outside the Eternal Forest also underwent a shocking change in the heaven realm and the human realm. Profound Sky Continent, God-Wind Academy. A demonic claw that was hundreds of feet tall hung upside down in the sky. The bloody demonic claw seemed to have been cut off by some kind of sharp weapon, releasing a monstrous demonic aura. "Old Man Yi, where did this demonic claw come from? Could it be the treasure of your academy? You've hidden too much from me." Chu Ao glanced at Yi Feng with resentment. When he looked at the demonic claw in the sky again, the shock in his eyes was even more intense. Just a moment ago, the skinny old man in the image had exploded with unparalleled terrifying energy. This energy had directly seeped out from the image in the void. Just a trace of energy had destroyed a large area of the mountain forest below. Fortunately, just as Chu Ao, Yi Feng, and the others' faces changed and they were worried that the academy would be destroyed, the huge demonic claw that emerged from the ground of the academy had covered the terrifying energy of the skinny old man in the image in time. "Old Man Chu, we've known each other for 100 years. When have I ever hidden anything from you? As for this demonic claw, I really don't know anything about it. What's more, this demonic claw is above. Just a trace of its aura made me have the urge to worship it. If this demonic claw was controlled by us, how could our academy be ranked at the bottom of the 4 great academies?" Yi Feng spread his hands helplessly. "Then what is the origin of this demonic claw?" Chu Ao frowned. "Tantai Sacred Land." A group of disciples and elders looked at the distant sky in astonishment. Suddenly, a bloody head appeared in the sky above the projection. It was impossible to distinguish the gender of the head. Only the red light from the 2 eyes shone into the image, suppressing the majestic energy in the image. "Master, what is this?" Meng Kuo swallowed her saliva and stared at the bloody head above. The old man beside Meng Kuo shook his head. His eyes were also full of confusion. "Church of Light." The Pope and a group of clergy looked at the sky above the forbidden area in a daze. Half of the body of a 12-winged angel was floating above the image. With itself as the center, it released a strange energy to protect the entire church. At this moment, as long as the forces in the Tianqian continent had a strange treasure that projected the image of the eternal forest, when the skinny old man's energy was rioting, strange things appeared to resist the leakage of this energy. It was either immortal treasures or the remains of ancient gods and demons. Heaven Realm, West. In the goddess of wisdom's temple. The 6 main gods sat opposite each other, urging the divine power in their body at the same time to resist the power of the skinny old man in the eternal forest. I dare say that this person is definitely not in the divine emperor realm. There must be a higher realm above the divine emperor realm, and he is in that realm. I have the same idea as you. Otherwise, with just the power released by himself, and from thousands of miles away, it is impossible to hurt us. How many existences above the divine emperor realm are there? Where are they? The 6 main gods had blood on the corners of their mouths and their faces were pale. Go to hell, stinky bug. In the eternal forest, the skinny old man punched Dugu Xiaoxian back. Then he shouted and waved his right hand. 2 tall mountains in the distance rose into the sky. Wrapped in divine power, they instantly appeared in front of Chu Bei and the others and attacked from the front and back. Chu Bei furrowed his brows as he sensed the power of Heaven's state being exerted on the 2 mountains. Just as he was about to pawn off the level 16 items, Dugu Xiaoxian waved her left hand, and 2 rainbow-like purple ribbons shot out and bombarded the 2 mountains. Your opponent is me. The 2 mountains were shattered. Dugu Xiaoxian shouted and waved her slender hand. The demon-suppressing stone fell beside her. Since you are in such a hurry to die, I will satisfy you. The skinny old man's blood-red hair stood on end as he roared into the sky. If you did not sneak attack me first, I would not have been humiliated by him, and I would not have been injured by the blood sacrifice general worship platform. The skinny old man clenched his fists and raised his hand to form a sandstorm that swept toward Dugu Xiaoxian. This was an energy tornado that made the world lose its color. A giant energy vortex formed in the center and surrounded Dugu Xiaoxian in the blink of an eye. Facing such a terrifying celestial storm, Dugu Xiaoxian's expression did not change much. Her graceful body trembled slightly, and several purple clouds spread out with her as the center. Rumble, the purple clouds surged into the celestial storm. The 2 intertwined, and the rumbling sound was endless. In the collision, the thousands of purple clouds did not destroy the storm, but the storm could not advance any further. You. Which ancient powerhouse are you? Seeing Dugu Xiaoxian block his attack again, the skinny old man frowned. In terms of cultivation level, he was 1 level higher than the other party, but after 2 exchanges, he did not have an obvious advantage. A little chess piece like you has no right to know who I am. If my cultivation level was still at its peak, the battle would have ended long ago. Dugu Xiaoxian's bell-like laughter resounded throughout this world. Her crisp and pleasant voice was like the sound of nature. How arrogant! I am the ruler of this world. If I am a chess piece, who would dare to be the chess player? The skinny old man sneered. The general worship platform flew to his side. When he placed his bloody palm on the general worship platform, the majestic aura in his body instantly increased by several notches. Chapter 381. How laughable. If you're a supreme being, then why did you have to sacrifice your blood to the general appointing platform when you fought me? Dugu Xiaoxian glanced at the skinny old man with disdain. Then, she pointed at Chu Bei. Not to mention you, even he wouldn't dare to call himself the supreme being of this world. Chu Bei couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth when he saw Dugu Xiaoxian pointing the spear at him again. Finally, Chu Bei couldn't help but say, if you want to fight, then hurry up and fight. Why are you still talking when you're fighting? Are you done yet? Dugu Xiaoxian and the skinny old man's expressions changed at the same time when they heard Chu Bei's words. The general appointing platform is just a dead object. No matter how powerful it is, it's still mine. The skinny old man looked at Dugu Xiaoxian and let out a cold snort. As his palm stopped on the general appointing platform, the latter's color became increasingly blood-red, while the skinny old man's face began to turn pale. However, his aura became increasingly terrifying. Sensing the skinny old man's soaring aura, Dugu Xiaoshuan's expression became incomparably serious. She held the dark demon suppressing stone with both hands. Under her touch, the bright red bloodstains seemed to have just been sprinkled from a fresh corpse. They gurgled and emitted a steaming blood energy. Kill. In the next moment, the skinny old man and Dugu Xiaoxian seemed to have reached a consensus. One of them held the general appointing platform while the other held the demon suppressing stone. They smashed towards each other at the same time. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the general appointing platform, which emitted a majestic aura, collided with the evil demon suppressing stone. The sound shook the heavens. At this moment, the void completely collapsed. The graveyard of gods and devils below caved into the distorted dark space. The mountain peaks turned into nothingness, and the endless forest shattered into a rain of light. Under the terrifying collision of the general appointing platform and the demon suppressing stone, the newly established small world completely collapsed. Only intertwining purple light and blood-red light remained. If Chen Nan, Catherine, and the others weren't within Chu Bei's protection, they would have probably been reduced to ashes. Boom. After the collision, the general appointing platform and the demon suppressing stone immediately separated. They each flew in a circle before they collided again under the hands of the skinny old man and Dugu Xiaoxian. The cycle repeated itself. The void was crumbling even more. After every collision, a large amount of pitch-black lightning would surge out from the void. The dense black lightning interweaved and rumbled non-stop. This scene was like hell. Finally, after a collision, the devil suppression stone and the general appointing platform didn't continue to collide. Instead, they each stopped at one side. At this moment, the skinny old man was surrounded by a monstrous demonic aura. His clothes were ragged, and his entire body was in tatters. His skinny body was deformed from the impact. Looking back at Dugu Xiaoxian, although she still maintained her previous appearance, her aura had clearly become weaker, and the energy fluctuations around her had also become chaotic. Her pair of beautiful eyes were permeated with a purplish red light. No matter who you are, you will be buried here today. The skinny old man stared coldly at Dugu Xiaoxian. With a loud laugh, his body shook, and his tattered clothes and deformed body returned to its original state. Let's see how much longer you can last. If it weren't for the fact that my old illness hasn't healed, killing you would only take a single thought. Dugu Xiaoxian glared at the skinny old man unwillingly. Using the devil suppression stone required a large amount of source energy. In the previous collisions, she had almost exhausted all the energy in her body. What made her even more unwilling was that when she continued to mobilize her energy, an inexplicable power hidden in her body suddenly erupted, causing her to be unable to continue using the devil suppression stone. She knew that if this continued, the outcome wouldn't be good. After hesitating for a moment, Dugu Xiaoxian flew directly in Chu Bei's direction. Do you understand the situation now? From the moment the blood sacrifice begins, all of you will only have one outcome, to be tortured to death. The skinny old man seemed to have seen through Dugu Xiaoshuan's thoughts and placed his other hand on the general appointing platform. In an instant, the general appointing platform released a monstrous blood-red light. It was also at this moment that the skinny old man completely turned into a skeleton. The blood in his body was completely sucked out. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The blood-red general appointing platform suddenly trembled. Then, layers of red light spread out in all directions like overlapping waves. Everywhere it passed, everything was imprisoned. Don't worry, I won't let you die a quick death. The skinny old man slowly flew to Dugu Xiaoshuan's side with a vicious look in his eyes. At this moment, the devil suppression stone was hovering around Dugu Xiaoxian. From time to time, it would roar like an ancient ferocious beast at the skinny old man. Your opponent is this, not me. The skinny old man glanced at the devil suppression stone and threw the general appointing platform in his hand over. In an instant, the two treasures of heaven and earth collided again. As for the skinny old man, he sneered as he looked at the immobilized Dugu Xiaoxian. Master, she doesn't seem to be in a good situation. Chen Nan pointed at the imprisoned Dugu Xiaoxian and turned to look at Chu Bei. Master, please help sister. She doesn't seem to be able to defeat that skeleton bad guy. Little Dawn tugged at Chu Bei's arm with her eyes wide open. Master, although this demoness is hateful, she is still on our side. Why don't you make a move and let me admire your monstrous methods again? The purple-gold divine dragon looked at Chu Bei with a fawning expression. Chu Bei glanced at Chen Nan, Catherine, and the others. After sighing, he used his divine sense and used the right to use a level 16 commodity. This time, he exchanged for the power of light, which was a level 16 commodity. Of course, unlike Chen Nan's development of the Pill of Light, when Chu Beijian finished exchanging for the level 16 power of light, he had a feeling that he had become the master of light elemental power in the world. At the same time, the shriveled old man on the battlefield circled Dugu Xiaoxian twice, his dark eyes filled with cruelty and bloodthirstiness. Tell me, should I destroy your soul and turn you into a mindless puppet, or should I destroy your physical body and plant a blood imprint on you to make you my slave? Up to you. There was no fear on Dugu Xiaoxuan's face, but there was a hint of unwillingness in her eyes. In the center of the Tianyuan continent, in the cemetery of the gods and devils, the old man guarding the tomb looked to the west, his eyes reflecting Dugu Xiaoxuan's appearance on the battlefield. He muttered to himself, Tian Shong is still here, or else he wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Will you make a move or not? The old man sighed again. The person reflected in his eyes was now Chu Bei. If you don't make a move, then this old man can only exercise his muscles. The old man shook the walking stick in his hand. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly became sharp. The souls of the dead in the cemetery of the gods and devils once again emerged from the ground and floated above the snow maple tree, wailing mournfully as illusions wreaked havoc. In the west of the Tianyuan continent, in the Church of Light, Pope, the woman related to the demon suppression stone, has lost. Looking at the situation of Dugu Xiaoxian and the skinny old man on the screen, the faces of the clergymen changed. I'm not blind. The Pope snorted coldly and glared at the clergymen. When he looked again at Dugu Xiaoxian in the screen, his brows were full of solemnity. Pope, that woman knows the origin of the demon suppression stone. Do you have a way to save her? A clergyman stepped forward. Nonsense. Is that a battle between them something I can participate in? The Pope directly cursed and pointed at the skinny old man on the screen. Even if we are so far away, that skeleton powerhouse can kill me with just a finger. How do you want me to save her from his hands? The clergyman who spoke was covered in spit by the Pope. After scratching his head awkwardly, he could only continue to pay attention to the situation in the small world. In the screen, the skinny old man raised his right hand and slashed horizontally at Dugu Xiaoxian. The void trembled and rumbled as a pitch-black gap appeared in front of his palm. From the gap, a black blade of light that was hundreds of feet long swept out, shattering the space in its path. It was such a terrifying blade of light that seemed slow but fixed the void as it slashed toward Dugu Xiaoxian. The terrifying power of the pitch-black blade of light seemed to be transmitted through the screen. Roar. In the sky above the Church of Light's temple, half of the 12-winged angel's body screamed miserably. Its roar shook the heavens as it tried its best to suppress the power of the pitch-black blade of light. Perhaps it was because its limbs were incomplete and it was no longer at its peak, or perhaps it was because it had exhausted too much of its power to suppress the collision between the demon suppression stone and the general appointing platform. Although it had blocked most of the power of the pitch-black blade of light, a little of its power still seeped out. Rumble. The power of the blade of light that seeped out directly landed on one of the main peaks of the church. Instantly, the main peak was forcefully cut in half, leaving behind a deep ravine that was shocking to the eye. This power is truly terrifying. The Pope and the clergymen looked at each other, their faces filled with horror. Even a tiny bit of power that seeped out from the void could cut a mountain peak in half. Then, wouldn't the only fate for the woman who was facing this attack be death? Everyone from the Church of Light gulped and continued to look at the scene in the distant sky. However, just as the monstrous black blade of light was about to strike Dugu Xiaoxuan's body, golden light spread out behind Dugu Xiaoxian, and a huge palm formed from golden runes suddenly appeared out of thin air. Then, the golden rune palm slapped out. With a rumble, it forcefully blocked the black blade of light. Following that, The golden rune palm flicked its fingertip. With a crisp crack, the monstrous black blade of light shattered, turning into a rain of black light that dissipated in the air. Your Holiness, did you see that? That blade of light was blocked. The clergyman's eyes were filled with astonishment. Your Holiness, what's with that golden palm? Is it that woman's backup plan? Another clergyman asked. No, the aura is different. The Pope's gaze was fixed on the golden rune palm behind Dugu Xiaoxian as he stammered, there's a third person. Other than the two of them, there's a third supreme powerhouse. It's him. It must be him. The Pope's pupils suddenly constricted. His gaze shifted away from the golden rune palm and landed on a man. Although the man was wearing an ordinary long robe, he was emitting an incomparably sacred radiance as he stood in the air. This sacred aura seemed to have transcended the barrier of the void. Just looking at it through the screen would inexplicably fill one's heart with a warm current that made one feel refreshed and comfortable. On the battlefield, Chu Bei stood quietly in the air with his hands behind his back. His entire body was wrapped in golden light, imperceptibly exuding a majestic aura. He was like a high and mighty emperor, naturally exuding the aura of a powerhouse that looked down on the world, making people have the urge to worship him. Around him, the purple and black light that was originally intertwined with each other retreated, replaced by the golden light with runes. Chapter 382. Since you've made a move, there's nothing for me to do. In the cemetery of gods and devils in the center of the continent, the gravekeeper's aura dropped sharply, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I've had it easy for too many years. I really don't want to get involved anymore. As he muttered, the gravekeeper leaned on his walking stick and sat on the shabby chair again, his eyes looking to the west. Thank you. On the battlefield, Dugu Xiaoxian looked a little absent-minded as she looked at Chu Bei in disbelief, as if she wanted to say something but didn't know what to say. She wasn't surprised that the other party would make a move, nor was she intimidated by the other party's powerful aura. It was because the other party's aura was very unfamiliar to her. Ever since she was born, she had never come into contact with an unfamiliar power. The aura released by the other party clearly didn't have any elemental energy fluctuations, but it made her feel an inexplicable sense of vigilance. For thousands of years, she had only felt this way from a few people. And these few people were all the strongest in the world. They were the real masterminds behind the plot. I didn't want to participate in the battle between the two of you, but since these little guys are begging me, I can only save you. Chu Bei was speaking from the bottom of his heart. He really didn't want to make a move. After all, saving Dugu Xiaoxian didn't give him any benefits, and he would also waste the right to use a level 16 commodity. Ever since Dian exchanged for the level 16 power of light, he had control over the light energy between heaven and earth. In this cemetery of God's plane, all the light elements between heaven and earth were used and controlled by him. In his body, there was an additional seed of light, which carried the bridge for him to communicate with the light elements between heaven and earth. With this power, he was confident that he could fight against Dugu Baitian, the Demon Lord, and the Ghost Lord at their peak. In fact, according to the system's evaluation, level 16 was already equivalent to the heaven-defying stage of this plane. On the battlefield, Chu Bei's calm voice fell, and with a wave of his sleeve, a golden rainbow bloomed beside Dugu Xiaoxian. The next moment, the shackles on Dugu Xiaoxian disappeared, and she regained her freedom. Oh my God, a genuine supreme expert. Seeing how easily Chu Bei removed the bindings on Dugu Xiaoxian's body, the purple-gold divine dragon was lying on the baby dragon's back in the box. Its dragon eyes were wide open as it fixed its gaze on Chu Bei. Its jaw almost dropped to the ground. Previously, it had always been suspicious of Chu Bei's cultivation. After all, before Dugu Xiaoxian had taken away its dragon essence, it could be considered a powerhouse. Judging from Chu Bei's previous attacks, even though he wasn't weak, he shouldn't be a match for Dugu Xiaoxian. However, the scene before its eyes completely shattered its previous opinion. Not only was this expert strong, he was even stronger than the demoness Dugu Xiaoxian who had devoured his dragon essence. The purple gold divine dragon felt a sense of loss, but he quickly regained his senses. When it looked at the man covered in golden light again, it was shocked to find that the man's invisible aura could affect its mind. An expert is indeed an expert. No wonder you're a supreme expert who looks down on the world. Long Bao Bao howled. It wasn't hard to hear the flattery in its howl. The feeling master gives me has changed. Little Chen, she blinked her big watery eyes and looked at Chen Nan with sparkling eyes. Chen Nan pinched little Chen Shi's rosy cheeks. His gaze never left Chu Bei. Just now, the pill of light in his body seemed to have been guided by something, or as if it had met its king. It actually released its light energy on its own. I've always heard him mention you. Who exactly are you? The skinny old man looked at Chu Bei cautiously. Even though he couldn't sense Chu Bei's origin energy fluctuation, his intuition told him that this person wasn't simple. On the Aeon chessboard, all living beings are chess pieces. You're just a chess piece in the hands of one of the chess players. What right do you have to know my name? Chu Bei put his hands behind his back and looked calmly at the skinny old man. I'm the supreme expert of heaven and earth, the ruler of heaven and earth. I'm not some so-called chess piece. The skinny old man's eyes were filled with red light. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved both his arms. The void rumbled and vibrated. Endless spatial cracks surged out with pitch-black light. The pitch-black light had a myriad of changes. Some were in the shape of a broad saber, some were in the shape of a short sword, some were in the shape of a long spear, and some were in the shape of a heavy hammer. Die! A cold voice echoed from the void. The skinny old man executed 100 black lights and attacked Chu Bei at the same time. Chu Bei smiled knowingly. His expression didn't change at all. As for his body, he didn't even move half a step. Chu Bei's divine perception moved. The golden rune giant palm behind Dugu Xiaoxian welcomed the 100 black lights. Everywhere it passed, the blazing golden light left behind waves of auspicious aura. At the moment of collision, the golden rune giant palm directly annihilated the 100 terrifying black lights. Looking at the golden rune giant palm that continued to attack, the skinny old man's expression suddenly changed, and his pupils constricted. Without any hesitation, the skinny old man waved his hand and summoned the general appointing platform that was colliding with the demon suppressing stone in front of him. He used it to block the giant rune palm that carried a vast and holy aura. Boom! Golden light filled the air as runes wreaked havoc. The general appointing platform shook violently, faintly emitting a strange sound that sounded like the wails of ghosts and gods. Accompanied by a shocking explosion, although the general appointing platform successfully blocked the golden rune palm for the skinny old man, it was also sent flying by the golden palm. Upon closer inspection, one could even see that there were some cracks on the smooth surface of the general appointing platform that was refined from an unknown material. Fortunately, the cracks were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The skinny old man looked at the gradually dissipating golden rune palm, then looked at the general appointing platform that had been sent flying and even cracked. In the end, his gaze landed on Chu Bei again. The vigilance on his face became even more intense, and there was a heavy expression between his brows. Obviously, he had recognized Chu Bei's strength in this exchange. The other party's strength was above Dugu Xiaoxuan's. After hesitating for a moment, the skinny old man let out a long breath. His vicious gaze swept across Chu Bei, Dugu Xiaoxian, Chen Nan, and the others, as if he had made a difficult decision. Fight! As soon as the cold syllable fell, the skinny old man intertwined his hands and quickly formed a seal. In the next moment, the skinny old man's entire body released a dark light. Circles of demonic qi spread out in all directions with him as the center. Not far away, the general appointing platform that had been sent flying returned to the skinny old man's side. Following that, the skinny old man cried out in pain. His entire body was pressed against the general appointing platform. First, the black aura around his body entered the general appointing platform. Then, his body, which had already turned into a skeleton, slowly merged into the general appointing platform. Boom! When the skinny old man completely merged with the general appointing platform, an even more terrifying blood-red light suddenly erupted from the general appointing platform. One could vaguely see terrifying demonic chi surging within the light. A terrifying energy that could destroy the world erupted. Dugu Xiaoxian stared at the demonized general appointing platform. She shook her head and sighed, her expression mixed with regret. A Heaven Realm powerhouse had actually completely sacrificed himself to the general appointing platform. Die, all of you must die. A hoarse voice that seemed to come from hell came from the general appointing platform. The voice was filled with monstrous killing intent. Looking over, a white skeleton appeared on the surface of the general appointing platform. Two rays of blood shot out from the eyes of the skeleton as it stared straight at Chu Bei. Swoosh! The sound of something tearing through the air rang out as a long rainbow streaked across the sky. The demon-suppressing stone appeared in front of Chu Bei, releasing a faint red light. As it swayed slightly, it emitted a low hum. I don't need your help yet. Chu Bei calmly pushed away the demon-suppressing stone in front of him. Then, he looked at the general appointing platform in the distance that was growing in size and aura. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Western Heaven Staircase, Goddess of Wisdom Temple. Rumble. With a loud bang, the Goddess of Wisdom Temple collapsed with a loud bang. Rubble and debris flew everywhere, instantly turning into a pile of ruins. In the grey smoke, 6 figures shot out like cannonballs. When they stabilized their bodies, they were the 6 chief gods who were originally in the temple. Is actually this powerful? The 6 chief gods' faces were filled with disbelief as they stared at the general appointing platform in shock. Just now, the terrifying energy that erupted from the general appointing platform had directly pushed them back and destroyed the entire Goddess of Wisdom Temple in an instant. What level of battle is this? How many more such ancient powerhouses are there? The 6 master gods looked at each other before their gazes finally settled on Chu Bei. The attack that Chu Bei had unleashed clearly did not have the slightest fluctuation of yuan power, yet it had forcefully forced the skinny old man into a dead end. On the battlefield of the Eternal Forest, the general appointing platform was already 10,000 feet long. Chu Bei, Dugu Xiaoxian, and the others in front of the general appointing platform were as tiny as ants. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the general appointing platform let out a strange sound, dense black and purple electric currents appeared around it, and monstrous demonic energy filled the air. In almost an instant, Chen Nan, Catherine, and the others discovered that they had lost control of their bodies. It was as if they were imprisoned and could not move. They could only watch as the huge object smashed down. All of you, die. The skeletons in the general appointing platform waved their arms crazily. Let me give you a hand. Dugu Xiaoxian glanced at the general appointing platform and looked at Chu Bei with an incomparably serious expression. Just stay at the side. Chu Bei's left palm spewed out a dazzling golden light to stop Dugu Xiaoxian. Then, he raised his right hand and clenched his fist slightly at the general appointing platform. Crack. In an instant, a crisp sound came from this world as if it had frozen at this moment. When Chu Bei made his move, the various colored lights in this small world began to turn into a rain of light that surged toward the 10,000 feet long general appointing platform. In an instant, the space where Chen Nan and the others were completely plunged into darkness. At this moment, this small world lost its light and turned into a pitch-black world. All the light elements surged toward the general appointing platform. As for the golden light outside the general appointing platform, it became more and more solid. This golden divine light wrapped around the general appointing platform. At first glance, it looked like an incomparably large golden ball of light wrapped around a blood-red stone platform. As more and more golden light gathered, when all the light elements in this world surged to the surroundings of the general appointing platform, Chu Bei's slightly bent palm suddenly clenched into a fist. Chapter 383. On the battlefield, the golden ball of light shrank rapidly, accompanied by the skinny old man's painful and shrill wail. It was also at this moment that Chen Nan and the others regained their freedom. All of them looked at the general appointing platform with different expressions. As the golden ball of light shrank, The 10,000 feet long general appointing platform had no choice but to shrink as well. 1,500 feet, 1,000 feet, 500 feet, 100 feet. In the end, it stopped at less than 3 meters long. Inside the general appointing platform, one could vaguely see the skinny old man struggling and twisting his body. His white bones began to shatter and dissipate under the pressure of the golden ball of light. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled sounds came from the general appointing platform, one after another. The shattered white bones completely fused with the platform. "Master, is that guy dead?" Chen Nan hurriedly asked. Chu Bei didn't respond. He only waved his right hand, and a golden disc appeared on the golden ball of light outside the general appointing platform. The center of the disc was like a chaotic black hole, and a terrifying suction force directly tore through the void and enveloped the general appointing platform. Under this terrifying suction force, a translucent soul flew out from the general appointing platform in pain. The soul's face was very old. Wrinkles could be vaguely seen on his cheeks, piling up like dried orange peel. In his deep eye sockets, a pair of green eyes were filled with pain, as if he was experiencing the 18 levels of hell. It was the skinny old man's appearance before the general appointing platform. Amidst the buzzing sound, the golden disc restrained the skinny old man's soul and arrived in front of Chu Bei. "I'm clearly the supreme being of heaven and earth, the ruler of heaven and earth. How could I still be defeated? Why? I've clearly already reached the peak of cultivation. How could I still be defeated?" The skinny old man seemed to have gone crazy. He stared fixedly at Chu Bei, his expression twisted. "Even if I die, I won't become your servant." A voice filled with unwillingness drifted through this world. Immediately, the skinny old man's soul began to swell. However, just as the skinny old man chose to self-destruct his soul, a golden light surged out from the disc under Chu Bei's feet and forcefully suppressed the former self-destruction. "I didn't ask you to die. You can't die." Chu Bei crossed his arms in front of his chest with a smile on his lips. He looked at the skinny old man mockingly. "You claim to be the ruler of the world, so why did you need to sacrifice blood to the general appointing platform to deal with me? In your opinion, how does the cultivation base of the person who created the general appointing platform compare to yours? Since this small world was created by you, why was it still as solid as a rock when you were about to detonate your soul?" "No, don't say any more." The skinny old man waved his hand and interrupted Chu Bei's words. His expression was extremely ugly. He didn't want to listen anymore. When the other party easily suppressed him, he already knew the answer in his heart. He knew that he was wrong, and this mistake lasted for tens of millions of years. He was really just a chess piece that was kept in the dark. A self-righteous and pathetic chess piece that had no choice. He didn't even know who the chess player was. "Who are you? Have you already left the heavenly realm? How many people are at the same level as you, and where are they?" The skinny old man roared with all his strength, his face twisted to the extreme. "Stop mumbling." Chu Bei picked his ear. "I originally wanted to kill you, but considering your cultivation base, you can still be used as cannon fodder in the upcoming decisive battle. So, I changed my mind. Answer my previous question." The skinny old man was about to pounce on Chu Bei. "Also, what is the upcoming decisive battle?" Chu Bei ignored the skinny old man's roar. Instead, he turned to look at Dugu Xiaoxian. "He's just a wisp of soul now. You should be able to deal with him, right?" "Of course," Dugu Xiaoxian immediately replied. Chu Bei nodded in response. Then, he turned his head and swept his gaze around. With a wave of his sleeve, the light elements around the general appointing platform quickly retreated. In the next moment, this small world regained its brightness. Perhaps sensing that the battle had subsided, the cemetery of gods and devils that had disappeared earlier emerged from the void below. Unfortunately, unlike the graveyard of gods and devils, the mountains and rivers from before had vanished without a trace, and only endless ruins remained. Dugu Xiaoxian began to form seals with her hands, and purple runes interweaved in her palms. Primordial Fiend Sealing Seal. After a long while, Dugu Xiaoxian formed a seal with her palms and sent it toward the skinny old man's soul on the golden disc. The incomparably resplendent seal completely enveloped the skinny old man's soul. Then, it wrapped around him and rushed toward the cemetery of gods and devils below. Boom! With a loud bang, the seal sealed the skinny old man's soul under an empty space in the cemetery of gods and devils, becoming one of the many graves. After dealing with the skinny old man, Dugu Xiaoxian summoned the demon suppression stone and stroked the blood on it. She muttered softly, "Since you've found this place, then stay here permanently. Wait until the decisive battle arrives before you come out." The demon suppression stone seemed to understand Dugu Xiaoxuan's words. Blood slowly flowed on it. Then, with a bang, it was inserted into the grave of the skinny old man who had been sealed earlier. "I've completely sealed him. Moreover, with the demon suppression stone here, it's impossible for him to come out." Dugu Xiaoxian looked at Chu Bei. Then, she pointed at the general appointing platform not far away. "As for that, what are you going to do with it?" The general appointing platform shook continuously, emitting a strange sound as if it was afraid of Chu Bei. Chu Bei glanced indifferently at the general appointing platform and pointed out a golden light. The golden light pierced through the void and extended into the distance. "Return to your master's side. He's not completely dead. He's waiting for the day of his resurrection." Hearing Chu Bei's words, the general appointing platform actually jumped up and down in joy like a child. Then, with a whoosh, it streaked across the sky and followed the golden light that Chu Bei had pointed out. If someone with an extremely high cultivation base was here, they would definitely be able to see the end of the golden light, the land of death. After everything was over, Dugu Xiaoxian faced Chu Bei and was silent for a moment. Then, she asked seriously, "Who exactly are you? What's with your power and aura? Also, what's your cultivation base? Do you know my father?" Meeting Dugu Xiaoxuan's questioning gaze, Chu Bei smiled. "Do you know that there's a heaven beyond the heavens? And I'm from the heavens beyond the heavens." "The heavens beyond the heavens?" Dugu Xiaoxuan's pupils suddenly constricted, and her eyes were filled with astonishment. If this was before, she would only scoff at this person saying such words to her. But now, she had seen his methods with her own eyes. She had no choice but to believe it. The other party's strength and methods didn't have the slightest fluctuation of origin energy. She couldn't even determine the other party's cultivation base. All of this was a complete mystery. If there was really a heaven beyond the heavens, and the other party came from the heavens beyond the heavens, perhaps it was really possible. "How can I go to the heavens beyond the heavens?" Dugu Xiaoxian asked again. At the same time, Chen Nan, Catherine, the purple gold divine dragon, and the others also pricked up their ears. "It's very simple. Slaughter the heavens." Chu Bei's words carried a smile. He. The corners of Dugu Xiaoxuan's mouth twitched. "That's not simple at all. That day won't be far away." Chu Bei pretended to be profound and did not overdo it. After saying that, Chu Bei's gaze landed on Chen Nan. "Let's continue on our journey. Master will bring you to the heavenly realm." "Heavenly realm?" Chen Nan was stunned at first. When he reacted, his body trembled slightly. Chapter 384. Due to the appearance of the demon suppressing stone, my memories have been restored. Thank you for bringing me here. I still have some matters to settle 10,000 years ago, so I'll be leaving first. Dugu Xiaoxian looked at Chu Bei with gratitude in her eyes. After saying goodbye, she glanced at Chen Nan. "Grow up quickly, you don't have much time left." Hearing Dugu Xiaoxian's words, Chen Nan was stunned. When he came back to his senses and was about to say something, Dugu Xiaoxian's figure had already disappeared into the void. "Master, what's her relationship with me?" Chen Nan couldn't help but look at Chu Bei. Chu Bei looked at Chen Nan calmly. "Do you believe in reincarnation?" Chen Nan was a little hesitant. "Master, does reincarnation really exist in this world?" Chu Bei smiled. "You have no relationship with her, but in your previous life, you had an inseparable blood relationship with her. As for more information, I'll leave it to you to find out." Hearing this, Chen Nan didn't pursue this topic and asked another question in his heart. "Master, The power you used earlier seemed to have resonated with the light energy in my body. I can sense that you're using pure light energy. Chu Bei nodded slightly. When you develop your light talent to the large success stage, you'll also have the strength that I showed earlier. Yes. That day won't be far. Chen Nan was excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. It's time to leave. Chu Bei looked at the cemetery below and waved his right hand. Majestic golden light filled the air and the group disappeared into the void. He wanted to take advantage of the time limit of this level 16 light energy to successfully reach the heaven realm. On the other side, Central Tianyuan continent, cemetery of gods and devils. The gravekeeper stood up from his chair and leaned on his walking stick. His body trembled and his eyes were blank for the first time. Is there really a heaven beyond the heavens? Heaven beyond the heavens, does it really exist? I'm already so old, but I still want to see it. As the battle in the eternal forest subsided, the souls of the gods and devils floating above the snow maple tree returned to their coffins one after another. Eastern Tianyuan continent, ancient Tantai sacred ground. Master, the image has disappeared. That fiend god's severed limb is also gone. Meng Ku muttered softly as she pointed at the void where the image was originally projected. Her astonished expression showed that she had yet to recover from her absent-mindedness. Who the hell is he? Shouldn't such a terrifying existence have been brought to the upper realm a long time ago? Why are they still on our continent? Did you guys hear what he said earlier? He said he came from the realm beyond heaven. What kind of place was the realm beyond heaven? If we go there, we have to slaughter the heavens first. What does this mean? The old man beside Meng Ku looked confused as he muttered to himself. Master, do you want me to report what happened just now to the founder of the heaven realm? Meng Ku pursed her lips and said, You don't have to go. I'll go myself. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man turned around and walked towards the main hall with hurried steps. Western heaven realm. It's over. Not only was that terrifying existence defeated, he was also sealed. The Aeon chessboard uses all living beings as chess pieces. What does that mean? Even such a terrifying existence can only be a pawn. Where on earth did the experts of this world go? Where did the stone platform go? Mystery, everything is a mystery. What exactly happened in the ancient past? Who can unravel this mystery? The 6 great gods stared blankly at the image that was beginning to disappear. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with confusion. Before witnessing this battle, they thought that they were only one hurdle away from the peak of cultivation. They were already the masters of the heaven realm, the supreme beings of the region. However, after witnessing this battle, they had a new understanding of the path of cultivation. The divine emperor realm was not the end. There was still a long way to go above it. Moreover, from the conversation of the people in the image, there were many existences above the divine emperor realm in the ancient past. But there was a gap in history, and these terrifying existences were nowhere to be found. Tianyuan continent, Church of Light. The Pope and a group of clergy stared blankly at the disappearing image and the half of the 12-winged angel's body. Pope, the battle is over. The Lord of the Eternal Forest has been sealed. A clergyman pointed at the tombstone in the disappearing image, then pointed at the stone of demon suppression. The stone of demon suppression was left there by that woman. What about the ferocious demons in the 18 levels of hell? This matter is beyond my authority. I must report this to the people of the heaven realm and let them decide. The Pope's face was solemn. But before he could turn around and leave, the void in front of him rippled. The next moment, a dazzling golden light appeared in his sight. A group of people slowly walked out of the golden light. Seeing the appearance of the group, especially the leader, the Pope's face turned grey. He felt as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue, or as if a basin of cold water had been poured over him from head to toe. His entire body was numb. The arrival of these people was too sudden, catching him off guard. The clergymen around him all gasped. They were at a loss, as if they had been struck by lightning. They were like clay statues. It's you. The Pope was flabbergasted. His brain had already lost the ability to command his own actions. He stood there motionless like a piece of wood, staring blankly at Chu Bei, who was in the lead. "Have we met before?" Chu Bei looked at the old man with the scepter in front of him in surprise. This was his first time in the Church of Light. "We watched the entire battle between you and that person in the Eternal Forest." The Pope stared at Chu Bei warily. His entire body was as tense as a rock. His heart was as heavy as cold lead. "I am the Pope of the Church of Light. May I know why you are here?" "Watched the entire battle?" Chu Bei frowned. After the Pope explained a few more words, he reacted. It turned out that when the general appointing platform woke up and the abnormality in the graveyard of gods and devils, they were broadcasted live. "That's interesting." After knowing what was going on, Chu Bei's lips curled into a smile. These people had also seen the scene of him using the level 16 power of light to suppress the skinny old man. Chu Bei patted the Pope's shoulder. "Don't be nervous. I don't have any special purpose here. I just want to go to the 12th level of hell." "The 12th level of hell? That's a place of great danger. May I know your purpose?" Knowing that Chu Bei had no ill intentions, the Pope's tightly furrowed brows relaxed. "You don't need to know that." Chu Bei waved his hand. "Sir, according to the records of our church, every level of hell below imprisons countless gods and devils, and among them are several incomparably powerful existences. Even people from the heaven realm have to be careful when they enter." At this point, the Pope seemed to recall the method Chu Bei had used previously, and his tone suddenly changed. "But with your strength, you should be fine. I wonder if you need me to open it for you." "No need. I just happened to land here, so I'm just informing you. As for the 12th level of hell, we'll go there ourselves." Chu Bei waved his hand to reject the Pope's good intentions, and with that, a golden circle of light emerged from the ground. Chen Nan, Catherine, and the rest followed closely behind Chu Bei, and stepped into the golden circle of light one after another, disappearing. "Master, is this hell?" After a while, Chen Nan tilted his head to look at Chu Bei beside him, and gulped. Now, he had fallen from the bright world outside into the pitch-black world of darkness. Even though his cultivation had reached the 6th level, he still couldn't see anything clearly. Especially the dense killing intent in the air, which gave people a gloomy and terrifying feeling. The so-called 18 levels of hell are actually just 18 small worlds. However, these 18 small worlds were overlapped by someone using a supreme method. Later on, it was discovered by the Church of Light, and became the 18 levels of hell that they speak of, specially used to seal evil people. As his calm voice fell, Chu Bei pointed out a finger, and holy light elements gushed out, instantly illuminating this dark world. As far as the eye could see, this place was vast and boundless, like a vast grassland, except that the grass was black. "Master, aren't we going to the heaven realm? Why are we here?" Little Dawn blinked her big, watery eyes. Crunch, crunch. Without waiting for Chu Bei to answer Little Dawn's question, a bone cracking and chewing sound came from the east. The sound was hair-raising. Were they sealed here by the Church of Light? Hearing the sound, Chen Nan turned into a golden light and appeared above the source of the sound. Below them, 2 four-winged fallen angels were fighting with a group of white-haired zombies and red-haired corpse fiends. Almost at the same time, Chu Bei brought Catherine and the rest to Chen Nan's side. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Suddenly, the ground trembled slightly, followed by a violent tremor, as if thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping. All kinds of roars came from afar. The 2 fallen angels fighting below seemed to have sensed the abnormality of the situation, and glanced at the white-haired zombies and red-haired corpse fiends around them. Just as they were about to leave the battle, the ground cracked. A simple and ancient-looking stone coffin slowly floated out of the ravine. The stone coffin was covered in blood, and it was constantly seeping into the ground. The moment the stone coffin appeared, the white-haired zombies and red-haired corpse fiends stopped fighting, and knelt around the stone coffin like servants. Seeing the stone coffin, Chen Nan could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. "Master, could it be another Yusin's clone in this coffin?" Hearing Chen Nan's words, Chu Bei shook his head, and gave him a look that said, "Don't be nervous and relax." Buzz buzz buzz, the stone coffin trembled, and actually stood upright. The two fallen angels seemed to have sensed the waves of evil coming from the stone coffin, and after looking at each other, they flew in different directions. However, it was all too late. Before they could fly more than 100 feet away, two blood-red rays of light shot out from the evil, blood-stained stone coffin, and grabbed the two fallen angels. In the next moment, the bodies of the two fallen angels exploded, and all the blood in their bodies flowed into the stone coffin. Immediately after, a shrill howl came from the coffin, and it resounded throughout the 12 levels of hell. After a while, the stone coffin exploded. A man covered in blood-red light stood in the air, looking disdainfully in all directions, and howling continuously. The man's hair was disheveled, and his blood-red hair was extremely demonic. His half-exposed upper body was covered in demonic patterns, and his lower body was not made of legs, but a giant snake's tail that was 20 to 30 feet long. The most peculiar thing was that in the middle of his forehead, which was covered in demonic patterns, there was an additional vertical eye. It was extremely strange. This is a Western totem. Catherine's pupils shrank when she saw the appearance of the man in the stone coffin, and she could not help but exclaim, "A Western totem?" Chen Nan's gaze landed on Catherine. Totems are different from the other demons and demonic beasts in the Western continent. There is only one of them. Although I have never seen him with my own eyes, from the ancient books that have been passed down, he has a human head, a snake body, 3 eyes, and demonic patterns all over his body. His characteristics are exactly the same as a Western totem. Catherine continued, "Legend has it that the Western totem's cultivation is exceedingly high, and he is one of the most powerful gods in the world. Oh my mother dragon! He really blinded my dragon eyes. The Western totem is truly a super big shot." Hearing Catherine's words, the purple-gold divine dragon gulped and could not help but howl at the sky. "Master, who sealed such a super ancient god in the 12th layer of hell? He is the West Continent's totem. Who has such great capabilities?" Chen Nan could not help but look at Chu Bei and ask the question in his heart. "It wasn't sealed here. The 12th level of hell is his inner world," Chu Bei said calmly as he glanced at Chen Nan. "Master, you didn't come here to find him, right?" Chen Nan asked. Chu Bei nodded. "I used him to enter the heavenly realm. There are so many offerings the moment I woke up, and there is no lack of delicious food. It's enough for me to enjoy myself." Just as Chu Bei finished speaking, an extremely powerful spiritual wave spread out from below. At the same time, a cold voice rang in Chen Nan and the rest's ears. Looking over, the Western totem on the shattered sarcophagus was staring at Chu Bei and the rest with a burning gaze. It was licking its lips greedily, as if it was looking at its prey. Swoosh! The Western totem whipped its tail at Chen Nan, and a pitch-black crack appeared in the space. Chen Nan was shocked. He hurriedly elementalized and dodged to the side. However, the West Continent's totem was a powerful existence in the legends. The moment Chen Nan turned into the light element, the long snake tail suddenly expanded, and at the same time, it released a faint yellow ripple. A strange energy forced Chen Nan, who had turned into light, back into his human form. The faint yellow ripple surrounded his body. Chen Nan felt as if his internal organs were boiling, and all the organs in his abdomen were about to shatter. At that moment, the Western totem's eyes shot out 2 beams of blood-red light. The demonic patterns all over his body also emitted a demonic glow. He looked extremely evil, and did not look like a god at all. At that moment, he was more like a hungry wolf, and Chen Nan was a fat sheep. "Little guy, I didn't expect you to hide such a treasure in your body." The Western totem looked at Chen Nan in astonishment. On Chen Nan's chest, a Taiji diagram was spinning, releasing a strange power. Chapter 385. No matter who you were chosen by, since you came to me, you can only blame yourself for being unlucky. The Western totem looked at Chen Nan and said in a cold voice, "But you are very lucky. You will be the only person in thousands of years that I will remember." As the cold voice faded, the Western totem's tail shone with a bloody light as it tried to kill Chen Nan. However, just as the Western totem's tail was about to hit Chen Nan, Countless finger-sized light balls appeared behind Chen Nan. These light balls were filled with a holy aura. If one were to carefully sense them, they would discover that there was a strange energy expanding and contracting in each of the tiny light balls. This feeling was as if each seemingly insignificant light ball was formed from an extremely large amount of energy compressed to the extreme. Rumble. The light balls burst forth and instantly destroyed the faint yellow ripples released by the Western totem's tail, forcing it back at the same time. Master, if you had taken any longer, my life would have been destroyed by this so-called Western totem. Chen Nan fiercely glanced at the Western totem. He would no longer treat the Western totem as a legendary god. The respect he had for the Western totem had vanished the moment it tried to kill him. If not for the fact that he was not strong enough, he would have killed the Western totem instead. Oh! If you hadn't taken action, I really wouldn't have been able to tell. You have hidden it well. The Western totem shifted its gaze from Chen Nan to Chu Bei. A bloody light flashed in its eyes as two blood-colored divine swords condensed and shot towards Chu Bei. Originally, I had a small matter to ask for your help on this trip. I was still thinking about how to repay this favor. Now that you have taken action against me, this matter will be much easier to handle. Chu Bei suddenly laughed heartily. He clenched his right hand into a fist that emitted a resplendent golden light. After shattering the two blood-colored divine swords, his figure vanished. Seeing Chu Bei disappear, the Western totem's expression changed drastically as a sense of danger surged in its heart. The last person who had made it feel this way was a supreme expert who could fight against the heavens 10,000 years ago. The Western totem seemed to have caught onto something. It suddenly looked up to the sky and let out a long howl. Its blood-red hair danced wildly, and the demonic patterns all over its body emitted an increasingly dazzling evil light. At the same time, the third vertical eye on its forehead shot out a pitch-black beam of light. The sacred totem eye has opened. Heavens, the legendary totem sacred eye that can destroy everything in the world. Catherine thought of the legend recorded in the ancient books, and her mouth formed a circle. Not to mention the current you, even if you recover your peak cultivation, I still don't care about you. Chu Bei's calm voice resounded in this world. In the blink of an eye, Chu Bei appeared right above the Western totem. Then, he slapped down with his right palm. There was a circular light circle formed by photons in front of his palm. To be precise, it was a bottomless light hole. The pitch-black beam of light shot out from the sacred eye of the Western totem's glabella. After bombarding the light hole that looked like the mouth of a troll, it quickly melted and was swallowed by the latter. This is impossible. Who the hell are you? Looking at the dissipation of his attack, the Western totem's three pupils suddenly shrank. However, just as the Western totem was about to avoid the light hole that continued to hit him, his body was inexplicably bound by chains made of photons that appeared out of thin air. These chains contained terrifying energy. Even someone as strong as him could not break free for a while. Looking at the light hole falling from above, the Western totem's heart sank to the bottom at this moment. Boom! With a loud bang, the light hole in Chu Bei's right palm hit the Western totem's face solidly. Dazzling golden light scattered in all directions, and a deafening sound reverberated. The black grassland below instantly cracked and collapsed. The 12 layers of hell continued to collapse, and the rumbling sound was endless. It was like a huge disaster, and the void cracks appeared one after another. Perhaps Chu Bei deliberately controlled his power, but just as this world was about to be completely destroyed, the energy storm suddenly disappeared. Moments later, a huge golden halo appeared in the sky. It absorbed all the energy storm in this small world. Following that, the golden light surged into the chaotic zone with the cracks, causing the spatial cracks to slowly close and return to their original perfect state. Under Chu Bei's palm, the Western totem's endless demonic aura was vast and mighty. He was still bound by the golden light chains. However, he looked very miserable. Half of his face had been slashed away, and the vertical eye in the middle of his forehead had rolled to an unknown location. Oh my dragon mother! In front of the expert, even totems wither. The purple-gold divine dragon glanced at the miserable Western totem and could not help but exclaim, following the expert's soul, I'm also a dragon with a backer. If the West Earth totem refines it and stews it into snake soup, it will definitely be very nutritious, the baby dragon mumbled softly. Once a frontline warrior, now reduced to sucking blood to survive. How sad. Chu Bei looked straight at the West Earth totem. You survived that battle. The West Earth totem's body trembled slightly as his gaze was fixed on Chu Bei, as if he wanted to see through him. Who I am isn't important. What's important is that the final battle is about to arrive. Are you going to stay here forever? Chu Bei's tone was calm. If my inner world hadn't been tampered with, why would I stay here? The West Earth totem's gaze focused, his eyes filled with indignation. As for you, you probably didn't even do anything in that battle, right? You didn't leave any injuries. The West Earth totem's tone suddenly changed, his words filled with mockery. Chu Bei smiled and did not reply. He only raised his right hand and slapped down again. Bam! With a dull bang, a resplendent golden light filled the sky as the Western totem's snake tail was broken into two. Kill me if you want. I am the supreme of West Earth. When have I ever feared death? The Western totem's killing intent soared. You're still useful. I won't kill you. Chu Bei shook his head, his voice indifferent. After he finished speaking, a small azure dragon flew out from between his brows, and a dragon's roar resounded through the void. East. East totem. Seeing the small azure dragon, the Western totem's only pupil suddenly shrank. Then, he shook his head helplessly and sighed. I didn't expect you to be even more miserable than me. Sigh. What? The great dragon blade is the East Earth totem. Hearing the Western totem's words, Chen Nan and the purple-gold divine dragon looked at the small azure dragon in astonishment. Since you won't kill me, what are you forcing me to do? The Western totem realized that the golden chains binding him had dissipated. He looked at Chu Bei with a puzzled expression. At the same time, the flesh on the side of his face that was missing grew back. The vertical eye flew back and gradually recovered its original appearance. Since the other party was nourishing the Eastern totem, he was not its enemy in terms of camp. I want to go to the heavenly realm. Chu Bei emphasized each word. The heavenly realm? The Western totem looked at Chu Bei suspiciously. With your cultivation, you still need my help to go to the heavenly realm? I feel like I'm being watched by some unknown force. Once I break the barrier of the heavenly realm, I'm afraid this force will awaken. Chu Bei made up a story. Hearing this, the Western totem frowned and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Are you referring to the heavenly path? Perhaps. Chu Bei nodded slightly. After a moment of silence, the Western totem began to form a seal with both hands. A vast wave of energy rippled through the entire 12th layer of hell. In fact, the violent energy fluctuations even caused the fiends sealed in the other hells to roar as well. Your Holiness, this is bad. All 18 hells are rioting. A clergyman ran into the Temple of Light in a panic. Which layer of hell is the source of the chaos? The Pope quickly asked. It's the 12th layer of hell, the clergyman said nervously. After confirming his guess, the Pope of Light took a deep breath. What an eventful season. Let's hope he doesn't cause any trouble. At the same time, in the 12th layer of hell, the Western totem once again opened his third eye. A pitch-black beam of light tore a hole in the formation pattern formed previously. The void in the hole shattered, and a space passage with dense immortal mist appeared. The passage to the heavenly realm has been opened for you. You may enter. The Western totem gestured at Chu Bei. He was one of the first deities to discover the existence of the heavenly realm. He was also one of the few deities who could teleport others into the heavenly realm at any time. Coincidentally, the other party came looking for him. In his opinion, the person in front of him was definitely one of the reincarnated deities of the first batch. He knew everything about him. The passage slowly closed, and Chu Bei and the others disappeared into the hole. Master, are we going to reach the heavenly realm? In the space passage, Chen Nan clenched his fists, looking a little excited. He felt as if he was wandering in the river of time, as if he had traveled through endless years. Finally, with a flash of light, he flew out of the space passage. The aura here is so comfortable. I really want to live here forever. The majestic spiritual energy rushed towards them. The purple gold dragon and baby dragon couldn't help but howl. In front of them was a beautiful short mountain. Flowers covered the whole mountain, and the air was filled with an intoxicating fragrance. The hot spring flowed down from the top of the mountain, forming dozens of connected springs halfway up the mountain. The hot springs were like pearls, adorned with the flowers all over the mountain. It was really a sacred place. Master, the aura here is similar to the 100 Flowers Valley. It's very comfortable. Little Dawn squinted her big eyes, clenched her little fists, and looked intoxicated. The baby dragon had also jumped into the hot spring, splashing the water and enjoying it. As for Catherine and the zombie king Yushin, they were sniffing the various fragrances with relaxed expressions. Why do you think these deities are in a hurry to summon us? Did something big happen recently? I heard that the god of thunder and the goddess of wisdom fought, and the goddess of wisdom's shrine was destroyed. Don't talk nonsense. It was clearly the goddess of wisdom who attracted the lightning during her tribulation and destroyed the goddess of wisdom's shrine. I discovered an intruder, and it's an eastern dragon. Everyone, come and take it down together. Hualala. The spring water churned. The baby dragon jumped up and shouted towards Chubei, Senior, quickly save me. I'm being chased by a birdman. Chapter 386. Hearing the baby dragon's cry for help, Chen Nan, Catherine, and the rest all looked over. They saw a group of four-winged angels following behind the baby dragon. There were black, white, red, yellow, and all sorts of other colors. You've been targeted the moment you arrived. Looking at the baby dragon running toward him in a panic, Chubei smiled. Seeing that the four-winged angels were about to catch up with the baby dragon, Chubei waved his hand, and a dazzling golden light surged toward the four-winged angels like a wave. What's going on? Why can't I move? What did you do to us? Let us go. You bunch of Easterners, how dare you enter our Western territory without permission? The Lord God will not forgive you. The golden light swept across, and the angels chasing the baby dragon instantly froze on the spot, unable to move. The angels at the back who didn't participate in the chase saw that their companions were imprisoned and instantly stopped in their tracks. They looked at each other, and no one dared to act rashly. Until 6 rainbows flashed across the sky from the east, these vigilant angels seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. The Lord God and the rest are here. The angels seemed to have waited for their savior, and they were all excited. What are you all doing? A cold voice came from one of the rainbows, exuding supreme majesty. This was a beautiful woman with long golden hair, blue eyes, snow-white skin, and snow-white clothes that fluttered in the wind. Her every movement was filled with holiness. Lord gods, these Easterners came to our Western territory without permission. Hearing the words of an angel, the 6 Lord gods noticed the presence of Chubei and the rest. When they saw the appearance of Chubei and the rest, their shocked expressions were no less than the Pope of the Church of Light in the mortal world. It's you. The goddess of wisdom opened her mouth slightly, and her gaze was fixed on Chubei. Just as she spoke, she seemed to have realized the problem with her words and hurriedly changed the way she addressed him. You. Why are you here? The 5 other overgods also stared at Chubei in disbelief. They had gathered the army of angels this time so that they could give the order to find this terrifying existence and investigate his background. But unfortunately, before they could give the order, the person they wanted to investigate appeared in front of them. Seeing the goddess of wisdom's expression, Chubei was stunned for a moment before he asked tentatively, "You guys also witnessed the battle in the Eternal Forest?" The goddess of wisdom hurriedly nodded. "I'm the Western goddess of wisdom. This area is my territory. May I know the purpose of your visit? Is there anything I can help you with? On the other hand, we came here without permission and caused a small misunderstanding. Since the other party was so polite, Chubei naturally wouldn't put on airs. He waved his hand and removed the restraints on the previous group of angels. Oh my God! Where did this person come from? Even the chief god is so respectful to him. Could he be some big shot from the east? How can those Eastern divine kings have so much face? Could he be the Eastern divine emperor? That's possible. Just as the angels were guessing Chu Bei's identity, the goddess of wisdom's cold gaze swept past them. What are you still standing here for? There's nothing for you to do here anymore. Hurry up and leave. After the four-winged angels left, only the 6 overgods and Chu Bei's group were left. When the goddess of wisdom announced her identity, the purple gold divine dragon and dragon baby had already flown to the goddess of wisdom's side. Oh, goddess of wisdom, please accept my praise. The purple gold divine dragon had a pious look. I didn't expect to be so close to the goddess of wisdom one day. Oh, I'm with the goddess. Goddess of wisdom, please bestow upon me supreme wisdom. The baby dragon imitated the purple gold divine dragon, squinting its eyes and putting its claws together. The goddess of wisdom smiled and looked at the two of them. Then, she stretched out her hands and softly chanted, "Life commendation." 2 rays of holy light shot out from her hands and rushed into the bodies of the purple gold divine dragon and the baby dragon respectively. Chu Bei glanced at the purple gold divine dragon and the baby dragon, who had a look of enjoyment on their faces and regretted bringing them along. They were too embarrassing for him. I'm the goddess of life of the West. Senior, may I ask if your cultivation level is above the divine emperor realm? Also, what do you mean by the War of the Heavens era, the heaven and earth chessboard, chess players, chess pieces? At this moment, a woman in a green dress cupped her fists towards Chu Bei. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing that the baby dragon and the purple gold divine dragon were about to flatter the goddess of life again, Chu Bei hurriedly coughed to stop them. Luckily, these 2 little guys noticed Chu Bei's gaze and didn't continue to do anything degrading for him. Before that, take a look at the 2 of them. Chu Bei summoned Catherine and Zombie King Yushin in front of him. Fairy Wu Qing. Seeing Catherine and Zombie King Yushin, the 6 core gods exclaimed at the same time. What Fairy Wu Qing? Chen Nan couldn't stay calm and fixed his eyes on the goddess of life. Are they not merciless fairies? But they look exactly the same. The 6 core gods seemed to have also noticed the difference in Catherine and Zombie King Yushin's aura and were confused. Master, the Fairy Wu Qing they're talking about is Yushin from the celestial realm, right? But why is Yushin called Fairy Wu Qing? Chen Nan tilted his head and looked at Chu Bei. Yushin. Fairy Wu Qing seems to be called Fairy Wu Qing. The goddess of life frowned slightly and continued, those born in the Eastern heaven realm who become gods are called gods, and those who break through the void and ascend to the heaven realm from the human realm are called fairies. This Fairy Wu Qing is a fairy who broke through the void and entered the heaven realm 10,000 years ago. She has the best beauty in the Eastern heaven realm, and her magic power is very powerful. There are also rumors that she's the biological sister of Fairy Tantai. In short, she's a mysterious woman. She drew her own land in the heaven realm and called it the Heartless Realm. She doesn't allow outsiders to enter the Heartless Realm. At first, many immortals and gods refused to accept it, but after countless immortals and gods died in the Heartless Realm, that place became a forbidden area, and no one dared to offend it anymore. Just as the goddess of life finished speaking, the goddess of wisdom added, "It's said that Fairy Wu Qing is very low-key. She only quietly cultivates in the Heartless Realm and never participates in any events in the Heaven Realm. As a result, when people mention Fairy Wu Qing, they always have a feeling of forgetting about her. However, once they wake up, they will immediately think of her ruthlessness, beauty, and mystery. Drawing a land to live, immortals and gods stopped, and gods died in the Heartless Realm. Why did my Yusin become like this?" After listening to the goddess of life's and the goddess of wisdom's descriptions, Chen Nan muttered to himself. Finally, his gaze landed on Chu Bei. "Master, Yusin was so pure and kind 10,000 years ago. She didn't understand the mortal world's etiquette and was as pure as the most sparkling and translucent snow on the peak of the heavenly mountain. Why is she so decisive now? Is it all because she's cultivating the sage unruffled record?" "Yes." After Chu Bei nodded, he calmly replied, "Because she's cultivating the sage unruffled record, there are 2 souls in her body. The soul you know no longer occupies the dominant position in her body. Master, Then can you get rid of the soul that was born later? Chen Nan anxiously waited for the answer. If I can't, then what's the point of bringing you here? Chu Bei smiled. Thank you, Master. Hearing Chu Bei's answer, Chen Nan heaved a long sigh of relief. His whole body seemed to have relaxed. Is the fairy Tantai you mentioned just now Tantai Xian? Chen Nan seemed to have thought of something again. He immediately tilted his head and asked the goddess of life tentatively. Who else could it be if not her? The goddess of life smiled knowingly. Tantai, you're indeed impressive. You actually really became a celestial supremacy. Chen Nan couldn't help but sigh. A celestial supremacy in the Eastern Heaven Realm was at the godly King Realm, which was equivalent to a master god in the Western Heaven Realm. Whenever he thought of Tantai Xian, Chen Nan would feel a sense of loss. Especially after knowing that she was already a celestial supremacy in the Heaven Realm, while he was barely considered to have stepped into the 6th stage, this sense of loss was even more intense. Tantai, why did you treat me like this back then? If not for you, how would my cultivation have regressed? Chen Nan let out a long sigh. He felt a little bitter in his heart. After all, Tantai Xian was the girl he liked before he met Yusin. Don't worry, it won't be long before you catch up to her. Chu Bei saw through Chen Nan's thoughts and patted him on the shoulder. You haven't stated your intentions. Is there anything we can help you with? The goddess of wisdom looked at Chu Bei and returned to the original question. The corner of Chu Bei's mouth held a smile. Our destination this time is the Heartless World, we just happened to pass by here. Senior, do you need us to lead the way? The goddess of wisdom flapped her white wings slightly. In the Heartless World, the Heartless Fairy was the most heartless. In the East, no immortal martial realm cultivator dared to loiter around her immortal abode. Otherwise, they would be killed without mercy. For tens of thousands of years, there were also some arrogant deities who were unconvinced and tried to barge in. In the end, they all died there. Even they weren't too willing to deal with her. But if they could use this opportunity to be on good terms with this senior in front of them, it couldn't be better. There's no need for that. Chu Bei declined the goddess of wisdom's kindness. He had the system map. Even if it was his first time in the Heaven Realm, he knew where the Heartless World was. Then I wish you a safe journey. The goddess of wisdom was very respectful. Compared to the heavenly realm, the Western main gods like to build shrines and recruit believers, while the Eastern practitioners like to build their own cultivation places on beautiful mountain peaks or in caves with rich spiritual energy. Chu Bei brought Chen Nan and the others and flew towards the east. More and more jade palaces came into view. In next to no time, Chu Bei's group arrived at a dreamlike paradise. The air here was dense, the mountains were green, the valleys were green, the waterfalls were flowing, the cranes were flying, and the apes were jumping happily. On every mountain peak, the jade palaces were connected together. It was really poetic and picturesque, intoxicating. Chapter 387. Hey! What's going on here? Why are you all going to the Tantai sacred land? You're muddle-headed. Did you forget such an important day today? Today is the day of Tantai Fairy's lecture, and I heard that Fairy Wuching also went. I almost forgot. Good thing you reminded me. Let's go, we have to go take a look. You can go take a look, but don't have any other thoughts about Fairy Wuching and Fairy Tantai. There are at least 8,000 people who died in their hands. I don't want you to become the next one. A group of cultivators in daoist robes gathered together and chatted with each other. Master, it seems that we don't need to go to the Heartless Realm. She came to the Tantai sacred land. Hearing the cultivators' conversation not far away, Chen Nan looked at Chu Bei and said, I already know. Chu Bei nodded lightly in response. The reason why he came to the Tantai sacred land was because he found that when he was preparing to go to the Heartless Realm, the red dot representing Yusin on the map moved towards the Tantai sacred land. As his voice fell, Chu Bei brought Chen Nan and the others to a huge floating square in the Tantai sacred land. At that moment, countless people gathered in the square. There were successors and disciples of various large sects, and there were also many loose cultivators. Looking around, There were figures everywhere. It was densely packed. Because of such a grand event, the usually peaceful and tranquil paradise had become a hubbub of voices and was bustling to the extreme. Just as countless people were anxiously waiting, a beautiful and pleasant celestial music sounded above the square. As the celestial music sounded, the bustling sacred land quieted down. A group of cultivators raised their heads at the same time and looked at a jade palace high in the sky. They saw a green-clothed fairy slowly flying over. She had a pitilessly beautiful appearance, limpid eyes, snow-white skin, long black hair that was like a waterfall, and a slender and delicate figure. This was a dreamlike woman. Her entire body emitted a spiritual energy, and it could be said that she possessed the wisdom of heaven and earth. Tens of thousands of years have not left the slightest trace of vicissitudes on her body. She's still the amazing woman who cut across the immortal fantasy continent like a comet. She's still the same as before. Chen Nan's gaze was fixed on the girl in green as he muttered to himself. His voice was so weak that it was almost inaudible. But very quickly, Chen Nan's gaze was attracted by the white-clothed woman who flew out from the pavilion. Seeing the appearance of the woman in white, Chen Nan's breathing stagnated and his body trembled violently. Her white robes fluttered in the wind. Her peerless appearance was still as otherworldly as before. Her face was as beautiful as a delicate flower. It was still as delicate and pretty as it was 10,000 years ago. Her eyebrows were curved, her nose was tall, her lips were rosy, and her teeth were like jade. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised, revealing a bit of innocence and a bit of playfulness. Her faint smile was warmer than the sun, gentler than the sea, purer than snow, and more fragrant than flowers. The white-robed woman stood quietly in the void, her dress fluttering in the wind like a fairy from the 9 heavens. Chu Bei held his breath and stared blankly at the woman in white. He knew that the person in front of him was not an incarnation, but the real Yusin from 10,000 years ago. The familiar aura had not changed. Oh, Mother Long, what a pair of naughty ladies. At this moment, I am willing to give up my divine dragon body and become a human, just to be able to travel the heavenly realm hand in hand with the 2 fairies. The purple-gold divine dragon laid on the baby dragon, his eyes constantly switching between Yu Xin and Dan Taixian. His eyes were shining. Ruffian dragon, if you dare to say another word, I will stew you into a bowl of dragon soup. Chen Nan glared at the purple-gold divine dragon fiercely. Fairies, Chen Nan is here to find you. The baby dragon looked at Dan Taixian and Fairy Merciless in the sky with his big, sparkling eyes and shouted proudly. Perhaps it was because he was in close contact with the purple-gold divine dragon that he was gradually led astray. When we were in the Eternal Forest, you asked me if I would be willing to fuse with another person one day. Catherine walked in front of Chen Nan and looked straight at him. She pointed at Fairy Merciless with her right hand and said with a serious expression, "Is she the person you were talking about?" At the same time, Zombie King Yu Xin also came in front of Chen Nan. The 2 ladies seemed to have noticed something and were waiting for Chen Nan's answer. "No, you are you. There is no need to fuse with anyone," Chen Nan replied firmly. He already had an answer to this question in his heart. "That's more like it. I am me. I don't want to fuse with anyone else." Catherine smiled at Chen Nan's answer. She seemed to be very satisfied. "When I saw you in the void mirror, I knew you would come. I just didn't expect you to come so quickly." At this moment, the heavenly music above the square stopped and was replaced by Dan Taishuan's cold voice. A chilling gaze shot out from her beautiful eyes and landed on Chen Nan. "I didn't come for you this time." Chen Nan turned into a golden light and disappeared from the spot. He appeared in front of Yu Xin. "Oh my God! Who is this guy? Fairy Tantai seems to know him. Why haven't I seen him before?" But from Fairy Tantai's tone, she doesn't seem to be friendly with this person. "Do you think he is the same as Fairy Tantai? He also ascended from the human world 10,000 years ago." "Impossible. If he ascended from the human world 10,000 years ago, he would already be a celestial venerable. How could we not have heard of his name? Moreover, feel his aura carefully. He has just reached rank 6. Didn't you hear what he said? Not only does he know Fairy Tantai, but he also knows Fairy Wu Qing. In the square, countless people's eyes were focused on Chen Nan. Their eyes were filled with confusion and shock. Of course, there was no lack of celestial venerables from other sects in the square. However, these celestial venerables in the Divine King realm did not look at Chen Nan. Instead, they looked at Chu Bei. Their eyebrows were filled with astonishment and disbelief. Why did he appear at this time? Does he also know Fairy Tantai and Fairy Wu Qing? Shouldn't an existence like him be sealed in the third world? Why can he still move around in the heaven realm? Celestial venerables in 2s and 3s walked together and stared at Chu Bei vigilantly. Unlike the immortal martial realm cultivators in the square, they had personally witnessed this person's supreme divine ability in the eternal forest. The pressure released by his every move was enough to make people want to bow down and worship him. Even though they were strong, they could not summon any will to resist under that aura. In the sky, Chen Nan looked at Fairy Wu Qing quietly and did not make a sound. Tears rolled down his cheeks silently, and the mist gradually blurred his eyes. Even though he had found Little Dawn, Corpse King Yushin, and Catherine with Chu Bei's help, the three of them were not the Yushin from 10,000 years ago. However, the aura of the merciless fairy before him was that of a girl who could warm his lonely soul. Bad guy, why are you always following me? Bad guy, don't follow me anymore. There are 2 paths here that lead in opposite directions. We will each take one. Bad guy, you must be following me on purpose. My name is Yushin. Master picked me up in the flower bushes on a rainy night. When you grow old, you can still remember a girl called Yushin. Scenes from 10,000 years ago appeared in Chen Nan's mind. Seeing that Yushin was really still alive, Chen Nan's tears turned into laughter. His master did not lie to him. The woman in front of him completely overlapped with the pharaoh-like girl in white in his mind, who was untainted by the aura of the mortal world and dressed in white. Yushin, Chen Nan looked at the woman in front of him with deep affection. When they met again, he had thousands of words in his heart, but in the end, he could only say Yushin. You must die. However, the white-clothed woman's reply to Chen Nan was not the gentleness he was familiar with. Instead, it was 4 cold syllables filled with thick killing intent. As soon as the cold voice fell, the beautiful white-clothed woman's eyes shot out 2 cold bolts of lightning. It was like a materialized sword ray. Then, she raised her right hand, and 5 slender fingers that were as clear as jade came together. They drew a beautiful trajectory in the air and slashed down diagonally. Whoosh! An incomparably resplendent materialized sword ray sliced through the air. It extended from the woman's fingertips to Chen Nan's waist and slashed fiercely against it. Clang! Accompanied by the clear sound of metal, the resplendent golden ray slashed against the black tortoise armor. However, even with the black tortoise armor's protection, the unprepared Chen Nan was still sent flying into the ground of the plaza by the force of the attack. A deep crater was formed as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Even if you've lost your memories, you can't possibly attack me. Why? Why? Chen Nan flew out from the deep crater. He did not even bother to wipe the blood off the corner of his mouth as he flew back to the white-clothed woman. At this moment, Chen Nan was in a state of madness. He repeated his words with a questioning tone. It was clearly the exact same aura, but the woman had unleashed a sword ray at him. She had used her heaven-defying sword energy to strike him mercilessly. Love really does make people lose their rationality. Seeing the idiotic Chen Nan, Chu Bei shook his head and could not help but sigh. There's no reason. I just want you to die. The white-clothed woman's cold and emotionless voice reverberated throughout the Tantai paradise. 2 sword rays that were even more terrifying than the previous ones appeared in her palms. It was a good thing that Chen Nan reacted quickly this time. The moment the sword rays were unleashed, his body turned into golden light and allowed the sword rays to pierce through him. Disciple, have you forgotten what I've told you? Her body is Yushin's, but the one controlling her body now is the new soul consciousness that was born from the record of the sage Unruffled. Chu Bei reminded him at the right time. After Chu Bei's reminder, the idiotic Chen Nan came to his senses. When he looked at Yushin again, his expression was a little more serious. How laughable. She would actually die for you. The white-clothed woman stared at Chen Nan with an indifferent look in her eyes. No! Don't hurt him. However, just as the white-clothed woman was about to unleash another sword ray at Chen Nan, a hint of gentleness suddenly appeared in her heartless gaze. Her originally cold and eerie voice also became soft and gentle. A few drops of sparkling and translucent tears flowed uncontrollably from her beautiful eyes, hanging on that somewhat dazed and naive peerless fairy face. Yushin. A weak voice sounded in his ears. Chen Nan's body trembled and he immediately stepped forward. He placed one hand on the white-clothed woman's shoulder and used the other to wipe away the tears at the corner of her eyes. He muttered, Yushin, Yushin. At this moment, Chen Nan's expression was incomparably excited. The lovable, naive, and pure girl from 10,000 years ago had returned. Scram! Don't touch me! However, just as Chen Nan's face was filled with excitement, the white-clothed woman's eyes were filled with coldness again. At the same time, a monstrous killing intent spread out. A tyrannical force, with him as the center, sent Chen Nan flying. You're actually still alive. You're not completely dead yet. If the cauldron is not destroyed, how can I live forever? The white-clothed woman seemed to be talking to herself. Then, she angrily pointed at Chen Nan and said, Was he the one who woke you up? Is he that important to you? He actually made you come back from the ashes. It seems like he's even more doomed. Only then will you be completely dead. Monstrous killing intent surged in the white-clothed woman's eyes. Soon after, her slender hands overlapped each other and formed a strange seal. Amidst the dazzling divine light, a blue prism was faintly discernible. Then, the white-clothed woman flicked her finger. The blue prism disappeared and when it reappeared, it had already enveloped Chen Nan. Chen Nan was trapped in the blue prison. Although his entire body had turned into golden light, when he tried to leave the prison, he was shocked to discover that there was a tyrannical force on the prison's light wall that prevented him from leaving. When he looked at the 300-meter-long divine sword that Fairy Wuching had condensed in the sky again, he understood that she wanted to use the prison to completely destroy him. Die! The white-clothed woman shouted. Her indifferent and emotionless gaze swept past Chen Nan as she waved her right hand. Instantly, the 300-meter-long divine sword in the sky directly slashed down at the blue prison. Kai! The 300-meter-long divine sword tore through the air. Everywhere it passed, the void collapsed. The terrifying might shook the birds and beasts in the immortal realm to flee. Not far away, some cultivators with weaker cultivations were even shaken by the aftershocks to the point that their blood and chi were roiling. The immortal martial realm cultivators present looked at Chen Nan in the prison sympathetically. They had long heard of Fairy Wuching's heartlessness, but they never thought that before the lecture had even begun, they would personally witness Fairy Wuching's massacre. And this pitiful person seemed to be an old acquaintance of Fairy Wuching. As for the immortal supremes present, they only glanced at Chen Nan before their gazes returned to Chu Bei. They knew that the person trapped in the prison came together with the other party. It was impossible for the other party to sit by and watch. As expected, the figure moved. In an instant, he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already beside the blue prison. Chu Bei pointed his finger. A dazzling divine light spread out. The blue prison shattered, turning into a rain of light that filled the sky and dissipated in the void. Then, he raised his finger to meet the 300-meter-long divine sword that was slashing down with terrifying might. Crack! When the two collided, there wasn't a deafening explosion. Instead, it was a crisp sound that sounded like jade shattering. At the moment of collision, to be exact, Chu Bei's fingertip was still some distance away from the 300-meter-long divine sword. The latter seemed to have been hit by an irresistible force of a natural disaster. With a loud bang, it shattered and dissipated. Chapter 388. Who is this guy? What terrifying strength! He actually destroyed Fairy Wuching's attack with a flick of his finger. Fairy Wuching is a celestial venerable in the emotionless realm. She has the cultivation of a divine king. How could her attack be destroyed so easily? What an unfamiliar face. It is said that both the Eastern and Western heaven realms have a few divine emperors who are in seclusion all year round. Do you think he is a divine emperor? Fairy Wuching's cultivation has reached the great ascension stage. Perhaps only a divine emperor can destroy her attack with a flick of his finger. No wonder that brat is so arrogant. He dares to provoke Fairy Tantai and Fairy Wuching with his early rank 6 cultivation. So he has a divine emperor behind him. Haha, I didn't come for nothing today. Even if I can't listen to the lecture, I can at least watch a good show. As soon as Chu Bei appeared, he became the focus of everyone's attention. The astonished gazes of all the cultivators gathered on Chu Bei's body as they whispered and discussed animatedly. You still attacked. The woman in white looked at Chu Bei coldly. When he attacked, she knew that she couldn't kill Chen Nan today. Although she didn't leave the emotionless realm all year round, she still saw the battle in the eternal forest. From what she knew, she was sure that the mysterious man in front of her was not a divine emperor, but an unknown realm above the divine emperor realm. Since you know who I am, why do you still dare to kill him? Chu Bei crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at the woman in white expressionlessly. His face gradually darkened. Are you looking down on me? Chu Bei's emotionless voice fell. He waved his sleeve. In an instant, a dazzling golden light enveloped the entire Tantai Wonderland. The Jade Palace was gone, the huge square was gone, and the endless peaks were gone. There was only endless dazzling light. At this moment, everyone seemed to be in a world of light. In their line of sight, there was only light. Is this really a divine emperor's technique? What a holy aura. I feel warm all over. It's so comfortable. If I can cultivate here, I'm afraid my cultivation speed will be 10 times or even 100 times faster than the outside world. This should be his inner world, right? What a terrifying technique. The cultivators were intoxicated as if they were wandering in a sea of love. Some cultivators began to doubt their guesses about Chu Bei's cultivation. Unlike the comfortable feeling of ordinary cultivators, Fairy Wuching couldn't feel the slightest bit of warmth in this sea of light. It was as if she had arrived in the domain of the Grim Reaper. Every light element in the surroundings was filled with killing intent. It was as if with a single thought, she could be swallowed up by the golden light and completely turn into nothingness. This body doesn't belong to you in the first place. Why are you so obsessed with it? Chu Bei glanced at the merciless fairy. As soon as he spoke calmly, thin rays of light shot out of the golden light around her. Without giving the merciless fairy any time to react, the rays of light wrapped around her. The merciless fairy's expression changed abruptly. She realized that she couldn't move under the restraints of the light. What was even more frightening was that the origin energy in her body had stopped flowing, like a pool of stagnant water. Ah, no. Don't come out. When the golden light entered her body, her devastatingly beautiful face immediately twisted. She let out a miserable cry of pain. Her voice was filled with terror as if she was afraid of something. Master, don't hurt Yusin. Seeing Fairy Wuching's pained expression, Chen Nan panicked. He wanted to stop Chu Bei immediately. Unknowingly, Chen Nan's tears flowed uncontrollably again. His eyes were filled with pity. Little Dawn, who was not far away, bit her lips. Her big, watery eyes turned red and tears flowed down her cheeks non-stop. Catherine and Zombie King Yusin looked at each other. They couldn't bear to see her like this. Oh my God. The expert is too cruel. He can't even bear to bully such a beautiful fairy. The purple-gold divine dragon howled and covered its eyes with its baby dragon. Don't worry. I'm helping her. Chu Bei gave Chen Nan a reassuring look. At the same time, he continued to control the golden light to enter Fairy Wuching's body. It was like peeling silk from a cocoon, separating something. I don't care who you are. Even if you're above a godly emperor, I won't allow you to hurt Wuching. Suddenly, Tantai Xian's cold voice echoed in the world of light. In the next moment, Tantai Xian's figure flashed. She appeared in front of Chu Bei in an instant. At the same time, she made a gesture with her right hand. A green light appeared, and a majestic storm of origin energy hit Chu Bei. She'll be fine. However, you won't have a good ending if you attack me. Chu Bei looked at Dan Taishen calmly. The moment he finished speaking, he raised his left hand and waved it casually. In an instant, the light gathered. A huge golden light palm print appeared on Chu Bei's left side. Rumble. The golden light palm print stabilized the void and faced Tan Taishen's attack. Amidst the low roar, the giant golden palm easily shattered Dan Taishuan's Dao technique and then landed on her body. When the golden light disappeared, Tan Taishen was completely covered in blood. Looking at Tan Taishen's miserable appearance, not only were the immortal martial realm cultivators stunned, even the immortal venerables were stunned. All of them gulped as they looked at the back of Chen Nan with eyes filled with fear. This is not a battle of the same level. Celestial primes, do you know where he came from? Even someone as strong as Fairy Tantai is like an ant in front of him. I don't know his exact background. All you need to know is that he came from one of those lost small worlds. His cultivation has reached a realm that we don't even know about. Tan Taishen is too irrational. She clearly saw what he did in the Eternal Forest, but she still took the initiative to attack. Luckily, he didn't kill her. He only punished her slightly. Among the cultivators, there were people constantly asking the Celestial Primes about Chu Bei's identity. Among them, there was no lack of Celestial Primes sighing with pity for Tan Taishen. Tan Taishen wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and stared at Chu Bei unwillingly. The blood on the surface of her body was gradually absorbed. When she was about to attack again, several golden light chains wrapped around her limbs. Not only that, her mouth was also sealed by an unknown force. She couldn't even make a sound. She could only watch as everything happened to Fairy Wuching. Fairy Wuching's screams became more and more painful. It made people feel pity for her. What's going on? Why are there two souls in Fairy Wuching's body? At this moment, the cultivators who were paying attention to Fairy Wuching were dumbfounded and exclaimed. There were two souls intertwining in Fairy Wuching's graceful body. One of the souls had gratitude in its eyes, as if it was relieved. The other soul's eyes were filled with intense hatred. The Celestial Primes and the 6 Overgods knew that Fairy Wuching cultivated the manual of unruffled virtue. When they saw the two souls in her body, their eyes gradually became clear. At this moment, they seemed to understand Chu Bei's goal. At the same time, they gained a new understanding of Chu Bei's methods. He could actually forcefully strip the soul of a great realization divine king cultivator. Come out! With a low, cold shout, Chu Bei pulled backward with his right hand. Immediately, the thin ray of light that entered Fairy Wuching's body dragged out one of the two souls. Once the soul that was filled with hatred left her body, Fairy Wuching slowly collapsed as if she had fallen asleep. Chen Nan, who had been observing the situation, immediately leaped forward and carried the unconscious Fairy Wuching in his arms. I hate you all. Why did you all appear? I was about to succeed. Why? The soul that had been stripped out glared at Chu Bei unwillingly as it screamed at the top of its lungs. Looking at the soul that was born from the manual of unruffled virtue and seemed to have gone mad, Chu Bei shook his head. You should not have appeared in this world in the first place. Reincarnation is the way of the heavens. Go and find your new home. With that, Chu Bei pointed with his finger. A rain of light surged towards the soul in front of him. Within the holy aura, the soul's unwilling expression began to ease as if it had been freed. Within the rain of light, the soul became fainter and fainter until it completely disappeared. We're done with this trip. We'll take her away. As for the rest of you, you can continue your unfinished preaching. Chu Bei glanced at the cultivators below. With that, he waved his sleeve, and the golden light around them gradually dissipated. Soon, the jade palaces, plazas, continuous mountain peaks, and other familiar surroundings returned to the cultivator's line of sight. Tan Taishen also regained her freedom. After glancing at Yusin, who was in Chen Nan's arms, she looked at Chu Bei again. Although her gaze was filled with hatred, she did not act rashly. The cultivators present looked at each other. They all seemed to be in a daze. If not for the unconscious Fairy Wuching, they would have thought that everything that had just happened was a dream. Let's go. Chu Bei waved his hand and disappeared with Chen Nan and the others. I wonder how Fairy Wuching is doing. Speaking of which, Fairy Wuching has been taken away. Will today's preaching continue? Look at Fairy Tantai's current state. Do you think she still has the mood to preach? In my opinion, it's better for everyone to return home. Looking in the direction that Chu Bei and the others disappeared, the cultivators in the plaza sighed. Chapter 389. The Emotionless Realm. It was 1,000 miles wide. The scenery was as beautiful as a paradise. The fragrance of flowers filled one's nose and refreshed one's mind. In the middle of the emotionless realm was a lake that was as smooth as a sapphire. All kinds of strange flowers and herbs adorned the lake. On the east side of the lake, there was a green mountain peak. There were pavilions and towers surrounded by ethereal mist. In the pavilion, Fairy Wuching slowly woke up. Compared to before, Fairy Wuching's eyes were pure and untainted by the mortal world. Yusin, Chen Nan shouted and trembled as he caressed the white-clothed woman's face. He knew that the woman in his arms was the young girl from 10,000 years ago. This time, it couldn't be wrong. When he thought of all the suffering Yusin had gone through and how she was still used as a furnace, Chen Nan couldn't help but cry. Chen Nan, it's really you. We've finally met again. I'm really happy. Sob sob. Yusin bit her lip and started to cry helplessly like a lost child. Yusin, it's really good to see you again. Chen Nan wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes and smiled. Then, he wiped Yusin's tears again with a determined expression. This time, I won't let anyone take you away again. From now on, I'll be wherever you are. Hearing Chen Nan's words, Yusin nodded heavily. Chen Nan, do you know? I've been fantasizing about this day, but I didn't expect you to really come. This is just like a dream. When she wanted to kill you, my heart hurt so much. She's already been dealt with by Master. It's all in the past. Chen Nan stroked the hair on Yusin's forehead and kissed her with a serious expression. Chu Bei couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth when he saw this scene. Why was it that every time he went to a plane, he had to be showered with love dog food? 10,000 years ago, I narrowly escaped death in the 100-Flower Valley of the ancient immortal ruins. Later, Uncle Chen entered the ancient immortal ruins again. He used his great magic power to forcefully reverse my fate and finally let me live. But when I left the valley, you were already gone. In the following time, the purple gold divine dragon, the dragon babies, Little Dawn, Catherine, and Corpse King Yusin surrounded Yusin and listened to her talk about the past. While Yu Xin was narrating, Chen Nan and the others were dejected. At that time, the gods of the heaven realm encountered some kind of disaster and almost all of them died. Some gods who were lucky enough to survive hid in the human world, but a chaotic battle broke out, causing the human world to be in chaos. Uncle Chen brought Aunt Chen and me in the opposite direction. He brought us to the heaven realm. However, the peaceful life didn't last long. Some of the surviving gods returned. In the end, the heaven realm became more and more chaotic. One day, a person who claimed to be from the Chen family found Uncle Chen. That person was very powerful. Ever since that day, there have been deities chasing after us. In order to protect us, Uncle Chen fought and killed every day. Hearing this, Chen Nan waved his hand to interrupt Yusin. He frowned. Chen family? Which Chen family? I don't know. Yusin bit her lip and continued. He said that Uncle Chen was a traitor of the Chen family. Later on, the Chen family became more and more powerful and they found Uncle Chen. Until a middle-aged man with silver-white hair came looking for Uncle Chen. I don't know what he said to Uncle Chen, but Uncle Chen arranged for me to stay in a safe cave abode. Then, he left with Aunt Chen with that middle-aged man. From then on, he never returned. Chen family? Why haven't I heard father mention them? The more Chen Nan listened, the deeper his frown became. He subconsciously glanced in Chu Bei's direction. He had asked Chu Bei many times about the whereabouts of his father, Chen Zhon, but Chu Bei never gave him an answer. Later on, I found a strange book in that cave. It was called the Record of Unruffled Sage. It was called the #1 martial art in the Heaven Realm. At that time, if you wanted to survive in the chaotic Heaven Realm, you had to have enough power. Thus, I followed the book's instructions and cultivated. In the end. Speaking of this, Yusin paused and avoided Chen Nan's gaze. Chen Nan lovingly pinched Yusin's cheeks and said on her behalf, "In the end, your cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. You even became an immortal in the Heaven Realm. But who in the world can achieve the Record of Unruffled Sage? The so-called Record of Unruffled Sage is just killing the original self and creating a new self. Just like that, you cultivated until another self was born in your body. And as time passed, this new you replaced you." Yusin secretly glanced at Chen Nan and nodded. She remained silent. At this time, Chen Nan seemed to have thought of something. "Then what about the Du family forcing you to marry? When I cultivated to the immortal martial realm, my consciousness had not been taken over by her. At that time, I wanted to go home and take a look, so I went to the human realm. But I didn't expect that the 3 immortal martial realm experts of the Du family would force me to marry someone else. I was unwilling, so I fought with them. Although I killed one of them, I was seriously injured and was in danger. After that, I was chased by them until I escaped to the west. I asked the previous goddess of life for help." Yusin stretched out her slender finger and pointed at Catherine. "After that, with the help of the Tree of Life, not only did I recover from my injuries, I also had her. So that's how it is. This Du family really deserves to die." After understanding the cause and effect, Chen Nan clenched his fists tightly. A strong killing intent rose in his eyes. "Big sister, did you leave me behind in the 100-Flower Valley?" Little Chen Shi looked at Yusin with her big watery eyes. Yusin pinched little Chen Shi's pink nose. "Although I had you because of me, you are you now. Chen Shi likes big brother and big sisters. Chen Shi wants to be with all of you forever," little Chen Shi mumbled. Corpse King Yusin had remained silent since the beginning. She had also guessed her origin. It was this woman in front of her who shed her true body in order to pursue a higher realm of cultivation. 15 minutes later, Chen Nan held Yusin's hand and walked in front of Chu Bei. "Master, thank you." Chen Nan and Yusin bowed deeply to Chu Bei at the same time. Then, Chen Nan said, "Master, if you need me in the future, even if it's to be a chess piece, I will do my best to complete it. Before that, you should first become martial brother and sister with her." Chu Bei's lips curled into a smile. Yusin was stunned. Her beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. Meanwhile, Chen Nan reacted. He quickly pulled Yusin and said gratefully, "Thank you, Master, for being willing to accept Yusin." Host signed a contract with Level 1 substitute Fairy Merciless. Mission completed. Level 14 Commodity Authority Activation Progress, 80%. Final mission, destroy the Heavenly Path and obtain the Heavenly Jewel. During the mission, the host can use Xiao Hei's power once. When the process was completed, the system's voice rang in Chu Bei's mind. Hearing the new mission, Chu Bei was stunned. Did the system want him to directly fight the Heavenly Path? But right now, he didn't know how to fight the Heavenly Path. "Master, I want to return to the human realm now. I want to go to the Du family to collect the debt from 10,000 years ago." The murderous intent in Chen Nan's eyes intensified. "Before you go, improve your cultivation first." Chu Bei replied calmly. Half an hour later, Chu Bei's group arrived at the mountain peak where a jade palace was located. On the peak of the mountain, a strange ancient array was carved. Yusin formed a seal with her hands and the ancient array began to twist. Wisps of aura that seemed to come from the primordial times spread out. "Master, through this array, we can enter the human realm." Yusin returned to Chen Nan's side. She looked at Chu Bei with respect. After interacting with Chen Nan more, she had a better understanding of her master. He was a supreme of heaven and earth with a mysterious background and cultivation above the heavenly realm. "Since you're done, let's go." After speaking calmly, Chu Bei took the lead and stepped into the ancient array. The rest followed closely behind. Chu Bei and the rest disappeared with a flash of light at the eye of the array. The Tianyuan continent was divided into east and west. In the east, there were three dominant countries. They were Baiyu Nation, Chu Nation, and Anping Nation. Among them, Baiyu Nation had the largest land area with many mountains. In the western part of Baiyu Nation, in the Taihang Mountains, the mountain range was endless. Towering mountains and precipitous ridges were like ferocious dragons lying on the ground. Yusin, do you remember the exact location? Chen Nan asked Yusin, who was beside him. Thousands of years have passed. Time has changed this place. Yusin shook her head. Hearing this, Chen Nan had to ask Chu Bei for help. Master, I wonder if you... Without waiting for Chen Nan to finish, Chu Bei pointed at a mountain 500 meters to the south. When they arrived at the mountain Chu Bei pointed at, Chen Nan and the rest quickly discovered the abnormality of this mountain. This mountain could absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth from all directions. Master's eyes are indeed sharp. The Du family's Shen boundary is here. Chen Nan came to the mountainside. In front of him was a 5-meter-tall square-shaped barrier. The barrier was glowing with a faint blue light. Brother, I think I sensed a terrifying monster. Little Chen, she flew to the front of the barrier and pouted as soon as her little hand touched the barrier. Terrifying monster? How terrifying? Chen Nan frowned. Little Chen, she grew up absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth in the 100 Immortals Valley. In this aspect, her perception was far superior to that of a master. It's scarier than the one in the cemetery. Little Chen, she looked at Chen Nan and said seriously. What? It's scarier than that person. Hearing Little Chen Shi's answer, Chen Nan was shocked. His expression changed and he quickly looked at Chu Bei. Master, is there a heavenly state in the Du family's Shen boundary? He was here to collect his debt. If there was a heavenly state elite in the Du family, then even 10,000 of him would not be enough to defeat him. Chu Bei recalled for a moment and the corner of his mouth raised into a smile. There is indeed a heavenly state in the Du family's Shen boundary. However, he will not affect you from collecting your debt. With Master's words, I am relieved. Looking at Chu Bei's confident expression, Chen Nan felt relieved. Then, he turned to look at Yu Xin and pointed at the barrier in front of her. After exchanging glances, Yu Xin nodded slightly. A terrifying force gathered in her palm and she struck the barrier with a bang. Ripples began to appear on the barrier, and a tiny crack began to spread out. Although the Du family's Shen boundary was not comparable to the Heaven Realm's Immortal Realm, it was still better than the Human Realm's Holy Lands. Who are you? How dare you break into my Du family's Shen world without permission? Perhaps the commotion caused by Yu Xin breaking the barrier was too big, but when Chu Bei and the others arrived at the Shen world, a group of people surrounded them. There were more than 50 people. I'm here to make you pay your debt. Chen Nan looked at the leader and said coldly. His killing intent was thick. You're courting death. Hearing Chen Nan's reply, the leader's face instantly turned gloomy. Then, he gestured to the people behind him. Take them down. I'll give you time to invite your Du family's old ancestor. Chen Nan's gaze swept across the leader. After his cold and emotionless voice fell, he raised his right hand and pointed it at the younger generation of the Du family. Kai. Chen Nan's right hand slashed horizontally and several golden rays shot out like the Grim Reaper's scythe. In an instant, a pile of corpses appeared on the ground and blood flowed like a river. Seeing Chu Bei's method, the leader was stunned. The weakest among them had a cultivation of 3rd stage. If it was outside, they would be proud sons of the heavens. However, they were all killed in one move. Chapter 390. Why aren't you calling Du Hai and Du Dao over? Remember to tell them that my name is Chen Nan. Chen Nan's cold voice echoed in the sky. Hearing the two names from Chen Nan's mouth, the patrol leader of the Du family was stunned. After reacting, he looked at Chen Nan in fear and ran in the direction he came from. Half an hour later, several rainbows flew over from the east. Chen Nan, the person in the image is indeed you. Thousands of years have passed, but you still came. The sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. Before the person arrived, an old sigh floated over. Then, hundreds of figures appeared in the line of sight of Chubei and the rest. The person in the lead was a stooped old man with white hair and a beard. These hundreds of people flew over, and it was obvious that they had entered the sixth stage. In the outside world, a sixth-stage powerhouse was enough to support a force. It had to be said that the Du family's foundation was far superior to the major forces in the outside world. Old ancestor, who is he? He actually made you come out of seclusion personally. With your cultivation, you have a place even in the heaven realm. Is there a need to deal with such a young boy personally? Why did you call all of us here? The people behind the old man spoke one after another, their words filled with confusion. Of course, there were a few people who had a serious expression. Although they did not know who Chen Nan was, they had personally witnessed the terrifying battle that was projected from the eternal forest. Coincidentally, the terrifying existence in the image was standing right in front of them. He's someone from 10,000 years ago. In terms of status, I have to call him young master. When the stooped old man's hoarse voice fell, the people behind him revealed a look of disbelief. They could not imagine that the young man in front of them was actually their old ancestor's young master. Du Dao, I didn't expect you to know that I'm your young master. Chen Nan looked at the stooped old man expressionlessly. Where's Du Hai? You weren't the only one involved in the incident back then. Du Hai couldn't break through to the Divine King realm and has already passed away. The stooped old man shook his head and sighed. That's too easy for him. Chen Nan looked at the stooped old man and his voice became colder. How do you want to deal with what you did to Yuxin back then? I'm afraid Miss Yuxin is already an immortal venerable in the heaven realm. Du Dao's sunken eyes flashed with astonishment when he sensed Yuxin's God King aura that was above his own. Ancestor, are they here for revenge? What is the relationship between our Du family and them? Ancestor, your great-grandson is willing to fight. Let me test their strength first. Ancestor, with your cultivation, are you afraid that you won't be able to take them down? Furthermore, our Du family has Lord Heavenly Demon overseeing it. Even those big shots from the immortal world wouldn't dare to act rashly here. The Type 6 experts of the Du family looked at Chubei's group with hostility. The fury in their eyes seemed to indicate that as long as Du Dao gave the nod, they would not hesitate to use their strongest methods to take down Chen Nan and the rest. All of you, shut up. Hearing the clamor behind him, the hunchbacked old man suddenly turned his head and shouted. I really didn't expect that not only did you break through to the God King realm, you even established a Du family's mystic world. If this Du family's mystic world was outside, not to mention those ordinary forces, even the Holy Lands and the evil path would have to retreat. Chen Nan's cold in the forest's gaze swept across the huge Du family's mystic world, his words filled with sarcasm. Young master, you must be joking. Du Dao cupped his fists towards Chen Nan with a respectful expression. If one didn't look carefully, it would be difficult to notice the flash of ruthlessness in his eyes. If not for Chubei's presence, he would have attacked Chen Nan at the first opportunity. Now that we've chatted, we can discuss how to solve the matter of WNU. Chen Nan narrowed his eyes, cold in the forest's gaze locked onto Du Dao, his voice cold. Young master, before you kill me, don't you want to know your father's true identity? Du Dao stole a glance at Chubei. When he saw that the other party had an indifferent look on his face, his gaze returned to Chen Nan. Before coming, he had already ordered people to awaken the heavenly demon. As long as the heavenly demon awakened, he would no longer need to fear the terrifying expert of unknown origin beside Chen Nan. What do you mean? Could it be that my father has some special identity? Let's hear it. Thinking of the Chen family mentioned by Yuxin and what Du Dao said, Chen Nan immediately asked. Of course, he didn't care about what Du Dao was planning. In his opinion, as long as Chubei was here, the outcome wouldn't change. 10,000 years ago, there were some secluded families in the heaven realm. These families were all once heaven realm's great leaders. Among them, the Chen family was one of the most terrifying families. Your father was the 9th person in his generation. He was born with amazing talent and was praised as the pride of his generation. Within a few hundred years of his birth, he broke through to the realm above the divine emperor realm. Moreover, he also controlled a broken world. Because of his talent and intelligence, he was determined by the current Chen family's leader as the best candidate to revive ancestor Chen. Your father refused to succumb to the fate of dying in order to revive ancestor Chen. Although he resisted with all his might, he was still outnumbered. In the end, he was subdued by the Chen family. His cultivation was sealed and his memories were altered before he was sent to the human realm. After entering the human realm, he became the carefree king and married a woman, giving birth to a baby boy. Speaking until here, Du Dao pointed at Chen Nan. That baby boy is you. Where is this Chen family? Where is my father? Chen Nan frowned. Chu Bei, who was at the side, looked at Du Dao with approval. He did not expect this old fellow to know so much. Chen Zhon, the reincarnation of the ancient madman, was one of the 4 strongest people in the heaven battling battle, along with Dugu Batian, Demon Lord, and Ghost Lord. What left the deepest impression on Chu Bei was the words he once shouted, "There is no need to revive ancestor Chen. I will surpass him." Rumble. Just as Chen Nan was waiting for Du Dao to answer his question, an incomparably huge energy fluctuation suddenly erupted from the depths of the mystic world. Immediately after, monstrous demonic qi filled the air. In the blink of an eye, a cloud of black fog appeared above Du Dao. Upon closer inspection, it was a bloody head in the black fog. It was terrifying. Heavenly Demon Lord, the Du family's mystic world has been invaded. The invader has a high cultivation. I have no choice but to ask you to come out. With the arrival of the head in the air, Du Dao immediately revealed the corners of his mouth. When he looked at Chen Nan again, the killing intent in his eyes was undisguised. So you were stalling for time because you had this trick up your sleeve. Chen Nan looked at Du Dao coldly. You really deserve to die. I'll deal with him. After giving Chen Nan a reassuring look, Yu Xin's figure flashed towards Du Dao. Feeling the tyrannical aura coming towards him, Du Dao's face darkened. He hurriedly shouted at the head in the black fog, "Heavenly Demon Lord, please take action." Buzz buzz buzz. The heavenly demon head seemed to be responding to Du Dao. It shook slightly, and pitch-black cracks spread out in the void. In an instant, Yu Xin's body seemed to be imprisoned by some invisible force. The attack that was originally charging towards Du Dao dissipated instantly. I've seen, you. Although the heavenly demon head imprisoned Yu Xin, it did not do anything to her. Instead, it cast a pair of blood-red eyes on Chu Bei. Hearing the heavenly demon's words, Chu Bei's expression did not change much. The other party must have seen him through the battle in the eternal forest. Are you determined to protect him? Chu Bei met the heavenly demon's gaze. He smiled and pointed at Du Dao calmly. He can't die. I have an agreement with someone to protect the Du family's mystic world. The voice in the black fog was intermittent, but it was full of determination. An agreement with someone? Not only the 6th-stage experts of the Du family, but even Du Dao's expression changed when he heard this. They knew that the heavenly demon was the guardian of the Du family's mystic world, but they did not know the reason. Then, do you still remember the name of the person you made an agreement with? Chu Bei looked at the black fog in the sky and asked calmly. Chen Zhon. 2 heavy syllables came out from the black fog. Hearing this name, Du Dao's body trembled. He had an inexplicable bad feeling in his heart. Then, do you still remember the content of the agreement? Chu Bei said firmly. Wait here. Wait for a person called Chen Nan. Help him. The voice came out from the black fog again. This time, Du Dao's expression changed completely. His eyes were filled with fear. At this time, the 6th-stage experts of the Du family behind Du Dao also reacted. They looked at each other in dismay and fear. It's good that you remember. Chu Bei smiled and pointed at Chen Nan. He is the person you are waiting for. Chu Bei still had some impression of this heavenly demon. 10,000 years ago, during the War of the Heavens era, this heavenly demon was also a powerhouse of the 1st stage. As for his identity, he was the son of the ancient taboo god Dugu Batian and the moon goddess Situ Mingyu. Speaking of which, He and Chen Nan's previous life's Dugubatian were half-brothers. He is Chen Nan. A confused voice sounded. A drop of red blood flew out from the black fog. This drop of blood flew to Chen Nan as if it had a mind of its own. After circling around him a few times, it seeped into his glabella. It really is you. The heavenly demon seemed to have been confirmed. There was a hint of excitement in his voice, as if he had been released. The next moment, under everyone's gaze, the heavenly demon's head pierced through the void and entered Chen Nan's body in an instant. Master, Chen Nan looked at Chu Bei with some fear. Don't worry. From now on, you have a powerful helper. Chu Bei smiled and patted Chen Nan's shoulder. As long as it's not harmful to me. Hearing Chu Bei's words, Chen Nan looked down at the miniature head in his chest and let out a long sigh. Du Dao, who was not far away, saw the heavenly demon's head enter Chen Nan's body and his heart sank. At this moment, Yu Xin, who had regained her freedom, attacked Du Dao. Although the battle between a divine king at the Mahayana stage and a divine king at the beginner stage was considered flashy, the battle did not last long. In the end, Du Dao's physical body was destroyed and his soul was destroyed. As for the 6-stage powerhouses, they died in Chen Nan's hands one after another. After the battle, the Du family's mystic world was covered in blood and the air was filled with the smell of blood. The system has detected that the first-level proxy Yifan is in danger. First-level proxy teleportation function activated. The host can resolve the crisis for the first-level proxy. The host can choose a level 18 item during the process. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded in Chu Bei's mind. Hearing this, Chu Bei quickly opened the system interface and saw the name Yifan on the proxy column flashing red. Master, what's wrong? Chen Nan, who was at the side, seemed to have sensed something and quickly asked Chu Bei. I have something to do and have to leave for a while. Chu Bei patted Chen Nan's shoulder gently and glanced at Catherine, Yu Xin, and the rest. Chen Nan was stunned at first but quickly recovered and asked tentatively, Master, are you going to the heavens beyond heaven? You can say that. As soon as Chu Bei said that with a smile, his divine telekinesis moved. Rumble, in the next moment, there was a roar and the void in front of Chu Bei began to distort. Then, a blue intersecting wheel slowly appeared. At the top of the wheel, the words planar spacetime wheel were particularly eye-catching. Looking at it carefully, there was a blue passage in the wheel that was woven by the river of time. Chu Bei took a step forward, stepped into the spacetime wheel, and disappeared. Chapter 391. When Chu Bei emerged from the spacetime wheel, what entered his field of vision was a reddish-brown land stained with blood. The boundless brown land was cold and dry, desolate and empty. There were some huge rocks scattered on the ground. At first glance, they looked like tombstones. The world was dark and gloomy, and a faint black fog added a gloomy feeling to this world. This boundless region was distant and deathly still, without the slightest sign of life. Origin ancient mine. Chu Bei was taken aback, but he quickly recognized this somewhat familiar region. It was one of the 7 forbidden zones of shrouded heaven plain. Rumble, rumble, rumble. It was also at this moment that a terrifying energy fluctuation spread out from the eastern region of the ancient mine. The void rumbled and collapsed one after another. Chu Bei looked to the east, frowned, and then vanished. When Chu Bei arrived at the eastern region of Origin ancient mine, he saw countless figures at the edge, all of them nervously looking at the distant sky. Among these figures, there were several that Chu Bei recognized. Look over there. Someone else is coming. Who is that? He looks a little familiar, like I've seen him somewhere before. It's Boss Chu. His back. Haha, if it's really him, then Celestial Emperor Yi also has a helper. Gradually, some people noticed Chu Bei's arrival. When they saw Chu Bei's appearance, some existences who had lived for a long time hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Among them were Jiang Taishu, Duander, and the others. Chu Bei nodded to Jiang Taishu, Duander, and the others before turning his gaze to the distant sky. There was a battlefield, and a terrifying aura permeated the air. On the battlefield, a massive cauldron soared through the air, its might shaking the heavens, its terrifying aura shattering the void. Stars revolved around the cauldron, and the cauldron gushed with myriad source energy. The cauldron walls made of immortal metal were stained with blood. As for the mouth of the cauldron, there were bolts of lightning floating up and down. Black, purple, green, all kinds of bolts of lightning covered the cauldron. There were even some bolts of lightning that had evolved into the appearance of ancient divine beasts. Just by looking at them, one could not help but kowtow in worship. They were emitting an indescribably terrifying might. And on top of the cauldron, there was a man. His stalwart body was covered in blood, and he stood there like a celestial emperor. On the other side of the tall and sturdy male was a creature with 8 wings on its back. There was a single horn on its head, and boundless blood energy pervaded the air. Stars appeared around its body. Yi Fan, we've been plotting for years. This time, you must die. The 8-winged spirit brought Yi Fan to a new battlefield in space. It flapped its 8 wings and covered the stars. The galaxy behind it pulsed, and with a boom, it extended a huge claw towards Yi Fan, who was above the cauldron. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. This is our burial ground. Yi Fan seemed to have experienced countless peak battles. At this moment, he seemed to have reached the end of his life. Boom. As the emotionless voice fell, Yi Fan's body shone brightly. In an instant, his black hair was almost dyed blue. He stepped on the myriad chi cauldron, and myriad chi surrounded his body. His aura skyrocketed. In the next moment, he faced the 8-winged spirit and threw out a punch. It was simple and violent. At a closer look, the surface of his fist was wrapped in 9-colored lightning, and various strange phenomena could be vaguely seen. The power of that punch appeared as if it was unparalleled and eternally invincible. Even the space in the battlefield where he was stirred up by that punch. It was extremely terrifying. The fist and claw collided, and the battlefield was filled with chaos. The two figures intertwined and separated at the same time. There was blood in their mouths. Obviously, the spirit was also very powerful. It was one of the great beings in the Forbidden Zone, and it was not weaker than Yi Fan. If you've rested enough, come at me together. I'm not afraid. Suddenly, Yi Fan spoke, and his cold gaze swept across the surroundings. Rumble. As Yi Fan's voice fell, the space in the battlefield where he was in an uproar, and a terrifying and strange sound rang out. At that moment, the experts outside the Primordium ancient mine were all looking at the battlefield where Yi Fan was in nervously. In front of Yi Fan, other than the 8-winged spirit, 6 other figures appeared. The first figure had long golden hair that fell to his waist. He was indescribably handsome and had a pair of golden wings on his back. He was extraordinary and had an ethereal temperament. The second figure was a white tiger spirit. In the sky above his head, the starry sky phenomenon appeared, and thousands of stars flowed in his eyes. The third figure was wearing azure gold battle armor. Even his face was covered, only revealing a pair of purple eyes. When his eyes shot out, the starry sky trembled. In terms of aura, the 6 figures that appeared were not inferior to the 8-winged spirit. There was no doubt that they were all great emperors who had once suppressed an era, terrifying existences hidden in the Forbidden Zone. Yi Fan, at our level, it's indeed a little unreasonable for us to join forces to deal with you. However, your talent is too terrifying. If you continue to grow, the Forbidden Zone will truly cease to exist. We will not allow that to happen, said the handsome golden-haired man. To be able to get the 7 of you to accompany me, this great world will be peaceful for tens of thousands of years. The stalwart man suddenly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and laughed at the sky. You really think too highly of yourself. The 7 figures looked at Yi Fan with disdain. As Cold in the Forest shout fell, their figures moved at the same time. From different directions, they waved their supreme paragon skills and attacked Yi Fan. Fight. There was no fear on Yi Fan's face. He stepped on the cauldron and pushed the power of lightning to meet the 7 beings. Rumble. In an instant, the battlefield in the starry sky was ignited, and thousands of stars revolved in reverse. The stalwart man was surrounded by the 7 beings and bathed in blood. He was very powerful, and every move he made was accompanied by destructive lightning from the 9 heavens. However, the 7 beings were also extremely powerful. The aura they released when they moved shook the surrounding stars. The stalwart man was bleeding, and the injuries on his body were getting worse. His aura was also becoming chaotic. However, his 7 opponents were not unscathed, as their flesh and blood would explode from time to time. "How many years have passed since I left?" Chu Bei muttered to himself. Yi Fan had become a great emperor and had even begun to flatten the Forbidden Zone. In the battlefield in the starry sky, as the battle became more intense, the myriad chi cauldron under Yi Fan's feet had already cracked in several places. It seemed like it would completely collapse at any time. The 9 heavens vision on his body seemed like it would disappear at any time. "Looks like we were right to join forces. If we let you continue to grow, we will be the ones to die." The 7 figures looked at each other and moved together again. They charged toward Yi Fan with terrifying power. In an instant, the 8 figures on the battlefield struck out with the most terrifying laws in the world. Every punch and kick caused light to surge and time to surge. They were powerful to the extreme. As they waved their hands, the starry sky trembled and everything was destroyed. Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, Jie, Number, Group, Qian, Xing, 9 heavens lightning fall. Cauldron suppression. At this moment, the stalwart figure who was like a heavenly emperor shouted coldly. His voice spread to everyone's ears from an endless distance away. It was extremely majestic and grand. As he spat out golden blood, the 9 runes turned into 9 balls of light and merged with the lightning. They entered the myriad chi cauldron that was on the verge of collapse. In the end, the cauldron erupted with boundless power and evolved a supreme secret technique that pierced through everything in its way. Boom! Finally, the cauldron smashed onto the 8-winged living being's body, bringing about a violent explosion. Amidst the mighty trembling sound, the 8-winged living being coughed up blood and was sent flying. However, at this moment, the attacks of the handsome golden-haired man and the other 5 came from different directions. The golden-haired man's attack was the first to reach Yi Fan. With a loud roar, the sky collapsed and ghosts wailed. The surface of his fist was burning with fluorescent light that was countless times brighter than the stars and moons in the sky. He condensed the power of the galaxy with supreme laws and punched out. His aura rose to the extreme. Yi Fan's pupils constricted and he hurriedly blocked with the myriad chi cauldron. Clang! With a shocking explosion, the myriad chi cauldron released a dazzling divine light and then expanded and exploded. The broken fragments of the cauldron shot into the sky as if it was collapsing the sky, bringing with it terrifying pitch-black holes. Although the golden-haired man's attack was successfully blocked, Yi Fan was unable to dodge the attacks of the remaining 5. Pu. Yi Fan was hit by a living being in azure gold armor. His chest was directly penetrated and blood spurted out as he staggered back. Another creature followed, its movements large and wide, majestic and just. It grabbed his arms, and then fiercely tore at him. With a ripping sound, Yi Fan's right arm was torn in half. There was another living being who took out an emperor artifact. It was a 7-colored gourd. The mouth of the gourd shone and swallowed the galaxy, trying to suck Yi Fan in. The other experts from the other spacetime who were watching the battle glanced at Yi Fan and shook their heads with pity in their eyes. "Yi Fan, are you still going to struggle pointlessly?" The golden-haired man shouted and gathered his strength again. He wanted to kill Yi Fan with an unstoppable force. Yi Fan snorted and clenched his fists. Lightning surged and flashed with all kinds of strange lightning. There was no lack of humanoid lightning among them. It had already surpassed the heavenly tribulation. Rumble. The fierce battle continued. At the same time, Chu Bei also took a step forward. He watched the battle first because he wanted to see how powerful Yi Fan was and whether he could defeat the 7 figures who had joined forces. However, no matter how strong Yi Fan was, he was no match for the 7 of them. As the system said, he was in danger. Chu Bei used the level 18 commodity rights. As he took a step forward, star fields wrapped around millions of stars evolved behind him, releasing the power of the stars. He's going. Boss Chu is going to make a move. Great, with him joining, Emperor Yi will be fine. Duan De, Ji Ziyue, Jiang Taishu, and the others were excited. At the same time, in the star battlefield, the eight-winged being and the golden-haired man were spread out in a circle, each taking one side. They released a terrifying aura. Under the terrifying aura, the stars under their feet shook, and the power of the stars formed vortexes. They surrounded Yi Fan in the middle. From time to time, someone would rush forward and fight with him. Then, they would retreat and another person would fight. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.